We do bartender. Bartender comes in a wig every week about, so we know exactly how many ounces of everything we want. When we compare it to the cash register, the rest is the tapes. Then we see how much to our potential did we come. This is based upon retail value. We poured $1,290 worth of alcohol that only took in $960. That's overkill. Maybe a gratis drink here and there. When I annualize that, it comes up to $330 in a day, $10,000 in a month, and $120,000 a year. And that's at this low business level. Bingo, there it is. So even on the revenues we had, we could have made $120,000 more. Everything could have been better if we did a better job. So we want to own this, you agree? Absolutely. We should do better. I want to get you back to D10 again, because that's what makes this part great, Greg. And I thought you really had those details no matter what. I have no thoughts associated with it. What do you think, Greg, to make this place better? I think we're all a little wet behind the ears. I think we all need to tighten up. Greg, what can they do to make this better for you? Lay it out there. There's got to be something, guys. I want us communicating here.
Honestly, it's entirely up to me. I mean, I'm just letting things slide, and it's my fault for being distracted trying to do other things besides fun. And it kills me right now that it hasn't been my main concern, so that's what I want to get back to.
And at one point, honestly, because I know that from 5 years ago, I hit the world. Still there. So let's get you focused back here where it needs to be. So here's what I want to do. I want to train you big time. I want to train you to be able to train him. So that he has the same knowledge you guys do. You can jump behind a bar, can help train a new bartender. Guys, pandemic's going to end. People are getting vaccinated now.
Oh, yeah.
The strip was busy this past weekend. This is about getting ready for what I think will be a monster summer. You guys agree? So let's make this work. Let's push ourselves to get this to the highest level we possibly can, so you can own this summer and get your mom paid back. Let me get my experts in here. Two of you, two good friends of mine. Jen Murphy runs the restaurants at Caesar's Palace. I'd say she knows a thing or two. So when she does her work, she has to always understand the history of Caesar's. I can't say enough about this guy. Phil Wells and I've been together for a long time. He's my favorite mixologist in America. What did you see last night, Phil?
Obviously, Jen ordered a drink, and we had lipstick on the glass, and we had to have it remade. And it was made incorrectly, or maybe correctly, we didn't know, because it was different from the first drink that was made. So I see a lack of consistency, which in my mind makes me think that people aren't trained correctly in this place. And that's a big thing coming out of this pandemic, is to make sure that your staff is trained all the time.
The other issues that you have in the kitchen with the production, you know how about them. Yes, you know this. You know how? Come on, Greg. You should know this.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know that.
How about that? Yes, you know this. Power? There's no problem. I can't put a 30 amp oven back there. The only power you have back there is 110.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know that.
So I'm dealing with a number of problems. I'm dealing with this food licensing issues, parking, restrooms, everything connected to the food license. And I got 48 hours to do it, guys. So I got my own problems too. Now you guys really have to do work. You guys ready?
Yeah, let's go. What's up, guys? I'll say all go. Talked about last night. Strike one, we sat too long digging. We didn't get our drink. Strike two, we had lipstick on the drink. Strike three, we had the wrong drink being remade and coming back to us. So 3 strikes to the what? Last time John was here, he put all the tools in place to make this bar successful.
Come on. Amazing what you can do with this food. Excellent.
Now coming back, they aren't using those tools, and that's on Greg. Greg needs to be the one to make sure that there is consistency within his staff. So, listen, Robbie, I'm going to ask you guys to step out. I'm going to work with Greg, and then you guys are going to come back in, and he's going to train you. Sounds good. Cool. First thing we're going to do is what we call a funnel. So we're going to start off with strawberry, okay? 1, 2. This is actually lychee. I'm going to toss that in right there. We're going to do a half ounce of single salt. Get your muddler in there. Give it about 8 turns, 1 ounce of vodka, a half ounce of dry vermouth, and 2 dashes of orange bitters. And we're going to fill with ice after. Last night I saw Chris putting ice in first and building drinks in there. And if you notice it, why didn't you correct it?
I just put it out.
can't do that. You won't pull out of this and get your mom paid back if you just blow off these little details, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and give it a nice shake. And then we're just going to pour it right inside the glass. Yeah, beautiful color. We're going to top it off with some sparkling wine here, and then a nice strawberry and a whole bunch. We're going to call this one between the sheets.
It does feel really good to dive back into the bar. I know how important the details are, and I tend to be very mindful of all those details in the glass. To make sure that everything's getting made the right way and the same way by all my bartenders. Don't go for two dishes.
Put the bitters down.
I guess you need to muddle it.
Okay. I'm a little nervous because you're the one that's going to be training the staff.
We're going to muddle this about 8 times. Now we're ready to add the ice to it. Spring strawberries are one thing. That's why we're doing this much for goodness. No. I'm sorry, I'm asking you. Because you don't want to do it. While you're making it. Slow down the ice.
Frank was lighthearted about training, but I feel that he got the point across, and I think these drinks will absolutely do their job and elevate the bar. Stress that tonight, guys. Frank, it's so important that you are in charge of making sure that every single drink comes out right.
Gotcha.
Cool? You guys ready? Ready? Sure you're not. Let's rock this tonight, all right, guys? All right. All right, guys, you getting ready over here? Let's all talk. Come on over.
The stress test tonight, I want to see great manage. I want to see the place be organized. I want to see the bartenders do fast. I'm going to put about 12 people in that bar tonight. That's it. Because according to the restrictions, they should knock it out of the park. So we're not going to open the kitchen tonight because we got to get it ready first. I want you guys to focus on the bar tonight. Makes sense? Watch them on course. If the drink doesn't look right, don't make it do it again. Okay, guys? Let's get ready.
Awesome.
Welcome to Champagne. Come on in. How are we doing?
Welcome to Champagne.
You guys.
Between the sheets. That sounds like
Chris, what are you doing wrong?
I'm forgetting steps.
Great. What is he doing wrong right now? You already get the ice in before I got the ice in. You already got the ice in.
Sorry about that, guys.
He's already dumped one out. He's starting over again for the second one.
Sorry about that. Ronnie, you got to keep cooking. All right, it's the same drink. Let's go. Come on, guys.
Chris, what are you doing wrong?
What?
Greg, what is Chris doing wrong?
You got to muddle before you put anything else in there. You extract all the juices out of there, right?
Please restart. Let's do it right. That's what we learned, right, Greg?
That's right. Watch your bartenders. Okay, you should make sure that you catch that, not me.
I was just getting crushed myself. I could not figure out how to try to keep up with all the drinks and watch my bartenders at the same time. What's Chris doing wrong?
You put the vodka in? I did.
Okay, put it in. Did you see the gin?
Or did he?
Wow.
My eyes are on it. Your eyes need to be on it. This is what I'm talking about. If I'm not here, who's going to be watching this? Man. I'm cameraman, sorry about that.
Chris, I want you to focus, brother. Take a deep breath and focus, all right?
That's enough.
This hasn't gotten one drink out.
That's it. You look like an old man. I'm trying to serve a cocktail. That's not how I treat you, bro. Come on.
Nobody has a drink.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
These two girls are having requested every single lady there.
I got two between the sheets coming up for you right now.
Let's move.
How many orders you got in your mind, Greg? One. Just have one order?
Just have one order.
Come on, dude, you got to pick it up a little bit more. All right, so two Manhattans and IOUs to Sinatra.
Oh, you're going fast through the house, so you slow down.
Let's go. Move it, guys. Keep going. Two glasses. You got one? Yeah, I don't have that same glass. Oh, God. I did not even see that. Stop! These towels, what do they use for? I was using it for the what? To dry the glasses. You you dry glass, sit it on top before, take it, dry glass, sit it on top. So what happens with this? Cross-contamination, right? That was a huge mistake. That's a huge no-no. I should have known that. It's just when you're in the weeds, you kind of get caught in the moment.
But I'd like to think that we don't have to dry our glass work. We can drip dry like other places.
Right. We need some more training on that. Yes, sir.
Good. This is a drink, though. So listen, well, how are your drinks? Nobody didn't take your order yet? Has anybody taken your order? Not yet. So can you scream red? Let's go all talk together. 1, 2, 3. Hey! We gotta get an order on this table here. Give me that for you guys. There's a lot of work to do on accuracy and speed. Both. We only have about 12 people in here. Imagine if this was sold on Friday night. It would be a total fail. It's amazing how they stuff. The stations aren't set up with any method. No, here we go.
The bartenders should have everything they need within a 2-foot radius and just kind of move right within that area.
Yes, we got no messing.
Stop! What are you doing?
I was actually just trying to do this.
No, man. We don't stir cocktail. It's like it's
Come on, guys. We went over this last time I was here.
Tell me another bar spoon.
I don't know where it is.
I have a bar stool right here. It's so unprofessional, though, man.
You're turning us into a truck stop here. We're trying to have a little class here. Oh, alright. This customer is a little concerned about this huge piece of dust that's getting on your drinks. This is disgusting. Red? You see this?
I see it.
That's nasty. Great. Now let's wipe up the bar, get both of them some fresh drinks, and let's hustle. Come on, guys. This is disgusting. Filth is the one thing that turns everybody off, doesn't it? Suddenly you don't want to touch anything, drink anything, see anything. This should not have been there. I cleaned it 5 years ago when I was here. I'm guessing it hasn't been cleaned since I left. So there it is. Okay, guys, let's start closing. I've seen what I need to see. We got a lot of work to do here. Everybody agree? Come back in 2 days. We'll show you how it's done right, okay? Fact of the matter is, it was a disorganized mess tonight, and for that reason they failed. And the bar got really full post-COVID. Okay, let's get this together. Make sure that table is served.
Based on what I saw during stress tests, we had a lot of inconsistency with the cocktails. Today, we're going to complete the menu with some great classic cocktails. What's up, guys? Sean and I spent a lot of time on this cocktail menu, made some tweaks, and brought some new things in. We talked about playing homage to all the history that you guys have with this next cocktail. It's a version of a classic called a Rustinella. We're going to put some fun new twist to it. We're going to call this one Sandwich Rustin. Let me get COVID safe for you guys. Let's go ahead and start off with our lots glass. So normally, classic Rustinella would use Scotch, but we're going to reach for free ranch whiskey. We're going to pour it. That's it. Our Scotch herbal liqueur, 3 quarters. We're going to get a nice fresh piece of sage, give it a little smack, wake up all those aromatics, put a little bit around the glass, and then drop that in. So we have this great brand new tool that's called the Middleton Smoke Top. We put the sage and the wood chips inside of it, and then we're going to light it on fire. You guys can see the effect. Look at that. See how that smoke's just dripping right down inside of there? And it's a sexy presentation. It looks great. It's a wow factor. Make sure you release that. You get all the aromatics coming out. And that's the Sammy's recipe now. So last night, Chris, I felt like you had the most work as far as technique and everything. So we're going to bring you back here and have you make a cocktail.
I'm a little nervous for the relaunch. I woke up thinking about every single item I need to put in every day.
Yeah, man, you have to keep it up.
It's going to be very exciting here this night.
Oh, well.
You're going to stop?
I would literally drink that all day long.
Hey guys, I just want to introduce myself again. I'm Jennifer Jackie from Caesar's Palace, and Greg, it's great to see you.
I think it's really important for Greg to be a part of this training. He's the owner of this business. He needs to know not just the bar program, but if we're going to do food, he needs to understand that inside and out as well.
And I see you have a friend with you. Who do you have here?
But this is our newest employee, Anthony.
Anthony.
I was not sure what to expect when I first walked in. I'll work hard. I'll step up to the plate.
The first sandwich I'm going to show you is the Chipotle chicken panini. So we are going to add our cheese. We're going to be adding some pepper jack, chicken that we just sliced up thinly. Then we're going to add some nice caramelized onions. Going to have some roasted red bell peppers, and then a little bit of bacon. So that goes right down on there on a bias, and we're going to do that for 4 minutes. A good indication that it's done is that it's not sticking to the grill. That's going to take my sandwich.
Super flavorful. Just a lot of absolutely delicious. All the flavors just blend very well together.
All right, good. We've got to get this place ready for relaunch, so I'll see you in a bit.
My mom and I are getting ready to meet John. I'm hoping that John's going to reassure my mom that everything's going to be okay.
Right. Last time we were at 5 years ago, I come back 5 years later. There's only paid you back like 27 back. So what happened in the past 5 years? And the checks from up.
After the first rescue, it still took me a while to get that place making money. The sales were going up the whole time. The profits didn't really come until that last year before.
But you know, the most successful bars I've ever done was very challenging. Spend some time with each other. You showed the marketing foods that you started that have been really successful for you. Awesome. Shaking years. Because you had already success.
Nice to meet you. I heard a lot about you from John today.
Same here. Nice to meet you too.
I'm Brad O'Hannon. I'm one of the owners of Spirits on Bergen. I was honored that John called me to ask me to sit down with Greg. When John Thacker calls me anytime, no matter what it is, I'm here to help. So how have you adapted with the pandemic?
Honestly, I haven't adapted that well at all.
Is there something you can do to take advantage of it to get new customers?
I'm not really sure. I really don't know.
I started selling cheeseburger off the cheeseburger stands. I didn't ever want to be in the cheeseburger business, where that was what I was known for, but I had to adapt to keep my employees working. No matter what is going on, there's someone going to be making money, and it might as well be you.
I've had a lot of trouble trying to come up with ideas. I just started driving to make my living, and the bar is taking second place.
You're getting by is hurting your long-term growth.
Right.
Greg's biggest problem is he's stepping over $1 to make a nickel, and I think John's going to straighten that out where he can make some money.
I sure appreciate you coming out here all the way from New Orleans to help us out.
It's an honor to work with the Bar Rescue family. I have faith in you.
Brad definitely helped me remember that I need to bring my focus back to selling champagnes. I need to be 100% in on this, and I am.
We meet again.
Good, excited.
So, this bar has been in existence for a long, long time. There's a lot of history here.
Absolutely.
That's why I came back. Not only because of you, but because you got a great bar here. Not a lot of people get to own a piece of history. You know, your mom gave you this incredible opportunity. So I want to dedicate this not only to you, but to her. So that Mary can walk in this bar and see how excited her son is. So you understand?
Right now, here we go.
1, 2, 3. Oh, One, two, three. Oh,
Well, Greg, definitely digging it.
So look at the new color of the building. It doesn't match the buildings next to it. It pops. It has an identity all of its own.
That's what I really wanted to see more noticeable.
So there's only one thing left.
Oh, gotta see it now.
Okay, go ahead.
Finally, yes! So much better.
Oh man! I'm so excited to see this. This place looks beautiful. There's so much of Las Vegas history just came right back in this space. Ready to get back there.
What do you think, guys?
I love it.
It's awesome. It's amazing.
Did you notice that t-shirt that said on
I did. Actually, I noticed actually.
So I sent you a bunch of those t-shirts to sell. I got Crown to put in a soda gun jetter system. Wow. I got PetSmart to give you guys 2 hand scanners. When you wash your hands, you put your hand under the scanner, and it gives you a red light if there's any bacteria or viral matter on your hands. Oh, if your hands are really clean, then you get a green light. Then I got you blue zones by millimeter. That's an air scrubbing system. It removes 99.999% of bacteria, viral, and any airborne contaminants from the air. We are COVID safe. Then I got hardware cups to give us 3 new POSs with empty portables. Then I got Atmosphere TV, so you can create a whole ambient video network. Then I got sound, sight, and data to do all the audio and visual and the stage lighting as well. Then I got standard restaurant supply to give you guys a panini press in the kitchen. We can sell some food. Remember that bartender screen I showed you guys? I got you subscription to bartender. Share the numbers with them. And if they hit some targets, give a bonus. Right? That's money you're happy to give them. Tonight, everybody has the same job. Get them back.
I'm feeling fantastic about our opening. This is amazing what he's done. And he's done it for me twice. I know I can do a better job than I have been doing. I'm more focused on the bar now, and I know it's all going to come together.
Welcome to Champagne. How are you? Wrap back my food. In the sheets?
I think Anthony's doing a wonderful job. You know, he came late to training, but he caught up really quick.
Grill marks are great on the burgers.
And you can cook 4 or 5 sandwiches on here at the same time. Great job, chef. Did you get a turkey BLT? You're welcome. Get it up hard, get it up hard, get it up hard. Find your flow, y'all, find your flow. Nice. Chris is doing a great job. Once he gets the idea of paying attention to the details of the details, then he's really getting the concept of what it is to be a great bartender. All right, this is the VIP section. Get you something to drink.
We are waiting till night later clean the sheets. That's the one I want, right? Good job tonight, right?
You know, one thing that just since we can't fill the room and slam the bar like we normally did, we can have a much greater focus on quality. And right now they have that. Every drink is coming out just right. They're being tapped to be presented well. The food is being presented well. Every table. I'm not here to shoot sales. I'm here to get some pandemic clearance down.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm very happy.
That's just well done. Good stuff. So I'm going to go walk the rest of the next one. There's a lot of them out there. Congratulations, buddy. Bye-bye, everybody. Greg is a good guy, and he understands that he really is the steward of history in Champaign Cafe. It's a great bar with a rich Las Vegas history, and that history must be told and must go on. And now Greg has all the tools to do it. And before you know it, COVID's going to quiet down. This bar will be happy again.
Promotional consideration provided by Overtouch, Fastbot, Atmosphere TV, Bartender, Blue Zone, The Middle Becoming, Much Better Plumbing, Sight, Sound, and Data, American Stitch, Hardliner Science, Standard Restaurant Supply, UNLV, MGM Resorts, and it's...
Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on key.
What you think? Hi. Good man. Excellent. Like shit. Excellent reading. Put it down again. The cups on red usual for one child best back being able to discuss. There's no. The fucking artist and really universe and really for the next child. Shake and consider multiple steps. Is anyone that's saying that the shake and consider multiple steps? Politically, the dead lineage and righteousness. Stuff.
We asked for $1 billion. Yeah. And so they were pissed at us and they were so angry because we also showed that that's the lawyer right there who just walked by Prime Minister. You gotta go to law school. It's the
She used to be going for. He used to be going for.
We were trying these cases, we were trying one after the other. So I ended up spending like the better part of a year in San Francisco. And every morning when I was in San Francisco before court, I would go down to the courthouse, to the gym in Union Square. Union Square is the center of San Francisco, and it's the center of commerce. It has all the big, iconic American stores like Macy's and Bloomingdale's and Nordstrom and Gap and Old Navy and Levi, and then it has all of the foreign stores like Prada and De La Valle and Gucci and Hermes, Ferragamo and Burberry and all of those. So it's like Fifth Avenue. It is the Fifth Avenue and people come from Asia all over to do their shopping there. So, I went back 3 weeks ago and it was astonishing. Those houses or those stores are all boarded up. Every one of them is closed. And they're closed because all of the homeless on the street, the chaos that's going on in the street in San Francisco makes people feel unsafe.
Yeah, some guys just started a pop-up bar. You see, a guy started a bar where, on this bar, can you bring that up? Yeah, I got it. Yeah, look at this. I mean, I think you're starting to see, people are like, well, I'm so homeless. There's obviously no zoning going on. So why don't I open up a
Dave and Buster's type of place. Denver homeless camp features pop-up bar.
Yeah, it's wacky.
See a decked out open air. There you go. See, look, you can see the bottles right there. They have a kind of I wouldn't call it VIP, but I would call it maybe HIVIP. It looks a little dicey over there. Sorry. And I should have said that, but
You shouldn't have said that.
but you know, it's a lot of people have been ill, and but yeah, this is. I mean, I think we were going to starting businesses, you know.
Yeah,
Like I wonder if that's what he gets.
Is the tent where the owner lives, or
I think the tent. I don't know. That could be the pop-up speakeasy, which features lounge chairs, umbrellas, and astroturf. Has taken over the sidewalk at 23rd and Champa Street, which the city's growing homeless population has turned into an encampment. I love this kind of stuff.
so
We're hearing there was an open bar. That's what the Denver Police Patrol Division chief said. Anyway, yeah, I think, but at least it's evolving. It's not just homeless people just being homeless. At least I think you're going to start to see mom and pop businesses out there. You know,
here's what my son actually, because I had a lot of assumptions about why people are homeless, and it's there's 525,000 homeless people in this country, but 50% of the unsheltered homeless are in California. Okay, California only has 12% of the population, but it's 50% of the unsheltered homeless.
And unsheltered homeless means homeless that don't have a place to sleep at night.
Yeah, it's okay. It's people who are on the sidewalk,
Like freelance, yeah.
right? Or they're in shelter. They're
Like free range.
yeah. So here's my assumptions that homelessness is linked to drug addiction. It's linked to mental illness. It's linked to, poverty. And that people are one of the reasons there's so many homeless in California is that everybody knows that San Francisco has this very generous kind of giving attitude towards social services. And so if you're homeless anywhere else in the country, you'd like to move with good weather. Why you don't want to be in New York sleeping on a grate in the middle of winter when it's snowing. Get on a grate and come out to San Francisco and
Hi, Hip Daddy. It is now 2:00 a.m.
celebrate. Right? And I also had heard this, which turns out not to be true, that in some cities like Dallas or Nashville, if you are homeless, that they instead of putting you in jail, they give you a bus ticket to San Francisco. Oh, wow. So I don't know if it's true or not, but anyway, so my son turned me on to this writer called my son Connor, who you know, Matthew Desmond. And Matthew Desmond has written these books on homelessness, and he's done these studies on homelessness. And they, in San Francisco, they actually went around and interviewed thousands and thousands of homeless people. And what they found is that the people who are homeless in San Francisco are from San Francisco, and they're from California. They didn't come from somewhere else.
So it's not a lot of people bust in or transplants or whatever, right?
He also says this, that it has very little to do with drug addiction. The states like West Virginia has much more drug addiction than San Francisco, and yet it doesn't have a homeless problem. West Virginia has much worse poverty problem than San Francisco. San Francisco actually, I think, is the richest city in the country. I may be wrong, but I think it's the richest. And it doesn't. So, and in terms of mental illness, you have to assume they're the same. There's no reason. But also Detroit. Detroit has much higher drug addiction, much higher poverty, and it doesn't have a homeless problem. And what Matthew Desmond says is the reason for homeless, one reason is housing prices. It all has to do with housing prices in California. We have the highest housing prices in the country. Here in LA, where we are, the average home costs $850,000, which means you have to earn $250,000 to be able to pay for that.
Why do they get so high? Like, is it demand that makes them so high?
I'm going to tell you this: the average home in our country 2 years ago was 215,000. Today's 400,000. And the interest rates have gone from 3 to 7%. So kids today, like your kids and my kids, are never going to buy a home. You know, it used to be.
So if they're not going to buy a home yet, the median price of homes sold by realtors has risen sharply since the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and here's why this is happening. There's 3 big companies, BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. These are the biggest companies, you know.
And they have a monopoly on a lot of the housing market, right?
What they do, they own everything, including they own each other. So it's really just one big company. And BlackRock, it has $10 trillion under management. The GDP of California is 10 trillion. The GDP of California is $3 trillion. And so they're 3 times the size of California. The California economy is the 5th largest in the world of all nations.
So when you have that much control, can't you just make your own universe? They can't.
So they own, those 3 companies own 88% of the S&P 500. So they basically just own everything. And now what they've decided is they want to own every single family home in our country. So they're now on track. There's now on trajectory. If we continue on this trajectory, they will own, the corporations will own 60% of the single-family homes in our country, and they pay nothing for money. So they're like, if you're the richest person in the country, their BlackRock's cost of money is 30% lower than you. So they're competing against our kids, and your kids.
Why is it so different?
They want it now. They want to own everything. So
Why is the percentage of the cost of the value of borrowing?
Oh, because their credit is so impeccable.
Oh, I see. They have like 900.
Yeah. So they got the better than the best credit rating.
I got 670 or something. I don't know. What's okay?
I don't know.
But isn't that like privatized communism or something? That's what it feels like.
Well, yeah, it's like socialism for the rich, and this barbaric, merciless, savage capitalism for the poor.
Yeah, do you think there's some trickle down effect to that makes people feel like? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was talking. We had this guy John Vervaeke on, and he talks a lot about meaning and stuff like that. And he said that people feeling like they're part of a country or they have like a part of a home, part of a group. It creates a lot of meaning for them, just in their life.
Yeah.
And I think I noticed even with my own, like, probably like our parents and stuff, I think a lot of them were very like pro-America and like, they had family members that died for our country and they, it meant something to them to be part of America. And then now I think a lot of them see this kind of unfolding or like kind of the flag kind of like fraying at the stitching, and I think it's very scary because if you start to feel like you don't have your country, I think then you start to feel like, okay, it's every man for himself in a way. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. There's a poll that came out 3 weeks ago that showed that in 2013, kids between 18 and 35 years old, that 85% of young Americans said they were proud of the United States. And then another poll, the same poll, came out 3 weeks ago that showed that only 17% of kids think they're proud of the United States. We're really devastating. But one of the things that you were saying, I think, is true, that if you own a home, you care more about your community. You care about the schools. You care about the police. You care about the hospitals. You take care of your garden. You make it look nice.
Yeah, you might be more likely to help your neighbor.
Exactly, because you're there. You're part of the community. And turning us all into, and also are a participant in the capitalist system, because if you own a home, you have equity, which means, let's say you want to start a business, even like a business like, buying a sewing machine.
Yeah, doing sewing. What else?
You can do, or, if you want to start a restaurant.
Popcorn, like a caramel corn.
Exactly.
Something like that.
Great idea.
Yeah. And, but you can get a loan.
You can get a loan right on your house, and so you have an entree into the capitalist system.
And you make it, because then you're always, everything's possible. You can sit down with your family at night and be like, hey, mom and dad are thinking about doing this business. What do you guys think? And maybe your son's proud of you, and it creates excitement, and you're
know. And even if, like, I remember my mom went to law school and she couldn't do it because she had too many kids and it was too much work. But I was still always proud of her that she tried to do it, you know. Like, I think, yeah, having the financial ability to do stuff like that is just so important, man. And then otherwise you feel, yeah, if you're just a renter, if everybody's a renter, you don't care, nobody, you just feel like you're like a renter by force, like you don't even have a choice to be a renter, you know? Yeah, that's kind of scary. How do we battle against that? And is it something that a president can do or a political official can do, or it's something that, how do we reverse that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's parts of their of what they're doing that, yeah, a president can deal with it. For example, they own all the packing companies. There's only 4 meat packing companies, and those companies have a stranglehold on farmers and consumers. And they should have been prosecuted a long time ago for antitrust. But because BlackRock is so powerful, nobody will touch them. Wow. And so
It's a dark art, huh?
yeah, I mean, they're just, you know, what they're doing is they're just strip mining the wealth and equity from the American middle class. And you see that, you know,
Yeah, it's sad. And who is it? Who is BlackRock?
the head of it is the CEO is a guy called Larry Fink. He's also on the board of directors of the World Economic Forum. So in the World Economic Forum, you know, meets in Davos. It's a billionaires boys club. They meet in Davos. They meet in Davos every year, and they try to figure out what their plans are for the rest of humanity.
Are they greedy?
I would say they have a bad reputation for very self-serving policies. Their big policy is called the Great Reset. And what here's Klaus Schwab says, famously, he says, under the Great Reset, you will own nothing, but you will be happy. So that's what they
believe.
Yeah,
So they do have a belief. Their belief is that you will own nothing, but you'll be happy.
all of us will own nothing, but they will own everything. And they may be a little happier. Who knows?
Wow. Today's episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. If you need therapy or you've considered therapy, it's okay to try it out. I've tried so many therapists. You know, it takes you a while sometimes to find the right one, but when you do, it's a good fit and it feels good. BetterHelp can help. That's right. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Take a break from your thoughts if they're bothering you with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/Theo today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp. BetterHelp.com/Theo. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. The weather's getting cooler. That means it's time to bundle up. Get you some stockings on. I got some. Look at that legging. Get you a legging on, Daddy or Mama. Legging up. Get you a hat, scarf, whatever. Ibotta, they can help you do it. That's right. Ibotta gives you cash back on winter coats, hats, gloves, scarves. Anything, actually. Groceries, produce, personal care, pantry goods. Just download the Ibotta app. The average Ibotta user earns $100 per year. That could cover the cost of a shopping trip, new school supplies, a Thanksgiving turkey, get that big bird. Other apps give you points that don't amount to much. With Ibotta, you get real cash back that you can cash out to your bank account, PayPal, or gift cards. Just download the Ibotta app now and use code Theo to start earning real cash back. Just go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the free Ibotta app. That's IBOTTA and use code Theo. That's Ibotta, IBOTTA in the Google Play or App Store and use code Theo. Start getting cash back today. So how do we stay positive? What do you do to stay positive when things like this come into your brain? Because I think a lot of people, I mean, this is why you have people that start to go to conspiracy theories. This is why you have people that start to look like, well, for alternate, people are looking for hope, really. A lot of times in a conspiracy theory, people are also looking for hope. They're looking for something that shows them that something that's out of what everything feels like could be possible, right?
Let me ask you this. Do you consider yourself a conspiracy theorist?
No. But I consider myself open to curiosity. You know, I think, yeah, I consider myself open to curiosity. I think it'd be silly not to listen to possibility. And I think sometimes it's the curious guy who at first people are like, this guy's bananas, who ends up being Bananas Foster, you know, which is good if you've had it or not.
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'll say that. Dude, I used to work at this restaurant, and one of my coworkers, he's like, man, I hate seeing Bananas Foster on the menu because I was raised in a foster home, and it makes me sad. Not ridiculous. Well, yeah, like just to equate like Bananas Foster and being raised in a foster home. But I was like, but I bet he still had some every now and then. I think it made him feel pretty good. But yeah, I think. Would you ask me?
I was asking about conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I don't think. I think since the news started to get compromised, it feels like a few years ago. And one thing I do like using is that word compromise. That's kind of like a conspiracy theorist word, you know. But I feel like when I was a child, it felt like the news was real, and it was like, this is the news, and it was honest. I don't know if it was. That could have been me romancing it too, but it felt like that. And then at a certain point, which feels like about maybe 10 years ago, the news started to become more, different. Did you notice that in your life?
Yeah, I did. I watched it happen because originally the news, they going back to when they invented radio in 1928. They passed a law that was called the Fairness Doctrine. It was called the Communications Act, and they said they did a bunch of things. They said nobody could monopolize the news. So now there's 5 companies that own all the TV, all the radio, all the newspapers, and most of the internet content providers. And they didn't want that to happen because they thought then, these large corporations will control what we're thinking because they're going to control the information flow, and that's bad for democracy. But they said, you can own no more than 8 radio stations, and you couldn't own a newspaper and a radio station or a television station the same.
That sounds like a good show. That sounds like fair. That seems fair to me.
Yeah, they wanted it to be diversity of ownership. It was called the Fairness Doctrine. But they also said, if you're using the public airwaves, which means radio or television, that if you make a statement, you need to give the other side a chance to respond. And you also need to put the news on every day at times when Americans are likely to be at home to see it. So they have that in order to, like NBC did not own that airwave. It had a license to only use it if it benefited the public interest. The way that it did that is it said, okay, we are going to create a news division. The news divisions always lost money, but they were willing to pour money in because it was the only way they could hold on to their license. And they made a guy.
Wait, explain that part to me. Sorry, that's rough.
See, what they could say is, well, you can use the airwave to make money by entertaining people, right? But you have to tell the real news, the authentic news, the important news that affects policy decisions that Americans have to make about their government. Okay. And you have to do it every day at a time when all Americans are going to be home, are likely to be home. So that's why we had a 6 o'clock news hour. It's also radio stations. I don't know if you remember this or not, but it used to be even the top 40 music stations had a news break like every 15 minutes. There was a short news break where they would tell you the news.
Paul Harvey, remember him?
Exactly.
Good day.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they had to do that. That was a legal obligation. And the news divisions were separate from the rest of the operations, and they were untouchable. So they bring some, really credible figure like Newton Minow or Walter Cronkite and Huntley and Brinkley and John Chester, these guys who were, total integrity people, and everybody, the most credible man, the most believed credible man in America was Walter Cronkite. And so, and all of those pastors were people of extraordinary integrity. Then what happened is Ronald Reagan, when he ran for president in 1980, he had the support of the big studio heads in California because he'd been the California governor. They wanted to abolish the fairness doctrine so they could get their hands, so they could consolidate the entire media and under monopoly control. And he had the Christian right. The Christian broadcasting stations did not want to do, the fairness stuff. They didn't want to show the other side because they didn't want to show Satan's side of the argument, right? So they all wanted to get rid of the fairness doctrine. And so Reagan came in and appointed a guy, I think his name was Tom Wheeler, to run the FCC, the Federal Communication, and they threw out the fairness doctrine. And at that point, you saw this huge consolidation where they started buying up everything. You also saw the news divisions were told, okay, we don't really need you to have integrity anymore. We need you to make money. So the news divisions became profit centers, and so you saw more and more news that was not really news. It was, about Brad and J-Lo, and it was entertainment. Yeah. It was stuff to get eyeballs, to make people, and violence, and war, and, and so you saw this deterioration where from the highly credible people on the news to people that you have today who are just, propagandists for the government and for the pharmaceutical companies.
Muppets, man. Yeah, the people turn into Muppets. But so whenever it was Christian activism that made them end up making them.
It was a combination of things. The Christian broadcasters, for good reason, they had good reason. They didn't want to tell because, like, for example,
give me an example.
I'll give you an example that NBC, I think it was NBC, either NBC or ABC, was having advertisements. We're selling advertisements for Mustang, the automobile.
Mustang.
At that point, it was the biggest gas guzzling automobile. And so an asthma society of America.
They hated Mustangs?
Yeah, they didn't like Mustangs because they
have asthma. If you get a Mustang, you got a chance with the ladies up there. But if you just show up with asthma, dude, it's not a good stuff. Yeah, asthma has one speed, dude. Sorry, go on.
So they wanted to do an ad saying Mustangs are bad because they're making us have asthma attacks. And the network didn't want to do it. They said no, we
want to sell Mustangs.
We want to sell Mustangs. So they told the Asthma Society, you can't, we're not going to sell you ad space. So they sued. They went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, you got to allow them to sell both sides. And they upheld the fairness doctrine. So if you applied that to Christian broadcasting and said you're using a public airwave, right? If there's atheists out there who want to give their side of the story, right? Maybe you'll have to do that. So they didn't want to do that. So they were, you can see the rationale.
Yeah, and then also that leads into more like towards things being able to create monopolies. Then it seems like
Yeah, well, the monopoly exactly. And now we are where we are today. Where you're saying
every city you go to, like I go to a city. If you go as a comedian, you go to do radio sometimes before, and it used to be you had kind of a local radio station, and now all of them, or most of them, are kind of Clear Channel. And I'm not denouncing Clear Channel, but they're all like usually like part of a bigger group, And you can't find like a local newspaper anymore. Like that used to be like part of the community, like getting yourself in the newspaper. You would get like a little pay for this, you didn't do nothing really. Maybe you found a missing person or something, and they would put you in the newspaper or something, But it was like you kind of got to see like everything that was going on in your community, like baseball scores for little league games. I think things that made you feel attached to your environment, And they don't have that anymore. It's like everything's just too big now to get it to fit into like smaller communities, Or maybe you get a paper like once a week now or something. It's just different.
No, I agree 100% with that. I think that's, and I think there's a real appetite for local news. People want to know what happened in the baseball. I mean, I grew up reading about, kids who I was playing, sports with.
Yeah.
Right. And you read about them in the local papers.
They were heroes to you. Yeah. I'd say you had local heroes. It's like, now it just feels like they want all your heroes to be like from the Marvel universe, or you're not even allowed to have a hero anymore, And I don't know, maybe I'm romancing that a little bit, but I definitely notice it when I can't find like the local news and see kind of what's going on, and then you're not attached to it. You don't really.
Where do you consider home national?
I'm from Louisiana, from Covington, Louisiana. So, but
Covington, is that in the Delta or something?
No, Covington is south of the Delta. It's kind of west of the Delta. Yeah, Covington is over there. I'll tell you something neat about Covington. Well, we have the tallest statue of Ronald Reagan. You're welcome to come see it whenever you want.
Really?
Yeah. And Michael Landon was supposed to come there one time, but he couldn't make it.
Michael Landon?
He was supposed to stop in. He didn't make it.
That's a big selling point for the...
Yeah, Michael Landon was almost here. I guess it's pretty good. Look at that statue, though, buddy.
Oh, I can't tell how big it is. It's bigger than the trees, though.
Yeah, it's 10 feet tall, or it could be. Somebody said it's 12 feet tall, but I think that somebody had a bad ruler on it. Also, Lee Harvey Oswald went to our middle school there for a little bit.
Yeah.
And what else? The Tulane primate facility is there, and they tested the polio vaccine. They actually made the polio vaccine that ended up giving cancer to a lot of women, to like cervical cancer.
It had a virus, a monkey virus in it called SV40.
Yeah, that's where they tested it at.
Yeah.
And some of the monkeys got out when I was a kid, and we got to get out of YMCA summer camp to help them look for it, which is pretty crazy when you think about it.
Is that true?
Yeah. They had a Katie Rogers Roasters, and we're out there wrangling chimps with a couple of local police. Pretty cool, huh? But anyway,
there's actually, there's a book.
You go the escape right there.
Oh, wow. There's a book called Mary's Monkey.
Yeah.
And it's about the
Dr. Mary's Monkey, is that it? Maybe it's just Mary's Monkey. Dr. Mary's Monkey, yeah.
Mary's Monkey. And it's about the secret lab. It's about the Kennedy assassination, but it's about the Tulane lab. And there were people involved in that lab who were involved with Lee Harvey Oswald.
Did you go down a lot of rabbit holes ever, like kind of searching, like just about information about,
I feel like
assassinations and stuff?
I'm really evidence-based. I don't make any presumptions, but I read everything.
Yeah.
But that book is actually very, very well researched and very interesting.
Yeah. I don't know if I've read all of it, but I've definitely read a decent amount of it. Man, yeah, congratulations. Since I saw you last, you were running for election.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
You didn't see that coming.
Yeah. I don't know, because I almost think I asked you about it. I'll have to go back and see if there's a clip where I asked you if you would at some point. Because
I didn't have any intention.
Was it hard to, did you have to convince your family that it was okay for you to run?
Well, the one person I had to convince was my wife.
Yeah, that's a good
my
start.
kid, I actually went up to Boston, and I had 3 boys who were in Boston at that point. And I went out and took them out to lunch, and they weren't like, okay, go get them, Dad. They were like, okay, this is what buy the ticket, take the ride, and they were not, I think now they're much happier about it, because the way it's kind of turned out, but they didn't know what was going to happen at that point. And then Cheryl, who she took a lot of convincing, but what happened is I thought at one point, because they were censoring me, in fact, you got,
Yeah, we got censored. Our episode got taken down. That's right. And then miraculously got put up again.
how did that happen?
Like a month ago.
Oh, it came back up on YouTube.
One of the episodes that had been taken down came back up on YouTube. I mean, it had been gone. And then it just showed back up.
That's weird. Well, we sued them. But I doubt if that's the reason, because they're still,
YouTube?
yeah, they're still taking our stuff down.
Wow, good for you. That's cool. You're a lawyer, because then you can sue somebody if you need to. That's a great idea.
You guys actually made a wager whether or not that episode would be taken down. RFK, he said it would be, and Theo bet that it wouldn't.
Oh, dang. How much was that for?
Yeah, how much was that for?
We have the clip. One sec.
All right, it's going to get interesting. We'll see if anybody's getting paid this week right here. God, this could be bad. Well, whatever it is, Bobby, we'll donate to your campaign. Okay. How have campaign donations been?
We were at the Eric Clapton concert last night.
Let's play this question that came in actually right here from a guy. For you, Bobby. This
Is this live?
This is not live. None of this is live, and this question isn't live. This is
Because I want to make sure you have an option of not playing this podcast.
There you go. No, I don't. I think we're okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm genuinely curious, and I think
I'm worried about your career.
Well, the good, I feel like I own my own career until, like, I don't need a Hollywood career, but it's definitely, I worry about, like, my career of, like, I guess, maybe, like, YouTube canceling us, or people saying that we can't do this anymore. That's the scary part.
Is this on YouTube?
Yeah, this is on YouTube. So, with our last one stayed up.
Okay, but let's make that. Let's do $5.
Inflation's happening all. Let's make it 10.
You're ahead of the curve.
Big question right here for somebody in this game.
Anyway, last night you asked about donations. We got, we were at Eric Clapton, and there's Steve Stills, Eric Clapton, and we met them. Did that at a private home in Brentwood, and we got $2.2 million of that. We're doing well on donations.
How was it? Because you were kind of like looked at as like a guy that was like a nutcase by some people, right? Not by me. I thought you were definitely curious and active, and I knew you as a person, so I knew that like you seemed like as normal as a guy could be to me, Were you surprised when people started to get on board though with you? Like, because I remember I listened to you. I mean, I listened to you on Rogan. I thought it was one of his best episodes. I thought it was just. I remember you thanking him for letting you speak, right? And it was like, I remember just listening, and I just got a clear layout of exactly kind of where you'd been and how you ended up where you were, And I thought it was just awesome, and I thought that was such a great interview. Did things start to turn after that, or when did things kind of start to turn, do you feel like?
The big turn for me was a podcast I did before that called All In. You know that podcast? It's David Sachs, and it's a bunch of tech people who are, leaders in the kind of tech, Bitcoin community. They're San Francisco based. Financial wizards. And it's very, very popular. I mean, I can't tell you how popular. The reason I know how popular it is almost every day somebody comes up to me and says, I saw you. And wow. No matter where I am in the country, and it's a very weird demographic because it's all kinds of people. Like it'll be like an old lady and young college kids.
That's amazing. I'm gonna check this out. All In with Shamat, Jason Sachs, and Friedberger Freiberg.
And so I went on there, and there's 4 guys, and they all kind of grilled me.
Yeah.
And then Roby brought me on. Megan Kelly was really good with me. She had me on about 3 times when nobody would let me on. And then Fox started letting me on a lot. And so I could go on my, the thing is that I get a lot of eyeballs when I go on. So I think this is what they told me because I went and met with their editorial board that it was, that I was getting more eyeballs than any other guest.
On Fox.
Yeah, on Fox. And I think the same as CNN, but CNN won't let me on. The only guy who's let me on CNN was Michael Schmerkanish. And it was a very short interview, but he got in a lot of trouble for it.
So you're running right now. You're running for president.
Yeah.
With the Democratic under the Democratic Party, right?
Yeah, at the moment.
Okay. And so is it normal that someone is able to run against the incumbent? I want to make this clear from audience because some audience I hear words a lot of times and I don't know what they mean, right? So like the incumbent is the guy who's already in office, right?
Yeah.
So if a president has already done one term, then he's the incumbent as he goes up to do the second term, right?
Yeah.
And he has to run against someone who's submitted by the other party.
Well, he ultimately has to run about it. The other party, is going to nominate somebody to run against them.
So the Republicans will nominate somebody to run against.
But if you're a Democrat, if you're popular within your own party, a lot of times you won't have a challenger from within your own party. So you only have to go to the prize fight. You don't have to, fight all the belugas who are coming after you. But
who determines if they have to fight all the belugas?
Well, it would be, me. I would run against him. But my father ran against Lyndon Johnson when, Lyndon Johnson in '68. Lyndon Johnson was an incumbent Democratic president, and my father challenged him, and ultimately Johnson withdrew, and he pulled out of the wagon race, and then my father won the primaries. And he was killed. My father was killed on the last night of the primaries on June 6th. He won, the last primaries, California, South Dakota, and a couple of others, and he was killed that night. My uncle Ted Kennedy ran in 1980 against Jimmy Carter, who was a president of his own party. So, it's not uncommon for people to run against the president of their own party. And, I've had a long friendship with Biden. I've known President Biden for at least 40 years.
Oh, wow.
And he has a statue of my father behind him in the Oval Office. If any picture that you have of Biden, there's a bust of my father. You can call it up. Now, and there's 5 members of my family who are working in the administration.
In the Biden administration?
Yeah.
Wow.
In different ways.
Yeah.
And so,
do you think he'll get the nomination from his party for the 2024?
Well, I think I could beat him in the, you can see in that middle one, the second one from the right up there, that one. There's a bust of my father behind it.
Wow, that's awesome. That's so cool, man. That'd be cool if that were my dad.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Do you think that he will get the? Yeah, so I guess I have 2 questions because
I think I can beat him if they give me a fair fight.
Right. Okay. But before that, do you think that he'll get the nomination?
Well, I think I could get the nomination.
Okay.
If they give me a fair fight.
I see. Do you think that you're currently getting a fair fight?
No.
Why?
Well, because they're doing. The Democratic Party is supposed to be neutral. They're not supposed to choose favorites, but they actually endorsed him a week after he declared. And his campaign is being run out of the Democratic Party office.
Which seems like convoluted, huh?
Yeah, it's not. It's a conflict. And,
the party should be separate from the president, even if they're of the same.
Yeah, they're supposed to be.
Even if they're both Democratic.
Yeah, the party should be neutral and say, look, we're going to be the referees in this fight. It's like if you went to a football game and the referee in the game was wearing the same uniform as the guys you were playing against.
Right, you say, hey.
Yeah. So that's what they're doing. And what they've done is they've taken the states that voted most strongly against Biden last time around, and they've said, if anybody visits those, if I visit those states, then no vote in that state will count in the election. if I go to New Hampshire, which I did, any vote that I get in New Hampshire will not count. And if I get to what, if for me, so if I beat Biden in New Hampshire and I win all the delegates, those delegates will not be allowed into the convention.
But how can they just say that? Isn't there like a democratic process that overrides that?
You would think, but actually, the party makes its own rules. And there was Bernie Sanders. They did the same thing to Bernie Sanders, and he sued them and said, you guys rigged the game against me. You fixed it, and the court said yes, they did fix it, but actually, it's a private club, and they're allowed to fix it. They can make up any rules they want. They can do anything they want. So,
see, this just leans so much more into like this stuff that like people feel like their vote doesn't.
there you go.
Since DNC had the right to rig primaries,
And that's Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who,
Debbie Wasserman Schultz for violating the DNC charter by rigging the Democratic presidential primaries for Hillary Clinton against Bernie Sanders.
and she's the one who tried to silence me when I testified before Congress a couple of weeks ago.
Wow.
And so anyway,
It feels like it feels so dirty at every turn. Cold turkey, it may be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your habits. We're not talking about some voodoo or seancery or anything like that. We're not talking about getting tickled by your crazy neighbor until you just belch up a secret. We're talking about our sponsor, Fume. That's right. They look at the problem in a different way. Not everything in a bad habit is wrong. So instead of drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative, award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, Fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it? Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habit easy. Indeed, stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even fun. Fume has served over 100,000 customers. Indeed. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume, TRYFUM.com, and use code Theo to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. That's TRYFUM.com. Try Fume and use code Theo to save an additional 10% off your order today. Are you missing the syrup for your pancakes? Oh, dang. Or have you just run out of your favorite coffee creamer? Well, with DoorDash grocery delivery, you can get what you want when you need it. That's right. You've trusted DoorDash to deliver your restaurant favorites, and now you can get your groceries delivered right there on the same app. With thousands of grocery stores to choose from, you'll find the best in your neighborhood and boost your local economy with each and every order. Want even more value? You can save on all your grocery and restaurant favorites with a $0 delivery fee on all eligible orders. With a Dash Pass membership, you can get it. With easy substitutions right in the app and best-in-class customer support, DoorDash delivers groceries exactly how you want them. Get 50% off your first DoorDash order, up to a $20 value when you use code Theo at checkout. That's 50% off up to $20, no minimum subtotal, and $0 delivery fees on your first order. You download the DoorDash app in the App Store and enter code Theo. Don't forget that's code Theo for 50% off your first order with DoorDash.
ABC Wednesdays.
Celebrity Jeopardy is back. Bam! Look at it! Hosted by me, Ken Jeopardy.
A new season of Powerhouse Celebrities compete
Go big or go home.
to win $1 million for charity.
When celebrities take the Jeopardy stage, anything can happen.
What is the incorrect answer to this question?
Celebrity Jeopardy in prime time. Wednesdays on ABC and stream on Hulu.
So it feels so dirty at every turn.
yeah, I mean, it's bad. To me, it's bad for the country right now because so many people think the whole system is rigged.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, man.
And
My vote doesn't matter.
then I think both parties should be conducting elections that are incredibly fair. And everybody looks at them and says, okay, this is a model. America's the exemplary democracy for the world.
It should be.
And one thing you can say about America is it has fair elections and every vote gets counted. And,
It's starting to remind me of the articles I would read in the papers of like Venezuela, a lot of the Central American countries where they would be, there would be coups and stuff, and they would be overriding the process because they thought the elections weren't fair.
Yeah, or, the Soviet Union, the Communist Party, they said, we're a democracy, but the party would pick the candidate, and that would be the only guy you could vote for. And that is exactly what they're doing here. They're saying, they're saying, the good and the bad news, we have a democracy, but there's only one guy, and everybody's got to vote for him.
But do they have the right to do that because he's the incumbent? I understand.
They have the right to do it within the Democratic Party process.
Okay.
And then, so they're going to, it's weird what's happening now, Theo, because the press is now turning against President Biden. So
it has been interesting to see some of that, huh?
Yeah.
It's the first time ever I've seen some of the headlines that are, either bringing like his son or discussing impeachment. I've never seen that before,
Yeah, in the Washington Post, there's a very famous journalist called David Ignatius who is linked to the intelligence community, and he kind of speaks for if you want to talk about the deep state, David Ignatius, the voice of the deep state, and he came out and said Biden's got to step down, and then immediately CNN published did a story about all Biden's lies, and then I think today either Washington Post or New York Times or Maureen Dowd did a story today about all of his lies. So you see these attacks on Biden that were not happening before, right? And you wonder what's going on.
Well, if he does step down, I hope it's not a far step, to be honest with you, because I don't know if he can handle it. I think the saddest thing to me is I feel like Mr. Biden just isn't healthy. He doesn't seem like mentally healthy, right, to me. And I don't know, it could be that they've edited clips to look a certain way. He just seems like he doesn't seem as healthy as he once was, right? And so I feel like, to me, it's like a bad example that this is what we do with our old people. We put them out. It's like this is like somebody we're just using. It just, I don't know. It just seems like a bad example of how to treat other people. Like, because my father and he were, to me, what would seem like ailing, like mentally just kind of either losing his composure that he probably once had. It could be dementia.
Like his cognitive capacity.
His cognitive, that's what I'm saying. If he were losing it, it would just hurt my feelings if they kept wheeling him out there. But I don't know, maybe that's what he wants, and we just don't hear that part of it. But so what is your path then to really get to the presidential nomination for 2024? Is there a path for you, do you feel?
Well, if President Biden steps out, the decision kind of has to be made by October 15th, because
that's soon.
Yeah, because
you'll know before Halloween.
Yeah, the October 15th, you have to start qualifying in certain states, so that you have to declare whether you're a Democrat or an Independent or Republican.
Yeah.
And you can't, a lot of people think, well, you can run as a Democrat, and then if you lose everything, then you can just switch to Independent and run on Independent, but you can't do that. Because a lot of states have sore loser laws that make it so that you have to choose early, and you can't come in, once you've chosen Democrat, you can't switch to Independent.
That's fair, because every year they let Odell Beckham Jr. join another team right before the Super Bowl. And I feel like it doesn't seem fair to anybody. I get that he's good, but it doesn't seem that fair. So when do you have to, but you've already chosen that you're a Democrat, right? I mean, you've been a lifelong Democrat. Is there a chance that you would run as an independent? Do you look at that ever? And how do you even evaluate that?
Yeah, if they really shut down the process, we're right now, we're grappling with the DNC, trying to get them to do the right thing. But if they rig the process so that I can't possibly win, which is how it's rigged right now, then I would have to look at other options. I would have to look at running as, maybe outside of the party or something. I don't know exactly what I do. I'm hoping that they'll open up the process and let me run. We polled this week, and if President Biden steps down, I have a pretty clear path to the nomination. My numbers are better than any other Democrats, including the Vice President, Kamala Harris. And then if he stays in and they give me a fair fight, I think I can beat him.
Yeah. Wow. So it's tough to figure out. You're just navigating the space, huh? Who's ahead in the national polls?
He beats me among Democrats. I said national polls.
But if you could get a third of people to switch that were Republicans, and a third
that's the thing is that those polls aren't looking at the Republicans who want to vote for me or the independents.
Okay. If you can't get it run this year, would you run in the next one?
No,
are you thinking that far ahead?
No.
Okay, you're not.
No, I'm not thinking all about that.
Okay. Some people say that the Republican Party set you up to take. Did you hear about this?
Yeah, I hear that I'm like a stalking horse for Trump, and all I can say is,
I don't believe that about me. I'm just asking you.
Yeah. Well, you should ask me. You shouldn't do it publicly like you just did.
Really?
No, I'm just kidding. No, you should ask me.
Yeah,
but here's the thing. Here's the problem with that. First of all, if the Democrats make rules that say I cannot win, and then they complain about me running somewhere else, it's like a guy who murders his parents and then throws himself on the mercy of the court because he's an orphan. They're trying to get public sympathy for a problem that they created.
I hate when I see Bananas Foster on the menu. But no, I see what you're saying. It's almost like they're playing two cards that are trying to do two different things, but one of them kind of concedes that there's some truth in the other one.
Yeah, and then the other thing is that I take more votes from President Trump than I do from President Biden.
Right, so why would that help him?
Yeah, it's not helping him.
Yeah, I thought about that. When you look at, do you feel like the Democratic National Party has treated you fairly like they do every other candidate? Do they always try to, how does that usually work?
I think what they do, the DNC has a lot of donors.
Okay, the DNC.
Yeah, the Democratic National Committee, and and the donors are BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, the big pharmaceutical company, all the people that I assume Monsanto, etc. They've got $2 billion in their bank accounts, and it comes from those donors, and those donors do not want to see me, running as the Democratic nominee and spending their money.
Environmentalist for sure.
Right, and spending their money then, to dismantle their very exploited business models. And so progressive candidates like me who challenge, the corporate control of our country, people like Bernie Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard, and me are told, we don't want you in the party. So that's,
And who do you get, an email? Do you get a letter?
No,
text? It's not a text, huh?
We just watch what they do with the rules. How can they change the rules so that votes for me in New Hampshire don't count?
Seats taken.
Right. So it's like, Dennis Kucinich, who's running my campaign, who's ran for president twice himself. And
Dennis Kucinich?
Yeah, he was the youngest mayor in the country. He was the boy mayor of Cleveland. They tried to, the mafia tried to kill him when he was shot at him and stuff when he was mayor of Cleveland. He's a very, very progressive, man of utter, complete integrity. But he's been around He served, I think, 6 or 8, maybe 10 or 12 terms in Congress. He ran for president twice. And he got bullet through his living room. Wow.
It's a party. Dennis Kucinich.
Yeah. So anyway, he said to me, when I was saying, when we were talking about the Democratic Party, he said to me, "What part of FU do you not understand? You know, they don't have to write you a letter and say,
Right.
you know, go jump in the lake."
They're just saying,
They're changing the rules so that, you know, they're rigging the game against the democratic process.
does that inspire you? Does that inspire you a little bit that that's what's going on? Like,
You know, I have the same program you do.
yeah,
Just live one day at a time.
yeah,
Keep doing the next right thing.
yeah,
And, you know, trying to maintain kind of my inner calm and not, you know, if God wants me to win, I'm going to win. I just got to keep doing the right thing, and nothing can stop me in that case.
that's a great point, man.
So I feel like, I mean, I go to a meeting every day. I'm on the road. I'm in a different city every day, and that's the one thing I always wow. And
Been in some good ones recently. Anywhere particular that kind of stood out? I went to one in Maine. That was pretty cool. A few months back. I heard the guys was like this and her.
no, I went to one the other day where it was a guy, and then first of all, I went to one in Barbados one time where they were talking. No beer for me, man. They were talking about it was like a nice meeting. They were talking about how to take curses off of people.
That's great.
And I went to one in Belfast during the war there, which was really interesting.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I went to one the other day, and they were and I went to this. It was in New Hampshire, and and the people I've been to a couple times, and the people at the meeting recognize me. They know who I am, most of them, and it's a very supportive atmosphere for me. You know, I don't know whether they're Republicans or Democrats, but anyway, it's a very warm, safe kind of place. And I heard a guy. There was a break they take at those meetings up in New England. They take a 5-minute cigarette break halfway through the meeting. And it's from like the old days.
Yeah.
And this guy was sitting like 4 or 5 seats behind me, and he's one of these old people who talks really loud because he's going deaf.
Yeah.
And they compensate by talking super loud.
Yeah.
And he was saying RFK Jr. And then he had 3 or 4 of his cronies around him talking, and they were whispering to him, you know, that's RFK Jr. And he said, he's like anti-vaxxer. And I was just listening. I was like, you know, I can hear what you're saying.
Some senior citizens are whispering. It's a little high in the whisper.
And then he did speak at that meeting, and he spoke about, you know, how important it was to get your jab and stuff. And I could tell it was directed sort of, you know, clearly it was directed at me. But I feel like peaceful. And afterward, I went up and, you know, talked to him and said hi, and smiled. But it makes me. My job is to stay sort of peaceful and serene, and anything that I've ever done in my life that is enduring, that is important, has come out of that spiritual place. And anything that I do that comes from frenetic activity is just wormwood and bile. And I remember reading about Abraham Lincoln, where he was the rail splitter and everything.
He had a bunch of cats too.
He had cats, yeah.
He's a big cat hunter.
Really, I know that he loved animals. I did not know about cats.
Some man gave him two cats. William Seward, right there.
Oh, he was Secretary of Defense.
2 kids. Secretary of State. Cat boy. I've been to his home. His home
in Springfield.
Yeah, and one cool thing that's really neat about Springfield. Bring it up if you can, Nick. They have like the whole neighborhood. They turned into a museum, so you can go to his neighbor's house. You can go down the street, and it's really cool. Yeah, like you literally feel like you're in the past. Yeah.
So he also, on the same subject of him and animals, he killed a turkey when he was like 12 years old. He shot it from his cabin in Kentucky.
Gobblers, yeah.
And he went out And he saw it in its final suffering, and he vowed that he would never kill an animal again. He was probably the only person in his generation that, if his wagon was going down the road and was going to run over a snake, he'd stop it, get out, and pick the snake up and move it. He was, which is ironic because, he ran a war that killed 659,000 people. But Ulysses Grant, who did a lot of the killing, hand to hand, he had the same thing. He never lost his temper. The only time that he was ever seen to lose his temper was when he saw a man beating a horse.
Some real animal lovers. Hooker, there was a sergeant, Colonel Hooker.
Yeah,
General Hooker. That's how they got the term hookers, because he brought ladies in.
Oh, really?
To spend time with his troops.
You know a lot of history, of interesting history.
I don't know about that, but that's I know about hookers, buddy. I mean, I'm anyway, but I do know that Civil War. Yeah, they brought in hookers for his American Civil War. He was popular with his men because he didn't crack the whip. In terms of discipline, it said after a hard day on the battlefield, he would bring in prostitutes. But they eventually, a lot of his men got diseases from unprotected sex. Killed a lot of them. Anyway, moving on.
Anyway, I was saying about Lincoln. Lincoln said, when he was asked, how do you, what will you do if you have to cut down a really big oak tree and you had 5 hours to do it? He said, I'd spend 4 hours sharpening the axe, which is good. Yeah, it's a metaphor for keeping yourself in kind of a good spiritual space. You're more efficient, more effective. You expend less energy.
Yeah, man. I definitely that's been probably a struggle for me this year, is trying to do too much, getting frenetic, and then acting. I'm getting a little better. I'm getting better at it, but acting from a place of frenetic, just, man, sometimes it just gets tough. It's tough, but every time I slow it down, every time I kind of do my morning routine well and do my practices, everything's way different. What was one thing that sobriety, we're both sober, so what was one thing that sobriety kind of adjusted or changed for you in your life that you didn't expect, maybe? Or something that came out of it, or being a part of it or around it?
Well, it changed everything in my life, because I think before I came in, I was just like a bundle of appetites, and that's when you're kind of living according to self-will, and it's like whether it's drugs or alcohol or sex or extreme behavior, or just I was always just filling that empty hole inside of me with things, trying to fix that by reaching for things outside of myself. And my mind is like a formulation pharmacy. I can turn anything into a drug. And and then trying to
It is now 3:00 a.m.
so that you're not living for self-will, but you're trying to do the next right thing and be of service to others. And that that is what when I feel like I was born an addict. I feel like I had just an empty hole inside of me from when I was a little kid. And
I don't think so. You don't think it was something really that caused it?
I don't think so. But you hear in the program all the time, like half the people think they were born with it, and others think that trauma had something to do with it. But there's certain races like the Irish that are what
we know. Yeah,
there's other ones too.
They're the most thirsty.
The Irish.
I mean, they're good. They make it look good. I mean,
we call it the Irish flu.
Yeah,
because you go into a meeting and in any meeting, any place in the country, and half the people in it are Sullivan and O'Brien and
a lot of Irish. Was alcoholism in your family?
In my mother's family, it was back to the Neanderthals.
Wow.
They were all, and of all of my mother sibling. She was the only one that did not get it. And
Wow, that's a lot then. That's pretty strong. Yeah, it's just it's good to have a program, man. I think it adds a lot. I think it's definitely been a saving grace for me. For sure. Just the people I get to meet. Like last night, a guy texted me, a new guy I've been texting in the rooms, and we're texting, and he hit me up yesterday, like, hey, you want to go to a meeting? I wasn't gonna go, you know. So next thing you know, I go, and we're like over in Venice, and it's 8 p.m. We're sitting on a porch in some guy's house, you know, listening to a guy talk about how he was in a gang and his brother got killed right next to him, you know, and how for years he was using, and then finally he started to get help and got into the program. But to sit there and hear a story like that was real, you know,
that's part of the fun of going to the meeting.
right? I mean, it just puts something real in your life. It's like I left out of there, like, sure, you know, it was very sad, but it was like a real thing. It was like I left out of there with, like, I don't know. It just, people sharing makes you feel more connected, you know?
But you know, when you got sober, did you realize because I know a lot of comics feel like, you know, that the alcohol, the drugs are part of what makes them funny. And that they have anxiety about getting sober because they think it might hurt.
Yeah, I think I had some of that for sure. You know, I was in and out for a long time. I had 3 years sober, and then I was in and out, and then finally I just was so spiritually just empty. You know, I'd gotten a decent amount of popularity, and I thought that would achieve my happiness, or it would do something for me, and it just didn't do anything. It was like literally getting to the top of a mountain, or, you know, a decent ledge on a mountain, and you're like, dang, I'm still on a mountain, you know? That's what it felt like. And so I think that just made me realize that there was something bigger going on inside of me that I had to get some help for. And then just the gifts of it, like seeing other people get well, like seeing people's lives turn around, like just it's cool. I can go to a place every day. I can go somewhere and witness a miracle almost, and that's unbelievable. Miracles and reasons to make them feel, you know. And so I think that's one of the reasons I go to, is because it makes me feel in there. You know, like regular life, it was always trying to find something to make me feel, and I couldn't do it. There wasn't anything that was doing it enough. But man, I go in there and I see somebody where their life has changed. Man, it makes me feel, you know. And that's really what I've always been looking for. I've just been wanting to feel. And that's probably one of the most blessings of it. And then just getting to be cool. I mean, like, you know, you and I have so many, most of my friends are sober. Yeah, you know, it's kind of crazy. It's just how it kind of works out. And also, some of them used to be the biggest derelicts. So you get to hang out with the craziest people in the world, you know?
I mean, alcoholics are generally kind of desperados.
Yeah.
They're interesting.
You feel like a desperado in this campaign. I mean, one thing that I thought about was interesting about you is that nobody was in your pocket because nobody was getting on board with you. And, you know, you like, yeah, it seemed like, you know, there's no choice. Like, there's nothing that's like, this guy is what he is, whether he's not working for anybody. That's what it always was like. That's the most admirable thing to me about anything these days. Is like, I just want somebody who's not part of the status quo, because the status quo feels very dangerous, or the system feels dangerous, you know?
Yeah.
Does that make sense or not?
Yeah, and I don't know, I think, you know, my campaign, the way it came together, it feels, I don't know, it just feels like there's some, you know, that all the people who are involved in it are people who are, you know, on some kind of spiritual quest, you know, and it's really interesting because they came from all, you know, different, but, you know, there was early on in my campaign, we didn't have any money because most people who start a campaign they're senators, governors, they've been in politics before, right? So they have an email list and they have a huge war chest. They come in with $20, $30 million, and you're not allowed to raise any money until you register with the FEC, the Federal Election Commission. So, you know, I announced my campaign, and I have no money in the bank. So, you know, let's say I get 5,000 calls next day. I want to help you. I got nobody to answer the phone. I don't have a phone because I'm not allowed to spend money until I register. And so we were really desperate for money at the outset. And a guy said, contacted me and said through a friend and said, I can get $10 million for you fast. And I met him in my hotel, and I
Was it like one of those consolidation credit card things?
No, it was just a guy who, he was an attorney who had a lot of clients.
Oh, okay. Private deal.
In industries, and he said, who would give me money? But there were industries that I really didn't want to take money from.
Yeah.
And so then when he left, and it just didn't feel, it felt like it just didn't feel right. And so I called the guy who brought him in, and I just said, I can't do it. And I immediately felt like, yeah, that was the right decision. Yeah, if we're supposed to win, we'll win. But, whatever happens, at the end of this process, I'm going to have my integrity intact. And that's the only thing that really matters.
Yeah. Wow, that's cool, man. Your wife seems so proud of you. I saw you on Tiger Belly. She seems so proud of you. It seemed pretty.
That was wild, that show.
Yeah, I thought at first when I was on there, I was like, wow, this is a different world. But I think, have you been on the show? I've been on the show before, yeah.
And what did you think of it?
It's bonkers in there, It's like, but it's just this
It's very high energy, but
yes.
he's such a sweet,
he's a lovable guy.
Lovable.
Yeah, he is. And he's, what is he like? He's had a kind of a wild life, He's had an interesting life, but he's beloved by people. And I think part of his podcast is just being in his world and what it's like, So I thought it was brave of you to go, but I also thought that it was cool, when you got to see you and your wife. And I just felt like, man, I could tell your wife just seemed real proud of you. Maybe she's also just a good actress, but she seems so proud of you.
She seems to love me, but I have to keep saying she's an actress. How do I know?
Yeah, if one day she could just say and see. There was like you guys had an issue with the security, right? That happened. This is a few days ago, maybe, where they had a guy who was it looked like he was armed man arrested at RFK Jr. campaign event in Los Angeles. Was this guy armed and supportive of you, or was he armed and it seemed like he was against you, or did you have any take on this?
He showed up and he asked, he was wearing a U.S. Marshal badge. You can see it in some of he was wearing a lanyard. You can see the lanyard around his neck there. And at the end of that is a badge that identified him as a U.S. Marshal. And then he had a federal ID on his belt. Okay, you can see there. Yeah. Right? He has some other kind of badge on his belt. You see the badge around his neck. And that was determined to be fake. And somebody from my Gavin Becker Associates is doing my security. They want, the White House will not give me Secret Service protection. So I've retained this group that's the premier security group in the country, and one of their guys looked at that badge and said that's too shiny. Wow. It's not a real badge. And so then he called somebody else who was armed, and the two of them cornered him, and then they called the police and they kept him in the corner. They didn't want to grab him because they didn't want to start a shootout, and they could see that he had shoulder holsters. And so then the police came and arrested me. He was asking for me. Oh, he was looking for me, and he had two shoulder holsters that were fully loaded pistols, and then he had it. You can see that badge on his hip.
Yeah, he's badged up, huh?
Yeah, and then he had it. He was also had a backpack that had another weapon in it, another gun,
like a sword.
He also had knives on him, and he had a lot of extra magazines filled with ammunition. So he said afterwards, apparently his brother said, oh, he heard there was a job opening for security, but you don't go to a job opening for security with all those magazines and guns and knives and three pistols. His brother who brought him there also was like an armory. So they had a whole car filled with weapons. I have no idea. I don't know what he was looking for, but I'll tell you what. The thing that you should do is go on his YouTube. His TikTok.
Yeah.
He has a TikTok site that he just opened, so he only has one TikTok video on it, and it's of him just before he comes to see me.
Really?
Yeah,
You can find it. They can find it.
it is. At the end of that thing, he says something to the effect of, "I'm going out to do a job right now, and if I don't come back, report to your commander, Donald J. Trump, your commander-in-chief." So it's a very kind of, okay, well, you want to watch this? It's about a minute. It's worth watching. Turn the sound up.
Oh shit, becoming Zorro over here.
I think this is his brother talking to him.
I can see. More like God's gangster. Shit, I hear you're the man with the plan. What's the word? I don't know. Actually, there's too much to tell you right now. So I want you guys to go over to Rumble. Check out John's 2020 Sarge. I will be speaking with him and Alex Collier. You're not retiring, homie. You didn't fucking ask me, dog. I need you, Sword.
Okay, so this guy's not doing well, huh?
No.
Yeah,
My name is
this guy.
Gabriel.
And this could also be an advertiser for Rumble.
First name,
I would see him go to something like this. Yeah, I think I've seen enough. But yeah, I get it. So this guy's like, yeah, I'm out of it.
At the end, he does this little, kind of,
Let's see the end.
suicide by police. You have to show the last, I don't know, 10 seconds.
If I don't make it back, call the fucking president, your commander-in-chief, Donald J. Trump.
Where's he going? I didn't see a door over there when it was a wide shot. So that's what you're talking. He's just walking just over to you like not so much. Wow. I mean, look, dude, just I don't know. Yeah, y'all have the best track record with
You mean the family?
yeah, I don't want to say that, but yeah, I should have said it like that. But it's like, is it more scary? Like, you can't live in fear. What are you gonna do?
I'm not gonna live in fear. I know. Yeah. It is what it is, and but the White House should definitely be giving me Secret Service.
Can you save your receipts? And if you get in there, can you get reimbursed or not?
What?
Can you?
So, and I think that's what they're up to. That they want to, bleed me white, essentially, from money perspective. But I'm the first candidate in history that has requested Secret Service protection. They haven't given it to.
Do they give it to you this early? Because I read something.
Here's what, because the press has been dishonest about this. You're entitled to it. They have to give it to you 120 days out from before the general election.
If what circumstances?
To all candidates, 120 days out.
Okay.
You have to have a certain polling number, but I've surpassed all threshold by far.
Okay.
So, but like my Uncle Teddy was given Secret Service protection 551 days out.
But he was also he was like a lifelong politician.
Well, he was a politician, but he wasn't even running for president. He was talking about running for president against a president in his own party like me. It's Carter. But Carter said, you better protect him right away.
Right.
And even though he hadn't officially declared they gave him Secret Service protection, Obama got it 450 days out. John McCain got it 400 or 500 days out. I think I'm like 300 days out now. Jesse Jackson got it. Shirley Chisholm. You go down, there's probably 30 of them. They all gotten it long before the 120 days.
Okay.
And I get, we gave them a 68-page.
Yeah, I read about that. Why you should have it?
Yeah, Phil, because I get death threats all the time, and I had a mentally ill person break into my house about a month ago and make it to the second floor.
No, are you at your house?
Yeah. So,
Oh my God.
you know, I mean, so they should, you would think that the president would,
Yeah, don't if you know Biden, can't you just like ask him?
well, we're not talking terms at the moment.
Okay. Damn, that's a bummer. Yeah, because you think you'd be able to hit him up and be like, Joey, you know,
Yeah.
trade you an ice cream for a couple of front door goons, you know? You know what I'm saying? A couple of sharpshooters. I bet you send him a box of mint chocolate chip money, you get whatever you want.
You think?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, you know, I think every man loves to have a dessert. Do you think that Donald Trump will legally be allowed to run in the election?
Yeah, I don't think they can stop him from running, even if he was in jail.
Yeah.
He's still entitled to run because there's only, you know, the Constitution. The Constitution says there's only three things that you got to do to be. You have to be a citizen. You have to be born here, and you have to be over 35 years of age.
Okay.
And that's it. You can be a president. There's no way to block somebody because they have convicted. You know, it's in the Constitution what the criteria is for being president.
Yeah. It's funny because I feel like some people like Trump because he just wasn't a politician, you know? He could have been anybody. He could have been a Fraggle. He could have been a mime. I think some people just want anything that's not, something has to change. They feel like at the very least I'll vote for something that's not a politician. I just feel like people start to feel like the overall system is so corrupt, you know? And I think that's something that's been kind of harrowing just to voters overall.
Well, you know, people are suffering in this country now. You know, we're not, you know, like I said before, when, you know, with housing, our kids are not going to get, you know, the American promise, the American dream was that this promise that if you worked hard, you play by the rules, you could afford a house, you could have a summer vacation, you could take care of your family, and you could put money aside for retirement with one job.
Yeah.
And they're, you know, my kids, you know, I have 7 kids, you know, 6 of them are in that 20-30 range, and none of them and none of their friends are looking for a house because it's so out of reach. And, you know, you have a whole generation of kids who now are struggling with college debts that are, what they paid for college is 7 times what I paid. They're never going to pay off their college debt, and they're never going to own a home for most of these kids. And it's like, you know, the American dream is gone.
Right. What do you think? If you don't have an American dream, then what do you have? You know,
That's why I think
that's the thing that starts to get sad.
that's one of the reasons that people are so angry at both Republicans and Democrats, because there's a level of disintegration in this country and deterioration. I mean, I end up talking to a lot of people because of my job. You know, I represent 1,000 families in Columbiana County, Ohio, for the Norfolk Southern Spill.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, all of these environmental cases, I end up talking to people at every level of society, and I see the desperation that people, it's like, you know, elderly people now are splitting their drug prescriptions, cutting pills in two to make them stretch out the week so they can buy food. There's young couples who have a crying baby who have to wonder whether the baby is $50 sick or $100 sick or $1,500 sick before they bring them to a hospital. There's people your age and my kids' age who are choosing between gasoline and food. And, you know, it's 57% of the people in this country cannot put their hands on $1,000 if they have an emergency. For somebody like that, if the engine light goes on in the car, it's the apocalypse, because they know they can't afford that mechanic. They know, okay, now I can't get to work. I'm going to lose my job. Then I'm going to lose my house, and then I'm going to be like all those people in San Francisco who were just regular, you know, Joes.
Yeah.
And they weren't drug addicts. They weren't mentally ill. They just hit a string of bad luck. The engine light went on their car, and they couldn't find the mechanic.
That's what I feel like. I feel like the engine light's on in this country.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like.
Well, when you're driving around with your engine on empty.
Oh yeah,
And right. And you can't think of anything else because you're thinking, how am I going to be able to get to that gas station? And it literally makes you stupid. It makes you lose IQ because that's all you can think about now. Put two kids in the back of your car, a toddler in a baby seat and another kid, and you're now magnifying that anxiety. And now you're driving through a bad neighborhood, and you're starting to think of all of the bad things. That's what it's like living paycheck to paycheck, and that's what Americans are doing. And it's like most Americans wake up every day and with that sense of impending doom, and it's like they're driving around empty. They don't know what's going to happen, and they're desperate, and nobody's listening to them. The politicians aren't listening to them from the Republican or the Democrats. And Donald Trump comes along and says, I'm going to break things, and they love him. And I get it, and the Democrats can't understand why are all these people liking Donald Trump. That's the reason, because you're not listening to them.
Yeah, I think that people want anything. I'd vote for literally a puppet. I'd vote for Grover. I'd vote for anything that wasn't wasn't a career politician, because I'm just so over it. And you see these shows like Painkiller and like that one on Hulu too, the one that I can't remember.
Yeah, what was it called? The one about the Sacklers.
Yeah.
If
that show didn't ruin your faith in taking care of people in this country, and real, man. I hate to use that language, but it made me so mad, bro. Yeah, it just made me so mad how compromised we are, how it feels, because if we're not even out here caring about each other, then what are we even doing? That's what it starts to feel like. It's like, if we're not out here trying to do something, like, then what are we? We're just, then what? I'm just out here to have a nice car. It's just, I don't know, man.
Yeah, is it about? We're just here to make a big pile for ourselves, and whoever dies with most stuff wins.
Yeah, but we've proven that there's no value in it. It's like it's been proven over and over again that there's no value in it. When you come across people like that, right, on your campaign trail, and you, like, what do you offer them? What type of hope do you offer them?
Well, I think that's why I have, because I have specific things that I'm going to do. Like with housing, one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to make a 3% mortgage available to every American for a single family home. If you, right now, you're going to pay 7 or 8 or 9%. I'm going to cut that down so your mortgage for the average home $215,000 or $400,000 $1,000 a month, which people can afford, and it's going to allow you to compete and your kids to compete with BlackRock. I'm going to change the tax code to make it more difficult for them to buy up all the single-family homes, which is not good for democracy, not good for our country. And if you have a rich uncle, you can get who will co-sign your mortgage. You can get a much cheaper mortgage rate because the bank is looking at his credit rating, his perfect credit rating rather than yours.
So it's like nepotism kind of.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give everybody a rich uncle, which is Uncle Sam. I'm going to get the U.S. government to co-sign your mortgage. Now, if you default, then the government owns your house. No foul, no loss. But it's going to allow you to stay in that house. And, I'm going to give the first half of $500,000 to teachers because we need to start supporting the teachers in this country, but to make them available to all Americans who want a single family home. Because we need widespread home ownership. Thomas Jefferson said American democracy can only survive if it's based on tens of thousands of independent freeholds owned by individual Americans and, not big corporations, the aristocratic, the feudal model, where the billionaires own the landscapes and we all are, we're no longer citizens, we're now subjects. We're not, we're serfs in our own country.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It feels like we're subjects and the Lord won't even tell us who they are.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the sickest part. At least show your fucking face, At least let me know who's, it's like, That's what it feels like a lot of times. I know you went and visited the border. We had a border patrol security. We had a gentleman on here who was the head of the border patrol. Chris Clem. No, this guy, he had retired. Roy Villarreal. Okay. He came on here. This was 2 years ago, and he was talking about one of the biggest issues that he was noticing at the border. This was in Arizona. That was his jurisdiction. Was that people were getting the legislative branches weren't working well. So like they would arrest people, but they weren't prosecuting them. So they would get just the same people back over and over again. So it seemed like such a goose chase.
It's gotten 100 times worse now. Wow. It's now that people are just, I mean, I was there between 2 and 4 a.m. in the morning. I watched 300 people just walk across, and then the Border Patrol brings them to the airport, and they fingerprint them if they're a criminal, then they go into a different line. But the rest of them are brought to the Yuma airport, given a ticket to any place they want to go in the United States, and then we pay for it if they don't have the money for it. And they've 110,000 landed in New York, and this is a humanitarian crisis. I talked to the people who are coming over. They've been exploited, extorted, beaten. What's happened is the whole thing's run by the Mexican drug cartel. We saw the buses. They have white buses, the cartel ones. 55 people a bus. They pick them up in Mexicali, and they bring them to the border, and they let them out. The people who come out are from every country. They're not,
They're from all over. And they have to pay the cartel.
They're from Asia.
Right. Yeah, they have to pay the cartels to get them through their land.
Right, but they pay them usually up front $10,000 to $15,000 to get them across the United States. And the cartels are advertising all over the world. And they're advertising on YouTube. They're telling you exactly what's going to happen to you. They come across, and then what happens is they're given by the Border Patrol. There's 9 Border Patrol committed suicide because what they're being asked to do is not their job. They're just escorting people. 7 million people have come across illegally in 3 years, and legal immigration during that period was 3.1 million. So the cartels are literally controlling our immigration policy. And we have a video that I made, an 18-minute video that shows what happened. But
you were only down there for what? How long were you down there for?
I was there for 3 days.
Okay.
And then, and then we've been dealing. We made the film. I've been writing a lot about it, researching it, and it can totally be shut down overnight. They're not. And what happens is people think, well, there's almost being a lot of coming across.
But I just wonder, is that a long enough time to go see it? Like 3 days, is that a realistic?
I had 3 intense days of, first of all, the first night watching all these people come, and then spending the next days with local law enforcement, local sheriff's department, the ICE, the Border Patrol, all the local medical systems, the doctors, and doing, an interview.
It's good to talk to those people. That's why we wanted the guy, because we kept hearing the border, but it becomes like this political red rover that different parties use, and you never know what's going on. That's why we wanted a Border Patrol agent in, so we could really see what happens.
There's a guy called Chris Clem, who was the head of the Border Patrol in Yuma. And he's fantastic, and he's giving us advice. But what happens is that a lot of the Democrats think, we're being unkind to these people by letting them in, but we're not. In fact, what happens is they're given a court date for 7 years in the future to go to the asylum court. So they have 7 years in this country where they have no legal status. So they're not allowed to work. So they work for 5 or 6. You have unscrupulous employers.
Yeah,
$5 or $6 an hour, and then they're employed on construction sites in New York. The employer of the construction company that's employing them is competing for bids against a union labor company. And he can pay that because he's paying $6 an hour.
Right. So, but just as guilty as the people who are undermining the system, right? As they are of undermining the system. People can have their own social beliefs about it, but there is guilt of undermining what the system is that's in place. But the people that pay them to work are also guilty, right? If they're
here's what I would do. And first of all, you need to hire 1,000 asylum judges, and you need to adjudicate before people come in. Once they come in, they're entitled to stay here. They get a court date.
Put them out on the border like Judge
Exactly, and they adjudicate right there, and then it will shut down the border all the way. But most of the people, 99% of the people we interviewed, didn't even have an asylum claim. They just said, "Well, I'm here to work, or I want a job." Right, and so they are not entitled. They have to go through the regular line like everybody else legally.
Yeah, that's what's fair, is just doing it legally, because you can't keep, if you don't have accounting and inventory of your business, then you're bound to go.
Yeah. I'll tell you how you just shut it down overnight. And this is what I'm going to do the day I get into office. I'm going to waive passport fees for any American who can't afford it. Now, what that means is if you can get a passport card, I don't know if you've seen, I got it looks like a license, right? It's a federal ID with your picture on it. And the problem is it costs $65, and there's some paperwork attached that makes it difficult for very poor people to get them. And so there's a lot of people in our country who are poor, particularly in cities, who don't drive cars. They don't have a driver's license. They have no government-issued ID. Now, if you don't have a government-issued ID, you're a second-class citizen. You cannot open a bank account, which means you're using, the paycheck. Companies that take 10% of your Social Security check, they cash your check. You can't get on an airplane. You can't stay in a hotel. You can't visit your kids at school. And so what I'm going to do, there's 33,000 post offices in this country. I'm going to make it very easy for any American citizen who can't afford it to go down to the local post office and get a passport ID. Once they do that, you now tell employers you cannot hire somebody unless they have that passport ID. That will shut down the border overnight, because nobody's going to come through if they know they cannot get a job. Because now you can prosecute employers. Right now, what they do, the employer construction firm in New York, they don't care if you're legal or illegal. They just want somebody who's cheap as possible and that they can check the box. So they ask for Social Security card. The Social Security card has no picture on it. They're easily fabricated and they're handed, passed down from person to person.
Oh yeah, those things are nuts.
Right, and so you can't put the employer in jail because he says, "Hey, I got a Social Security card," but now you're telling the employer it's illegal for the employer to do it. Right now, you're saying you got a passport card or you're going to jail. Okay, at that point, all illegal employment dries up overnight. Nobody is going to employ somebody with the risk of going to prison. And one other thing it'll do is that it will solve a lot of the anxieties that people have, Republicans particularly, about voting. Because they say, these people are coming in and they're voting. People are voting without ID and they're double voting. They're committing voting fraud. Well, now everybody has an ID and you can't have any of that kind of voting fraud. And the Democrats support it. I mean, the Democrats will support it, although Biden won't sign this bill. But the big civil rights leaders like Andy Young, Al Sharpton are all behind this idea. So we can solve all these problems and the anxieties and the debate about the voting system and whether you need ID or not to vote. Right now, Democrats oppose ID laws, and the reason they oppose it is they say if you force people to show an ID, you're disenfranchising a lot of students who don't have driver's license. You're disenfranchising poor people who live in the city who don't have driver's license. And there's other people in the country, elderly people, a lot of their license have lapsed, so they don't have ID. And you disenfranchise all of those. Those are all Democrats. So the Democrats say we shouldn't have ID laws. Now we've got civil rights leaders who say, yeah, let's have IDs to vote, but let's give everybody an ID so everybody can get one.
Right, then nobody has an excuse.
Yeah.
What do you say to, so some people would say that takes away some of the old, adage and the old romantic idea of you can come to America and you can make it here. Does that do that by making the border? Because what are you doing, making the border more organized? You're not saying
there's no country in the world that has an insecure border.
Yeah,
I think we have to be able to control water comes in. Now, what I would do, I think we should have high fences, but wide gates. We should let a lot of people in legally, make it much easier to get citizenship, and make sure that there's plenty of people for employers, etc., so that we can keep our country humming.
Yeah.
Right. But we should be able to select who comes through, not have the Mexican drug cartel select.
I agree. It's a good point. No, it's disheartening. It's very scary to think that anybody can just come in, you know? I mean, I know that we're all here and we're blessed to be here. I just think it needs to be organized. Remember when Reagan had that plan that couldn't you sponsor people that were coming in?
Well, you still can. You know that people.
That'd be awesome, bro.
Well, you can still do that. I mean, legally, 3.1 million people are coming across, and a lot of them are coming across on visas that require them to have a sponsor because they're employment visas.
Yeah.
An employer says, we need this guy. We need to bring him from Uzbekistan.
Bring him. One head draw sponsor. After to sponsor your family member, submit a United States Citizenship and Immigration Services Form 130. Each person you sponsor needs a separate Form 130.
Let me ask you this.
We should sponsor one as a podcast.
How long has your family been in this country?
Let me see. My father came over in 1922. I think.
From where?
From Nicaragua, and my mother, I don't know when she came. Probably she's probably been here for like 250 years.
So, and what like ethnic group is she?
Let me see. Polish, Italian, and Nicaraguan. That's what I am.
And Nicaraguan, is that Hispanic or is it?
It's a good question. It's a little bit of both. I think it's more Aztec. Maybe I gotta check it out.
The Mesquite Indians are down there.
Are they? Oh yeah, dude, that's probably me then. I gotta see. But I remember my father's birth certificate.
But have you ever done like 23andMe or anything like that?
Yeah, I've done it. I don't know what they said. They email me so much. They're like, guess who's allergic to milk in your area? They're always sending like weird emails now, you know?
Yeah, I know. I don't trust them really. Yeah, so what's that thing on that? I'm to get all my stuff.
Yeah, guess who hates cinnamon rolls on your street? You know, like what does it matter? Is it a cousin or not?
I went hiking this morning with Tulsi Gabbard.
You went hiking with her?
Yeah, and I was asking her about her ethnic background, and she said she did 23. She actually did there's a TV show where they investigate your background.
Oh yeah, they do it with celebrities. I think Barrymore was on it.
Yeah, and she did that, and they said that she had the most ethnically diverse background that they'd ever run into. Wow, she is part Samoan, so she's Polynesian.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And but then she's got everything else. You know, she's got the whole, like every country in Europe.
I wish I could be Samoan. I wish I could be Mexican. Maybe next life, you know. What will keep you? Say you get in office, Bobby, right? Like, what keeps you, right? A guy that is trying to do it his way. How do you get sabotaged? How do guys get sabotaged once they get in office? Like, how do people get like their values and their goals and stuff get commandeered and stuff?
Well, a lot of people, you know, that happens too. But I've been fighting corporations for 40 years, and I've been suing these agencies. So probably 20%. I've sued almost every one of these agencies: DOT, USDA, Department of Agriculture, EPA, NIH, FDA,
DTF.
Sue her. I feel like I know better than anybody else about how to unravel the corporate capture, and I'm not interested in anything. They got nothing they can offer me.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing I'm concerned with is good government and making sure that our kids, love America the way that I love them, have hope for their future. And that's, literally, I can't think of anything that anybody can give me to buy me off. There's nothing I want. I have everything that I want, and I just, I want to do the right thing. And I think there's other people. I think Tulsi is the same way. I don't think she has any personal ambition. I think she just, she loves our country, and I think there's other politicians out there too who can't be black, but most of them can. Do you stay with the Democrats? And in fact, the entire political process has been running to office is a training school for teaching you how to get bought. Yeah, so that's what it seems like. It's like, where are the fucking warriors who want to die like for something that means something? I'm with you. I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't know. We all get it's hard to we live in a place where that's what we built as part of that things can be compromised. The last question I have is where do how do you know if you are going to stay running with the Democratic Party or if you have to make another choice? Well, I have to make that choice by October 15th. Okay. So I'm just going to see what they do. If they open up the process, I'll stay in. And then I have to see. But I have to see if they don't close it, then I don't know exactly what I'll do. I'm proud of you, man. I'm just excited to know you've always been just been a nice guy, man. You've always been someone I can rely on. And so I just appreciate you just being willing to come back home and spend time with us and help us learn about the election process and stuff. I think even just listening to you helps us, a lot of people like me just learn who aren't as up to, skew on politics. And yeah, man, certainly happy to get to spend time with you, and congratulations, man. I'm proud of you. Thanks for having me back. Yeah. Tell your boys it's a pleasure. It's always a pleasure being with you. Yeah, thanks, Bobby. I'll talk to you soon.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna take.
And welcome back. We're back with Benjamin Vidal, our final segment here. A couple of his verses with the day of the Lord is at hand, the new tactics of global war. Benjamin, will there be any telltale signs that would point that you are correct in your assumption of what's going to happen? So the Russian plan for war that takes a pre-war period called the ROTHSCHILD, in which there would be an acceleration of industrial sabotage, train derailment, power plant damage, pipeline damage. We've only seen a fair amount of that over the last year. We've got about 15 trains derailments in the past year and a half. Yeah, we've already seen the early stage of internal sabotage, and especially a secret army forming across the southern border. There could certainly be a massive amount of sabotage in the final stage prior to the nuclear strike. So you might see the power go out and the phone doesn't work, there's an even melody signal, and slippery. And all of those things are happening simultaneously. Humans taking a look at it really strong. Why do they need an army here to put it on? Well, we're going to target primarily military bases, and then they're going to hit the coastal cities where they plan on offloading troops. So they're going to San Diego, Long Beach, Portland, Seattle. They're not going to attack a lot of the cities on the interior of the country. So they plan on occupying the United States. China actually intends to move about 300 million of its citizens here, and they plan on taking the living space after they kill all the Americans. But again, they're not just succeeding in the evil flesh for these borders. I know it's hard to believe that anybody could think on this level, but this has actually been going on for the last 7,000 years. Well, I'm glad we have the Second Amendment. Absolutely. That's the only thing really protecting us is the fact that society has a blade of grass and a rifle. That's why let's go to Joe, Long Island, New York. Hey, Joe, what's going on? Yeah, I guess. But then I want to give a comment, and I want to go to the white folk village obviously. We saw the war that we talked about. People say, well, there's going to use concealed hammer and not the factories, but even North Korea has been tested over with nuclear bombs, right? Of course,
populated area to a populated area, which is not very hard to do. And the UK has the defense minister, which is a woman from the UK, said she opened her mouth and said they're sending depleted uranium to the Ukraine, which is going to poison children, opium with that. Even if the UK is not used, which it hasn't hit their nuclear reactors, of which there are 9 centers with 16 nuclear reactors, and the country's going to be uninhabitable for a millennium. Let's do this more about the White Coat story. This has been going on for a while. You've had Adderall and given toothpaste Ritalin, which is speed. You've had heroin pills called, Percocet, for example, which is precisely heroin, street heroin. Now you've got the COVID shots, which are designed to harm and kill. And you're hearing of rapid cancer from them. And plus, people describing that from heart lesions and brain lesions. Latest international soccer stars, Maddie, from Europe, superstars, the 23-year-old soccer player who got dead last week. So, this relates, I think, to what you were saying about having how these people have to go to heaven. I mean, it says in David talks about avoiding hell in Psalm 16, but he talks about destroyed forever in Psalm 92. Second Thessalonians chapter 1 talks about the vengeance of the Lord is destroying people forever. Revelation chapter 3 says the judge of all, I give you the faith that was passed, or I will kill you with that, which might mean a tunnel death. And then I want to go back to Sodom and Gomorrah. I think Abraham was not that a very violent, where you consider it a message. I don't think if you're rude, but you say the number of things that are definitely occurring, and yeah, the war is on. After the morning, the bioweapons that have been released by various governments go back to actually a couple decades. So yeah, the war is on. There's no question. And it's about to get much intelligence dramatically. I think Sodom and Gomorrah got hit by an asteroid. What do you think? Sodom and Gomorrah got hit by an asteroid. That was the way it was taken down. Well, it certainly got hit with something that caused the equivalent of a nuclear exchange or a nuclear detonation. It was fine. First time caller, Elton is with us in Kansas City. Hi, Elton.
Hi, George.
How are you?
I'm doing good. This is my first time calling in.
Well, welcome to the program, and how can we help you? What's your question?
Well, so I've actually been listening to as a kid, if you can believe that. My first memory is, coming home from a monster truck show, and that was what my uncle was on the radio show. So now, in street doors, I am a believer in the paranormal.
Perfect. Now, do you have a question for Benjamin?
Yes. I had a degree a few months ago of the Antichrist. Now, I do also suffer from critical rheumatoid arthritis, but I've been in the hospital for many infections and stuff in the past few months. I haven't listened to it in a few weeks, but last night, if I remember correctly, someone from my own city did call in and said, like, in a few years, the Antichrist will be born or something.
Benjamin, we haven't talked about the Antichrist. Where does it fit in? So the Antichrist is here. He's a well-known international politician. Everyone on this show, everyone listening to this show would know his name. He's one of the most widely known politicians in the world today. And his name spells 666 with 3 different languages, English, Hebrew, and Greek. And when
rise out of the ashes of World War III. It's the destroyer of the Gentiles. It comes to make your nation desolate. I'm not going to name his name on the air, but I do reveal his identity in the book today, The Love of the Hand, and actually, if you listen to the podcast with a limited audience, I have named him. He's the most widely known politician in the world today. I'll leave it at that. Is he running the country now? No, more than just the country. So the Eric in Indiana, welcome to the show. Go ahead, Eric. Hello, George. I got a question. Been seeing some clips on the internet of Russians have made testing a laser weapon. So what do you, did you heard anything about that? How much about that? Well, everybody's racing to laser weapons or directed energy weapons, and my understanding is the United States and Israel are probably the furthest along in the process. It was some kind of terrible track record of developing new military technology, only to have it immediately stolen by China. And China actually deployed it faster than we can. We've got the railgun as an example that accelerates projectiles, 25-pound projectiles, to incredible speed. It was developed greatly by the United States. China already has it on their naval platform. So, it's something seriously wrong here in the U.S. today, and where we cannot get out of our own way. Our government leaders are either corrupted, traitors, or inept, or they've been paid off entirely. So this thing's so far gone, you can't be right. You can't write with a state at this point. All you can do is try to save your own family and your close friends and your community. Because this nation, as we know, is over. President, what will prayer do? Well, prayer will change the outcome for an individual and perhaps an outcome for a nation. The God is going to protect one from his. Judgment is coming. The judgment is coming with it. He refused to walk in his righteousness. He refused to humble himself. And the Lord is going to protect and preserve the ones that are walking in humility and intent. Apparently, am I naive to take the position that I think that you're inclusive, that good will win eventually, but that good may win from the get-go. Good is definitely going to win. Lord, this company of people we're going to mention, this is the visitation of the Lord that comes in the 144,000. The issue of about to come as God in a remnant of people, and a new sheriff is about to show up on planet Earth. Judah. How is the manifest himself as God Almighty? And yes, good is not only going to win, but annihilate it. Good and just in North Dakota. Go ahead, Jeffrey. Well, George, grab me on a little bit of a cold spot to begin with. Hope you're okay, huh? Yeah, I'm okay. Stay on the cold. Thanks a lot, President. God bless you. George, Benjamin is right on. I'm not only a Christian, but I'm a Jew, so. Here's some part of this says, Psalm 6:12 says, blessed is the nation in the sight of the Lord. The Lord given me to inquire with what is that, and holding back, the Holy Spirit holding back what is to come. Okay? So the Lord says in Amos 2:7 that He doesn't do anything until He lets the clouds and snow. And in 1 John 1:9 says, this is a big word with Jesus. If you confess your sins, He is faithful and just to forgive you your sins and to cleanse you from all unrighteousness. So there's a lot of wickedness going on, but there's a lot of goodness that God's holding us back. And Benjamin, I don't know if teenagers, also mentioned Benjamin about the next twist. A lot of people don't know about that. It's just, but right now, there's a South TV report in Isaiah. There is 2,500-year-old prophecy where rivers of water are
But thanks for having me on again. I hope the prayer listeners will respond to faith and in prayer because we're not going to let it ship this faith. America, we've known it is over. If you look at the headlines, you just go out and look at the country. This isn't the nation that we remember from 20, 30 years ago. But it's being destroyed, being dismantled right before our eyes. And this is all part of the judgment of God. But there is a way of escape. That escape is through faith in Jesus Christ, through being born again, finding a new life. Because at the end of all death that comes on the earth, every one of us has an expiration date on our lives, and there's an expiration date for our nation. But for those who find faith and salvation in Jesus, there's no expiration date on eternity. For those who, in their arrogance and in their rebellion, choose to follow the dark one, which is the hell for all eternity, there's no expiration date for this suffering either. So this is the most important decision any of us will make. And I'll tell you with this time well, it's a good decision. Thank you again for being on the program. Keep in touch. Again, I hope you're wrong, but we'll see what happens. All right, take care. Take care of yourself. And I'm going to take the clock to that righteousness will win out in the long run, friends. Up next, we're going to talk about the afterlife. Here's our final emerging artist for the month, MT and the Streamliners from Scottsdale, Arizona, Light and Love. Never miss a detail of a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com. Years now, I have told you that there are only two types of solar companies in Southern California. Sunlight and everyone else. And year after year, Sunlight proves me right. The same is now true of the newest Sunlight family. All guards with all the time on the roof, dealing with reviews. Sunlight knows how rare it is to find a booker worthy of your trust. Their answer? Assemble a dream of the finest roofing professionals in Southern California and call it All Guard Roofing. Any roof, any style, from repairs to full replacement, decades of roofing expertise and EAF certified. When the question is where to find a roofer worthy of your trust, the answer is All Guard. Safeguarding home one roof at a time. You owe it to your roof. Contact the dream team at All Guard Roofing for a free estimate today. They're just a click away at allguardroofing.com. Allguardroofing.com. CSW 1107620. This week's marketing Executive Vice President of Worldwide Marketing for Warner Brothers Discovery, blazing on regional market marketing and
everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. We have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia is marketers access to all, from national to local, every audio.
Hi, Kim Daddy. It is now 4 o'clock a.m.
Right. iHeart Parents in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A news strike looming in Santa Clarita because of the bus strike. If that happens, service will be interrupted in the area, including for many high school students. The city contracted transit service as a walkout could happen today after failed negotiations with the parent company, MD Transportation. 75,000 healthcare U.S. history. Striking actors and studios going to the negotiation table today. Artificial intelligence is a big negotiating point. The actors walked off the job July 13th. 3 buses filled with migrants arrived in Los Angeles and Texas on Friday. Brian Shook with more.
These are the 17th, 18th, and 19th buses that have arrived at LA's Union Station over the past 3 months. A local nonprofit says more than 100 people were on the 3 buses. Texas Governor Greg Abbott argued self-described sanctuary cities like Los Angeles should take more migrants.
Irvine police have arrested 4 people in an alleged smash and grab gang. They say the group responsible for at least $11,000 in theft in San Diego and Orange County. Former President Trump is expected to be in New York City today for his civil fraud trial. Last week, the judge overseeing the case ruled that Trump had been overvaluing his property and is liable for fraud. And ice skating is returning to the Mission Inn Hotel and Spa Festival of Lights this season. It's been gone for 7 years. The switch-on ceremony takes place November 18th. Southbound weather from KI5. Expect to see mostly sunny skies today, with highs in the 70s for the beaches. 58 in Denland. Right now it's 56 degrees in Tustin. Dana Point has 58. 53 for San Bernardino, and it's 59 degrees in San Pedro. We leave local from the KI5 24-hour newsroom. I'm Green Tennis.
Very big for some. There's over 405 southbound from Palo Verde all the way to Folsom Chica. The car full of 2 left lanes and check out the road work until 5. Expect delays in that area. The road, we have good news. Earlier back on the 91 west side at Main Street has been cleared for lanes. The drive is recovering in that area. Upland has a hotel on the 10 eastbound from Mountain Avenue to Euclid. Caltrans has a freeway lane shut down the road work until 5. KFI and Sky hopes to get faster right. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, I learned media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers to walk off effectively. Across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to say you have IR Media to work for you. Get started today at IRadvertising.com. That's IRadvertising.com. Hey, it's me, Jeff. Are you ready to take the difference of excess water? Well, the Lightfor's whole home water system lets you take the difference of taking water from every tap to feel the different softness in the air and see the difference, which includes scale difference. Call 1-800-WATER-99. That's 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lightforwater.com.
The Forest Commission has spent the last 24 years on Alabama's death row. There are plenty and many others in court who did not commit, based on one case here witness. Then investigative reporter Mike Stolberg is 2 hours per day after a 2-year investigation into this case.
But you said I was told me to investigate. Whatever it is, you get your definition out of it.
2 hours.
It's lack of food.
Hours. Listen to your witness on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Don't let insurance companies play hardball and take advantage of you in your personal injury case. Trust the team at Jacoby Myers to level the playing field. With over 50 years of experience with over $1 billion in settlements, Jacoby Myers has the knowledge and track record to protect your rights and to pay you the compensation you deserve. Don't go it alone. Call Jacoby Myers, the official law firm of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Justice for you since 1972. From your home for Los Angeles Chargers football. Catch every game all season long on all 98.7 Go Bulls. Tired of your car's transmission acting up on road trips? Hope you have skirts at Amco. Don't be the laughing stock of your next family vacation. Let Amco get you back on the road in no time. With our experienced technicians and famous AA warranty, you'll be cruising down the highway with confidence. Don't get stuck on the side of the road. Visit Amco today. The transmission experts. Drive with confidence. Drive with Amco. That's AA NCO.
I know people clutch their pearls when you throw any shade of the sanctity of elections, but it is a shoddy business.
Votes get lost. Votes don't get counted. Votes appear out of nowhere. We like to assume that elections are this absolutely pristine run mechanism. The
24 p.m. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. Up next, first-time guest Mark Ireland joins us. He's going to tell you a story of what got him to write the book, The Persistence of the Soul. So he's already been said, but it's a truly remarkable story. And then we'll take calls with Mark in the last hour of the show, right here on Coast to Coast Radio. Like many of us, you might think identity theft will never happen to you, but consider this. There's a new identity theft victim every 3 seconds in the U.S. That's over 15 million people by the end of this year, equal to the populations of New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago combined. Even worse, identity theft victims often don't even know they're victims. That's why LifeLock Identity Theft Protection alerts you to identity threats, even the ones that don't show up on a credit report, like data breaches, fraudulent bank transactions, loan and credit card applications, and crimes committed in the internet. If your identity is stolen, your own dedicated LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but LifeLock protects you in ways that you simply can't on your own. Save up to 25% the first year at LifeLock.com with promo code Jordan. That's promo code Jordan and save up to 25% at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Real people, real stories. I cough, and I cough until I start 24 hours a day. That's pretty much the most part of my floor was that literally coughing until I was down. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing had stopped since I've taken the crown for it. Everyone that would come into our school say, Evan, why are you not coughing? I told him what I'm doing. He said, well, what you're doing is to stop that coughing. I said, I can't answer that. Just stop it. 866-836-8735 and 866-836-8735. Visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie with you, Mark Ireland with us. First-time guest is the Sister of Healthy Calcium. Now, that's an organization
with more than 24,000 members that assist bereaved parents worldwide. He has participated in numerous citizenship studies conducted by the University of Arizona, University of Virginia. He currently operates a medium certification program, which we'll talk about as well, and focus called the Persistence Certificate. Mark, welcome to the program.
Hey, George, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
And under, unfortunately, very sad circumstances, if you would, it is not too painful. You could, no, tell us what happened.
Absolutely. So, I guess as a precursor to my story of what brought me back into my father's realm, my dad was a pretty prominent psychic and medium who practiced mainly in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And eventually he gave counselor to Mae West, Amanda Blake, David Vance, and some other Hollywood celebrities. I even had a handwritten note from Mamie Eisenhower with him in 1956 when he married my mom. So
you would have been a regular on this program had we been around then.
Yeah, I know. He was ahead of his time. I grew up with that father, and I saw not only the psychic stuff, but the spirit messages coming through at times with great specificity, first and last names, details. But even as a kid, I saw this, and I had a confidence that, there really is more than just this. There is another realm beyond this. I grew up with that medium level of confidence, but I took my own path. How many of us really want to be our parent, right? So I went to college, got a degree, got married at a pretty young age, and had a couple of kids. Fast forward, my 18-year-old son, my two sons, Brandon, was hiking in the mountains. They're going to go for a hike in the mountains behind our Scottsdale, Arizona home at the time. And they just had the sense to have feeling and almost like a determination that didn't go, but I couldn't talk him out of it. He was 18, and his last year was going bad. So even when my wife and I were across town for most of the day, I get a call later the next day from the boys, actually from my older son, who ended up calling me. I was working in the mountains for a restaurant, and he said he was having trouble passing out and so on. So they asked me to call 911, which I did. We rushed that. By the time we got there, it was a horde of spectators, and ambulance, fire truck, and a helicopter came down. And the short story, we learned that my son had passed. We didn't know the cause of death initially, but all I could get was what his best friend who was with him and tried to revive him had said. And that was true. Told me that Brandon had reported that his heart was beating fast and his arms were kind of numb. And then I think he vomited cookies after that. And then he said, I have to lay down. And he laid down and he didn't wake up again. So that's really kind of what led me, to get back into my dad's field and look at it from a different perspective, obviously.
Did you go into atrial fibrillation or something?
So here's what happened. We didn't get an autopsy report for about a week, but at this point in time, my dad had been gone for 90 years, so I had an uncle who was still alive with similar abilities, and I talked to him briefly the day it happened, and about 3 days he asked if there's anything to do for me, and I said, if you get any kind of message or connection, I really appreciate it. And 3 days later, I was in the mortuary in Florida, and he connected my cell phone, and he told me because last time I tried to connect, and I got nothing, but this morning I was doing my meditation, and how I start every day. And your dad came to me, and he looked at things he always has, and he hadn't seen me in a long time, but I have had connection with him because he passed. He said he was there when Brandon passed. Over. He helped Brandon at death. Brandon was a little confused in the beginning, and that he wanted you to know you're the best parent you ever could have had. But what he didn't allow with that, the real good message was the evidence. He said your dad said Brandon's death was caused by a lack of oxygen in the blood because of heart cells. So the autopsy was conducted a day or two later. I got a call from that physician, and she told me that his death was caused by a severe asthma attack that had caused blood oxygen levels to drop, leading to cardiac arrest. So my uncle essentially told me the cause of death due to short infection. went through on your fast? That was the first step, yeah. It wasn't that fast and kind of re-engaged with my dad. I got to go proud of my dad, and I would only take friends to see him and things like that. But it felt like it was just focused, predominant thing in my life that I was focused on. But it did, yeah. It brought me back into this, and there's a number of remarkable things that kind of lined up right after this that almost made me into a definite thing. We'll get into that in a second, Mark. Did your father try to force feed into this towards you? Not really. I mean, he always told people that he's on a cycle, but he said other people were cycles too. You know, now I know everybody's cycles to some degree. It's just how much you have of it, how much you trust it or use it or even are aware of it. But no, he never forced me to do, that. It was pretty much wanting me to do my own personal, take my own path. And just before he passed, I saw him like 2 weeks before he told me he was proud of me. And, at that point in my life, it was pretty much a business career that I had done. Was your family related to the actor ViralRabbi by any chance? No, really. Your vocabulary. Did you get that a lot? Yeah, but I guess they're not as big an image as you. Nobody remembers your things for showing. Yeah, and part of this too, has been enabled me to kind of restore my dad's legacy to some degree because I think he's unknown by a lot of folks, but he's tremendously gifted and helped a lot of folks. What have you learned about the actor? Well, here's the thing. I mean, the first thing I look at is what evidence sources do you have? Mediumship is one, and I've got a lot of experience, with that to deal with mediums. I say those are the ones that you found on like Michelle Claire and Peter on LinkedIn or other researchers on different levels of astonishing playing with physical research. The nature of the afterlife itself, I guess if they don't think that it's what it's like. My view of it is, you're a soul and a body, and when you leave here, the part of you that's non-physical gravitates to the plane of existence where you belong. And I think that maybe varies planes. But in general terms, I lean on kind of what a lot of the researchers, how they describe things. And actually, my dad had some thoughts about it too. It doesn't sound like it's an environment, if you will, that includes love and compassion, acceptance. It's deeply love than even experienced here on Earth. But the sole purpose is to actually to evolve, and that's why we come here and go through some of the suffering that we do. It's not all suffering, but my God is going through that process, and this will maybe refine you faster and get there on the other side. Because if you're in a realm of development challenges, so when you have to be conscious of giving and caring, failures, and things like that, maybe this will stretch you a bit more. It maybe takes you, refines your soul to a greater degree. So maybe a nebulous answer, but I don't know that any of us knows exactly how to describe that, feel there. What are some of the remarkable things that have happened to you, Mark, that continue to lead you to believe that this is the real thing? There's been so many. I'll just get back to right after my son passed. Like it was about a month later, I was watching the affiliate news station in Phoenix, and they were showing information about the study being done at the University of Arizona at the time, where meetings were giving readings on the blindness conditions that are couldn't be considered. There's a couldn't see them, so there's much like exposure in. And a lot of really phenomenal information was shared. It was very specific. And the first meeting I saw there was Alison Dubois, who later became famous because of the network show Music. And I thought, wow, I'd love to be in that lab someday, and I'd love to get a reading from Alison Dubois. Little did I know both of those would later happen. In fact, the very next day, I had a call from a man named Jerry Ponce, who he was my dad, he was friends with my dad, and he called me and he said, hey man, I know she's good to it, I know someone who might be able to help you with her. Her name is Allison Dubois. And then he gave me a phone number to call to get an appointment, which I did have later that year. And then I was in the lab for, actually there was a discovery channel feature filmed today I was and my producer that went to me in the lab for that particular time was Lawrence Campbell. But some of the affirmations that came through those readings were quite remarkable. Taking the Allison Dubois one, for example, she wanted a very limited knowledge of me. I tried to kind of, basically tried to shield my identity or just turn on the video to know about me, just so I know that it's the real deal. But 2 weeks before I met her, I went into that meeting. I met a person who my dad had a manuscript that was never published, and it was in a box. It basically had 500 pages stacked up. It's called Respect Potential, the Guide to Self-Development. And it's so interesting to me. And he said, here, this is your dad gave me 6 years ago, 1973. And I said, how'd you get it? And he said, well, you were out of state at the time, and before your dad passed, he gave it to me for safe treatment. And I'm like, why are you giving this to me now? And he said, I don't know, I just feel like I'm supposed to. Well, the reading with Allison was 2 weeks after that. Very early in the reading, she said, I have your father here, and he's showing me his book. I think it's beautiful. But it's for you to take forward. Does that make sense to you? And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. And subsequently, been able to get that book published, which is pretty cool. And then she had a number of other things. She also shared from my son's happy 25th anniversary, which my wife and I just had about 3 months before that. And she would have had no way of knowing that. You can see with a number of names that made sense and other information, but it was a really good reading. What do you say, Mark, to people who don't believe ransom? Well, you can only say so much. It depends on their perspective. If they're open-minded and willing to consider evidence, that's one thing. And that's really this book that I put out. It's got personal stories, but it also has the scientific evidence to back it up in there. I think you need somebody with an open mind. You can be a skeptic, but not a debunker. If you've already made up your mind and you're a physicalist / materialist, and you think that consciousness is just an mental phenomenon of the brain, and there's nothing more than matter, then I'm going to waste my breath talking to somebody like that. But somebody who's open-minded, I can share evidence and personal stories of things, and they can have their own experiences too, whether that's with a medium or through some other practice. It was 2 or 3 days after Brandon passed, I wanted my own kind of connection before I ever met with any medium. And I just went into a darkened closet and tried to medically concentrate and just ask for something to come true. And within a reasonable period of time, I had an image of my son's face smiling, kind of going across, and then shortly right after that was a cross with an oblique at the top. And I see it, but I didn't really know what they meant, so I went and Googled it and found that it's an ankh, which is the oldest cross of human history. The lower portion of the physical life, and the upper oval represents eternal life. So what I had there was a message that I had to decipher that I didn't know what it meant. It kind of conveyed to me, well, your son's fine with tattoos and restaurants. But there's so much evidence out there through the near-death research stuff, through mediumship studies. But I think the best thing is people have their own experiences with things. Those direct experiences are what really will stand to you instead of just thinking. Was your first book called Soul Shift? That's correct. It was Soul Shift. And that was kind of the story that I'm talking about now is kind of a precursor to the persistence of the soul. But yes, that was the first book. And that was more of a memoir, and it journals these experiences that happened, immediately after, including the first 4 readings that I had, and then information about some of the other experiences. But one of the most remarkable had to be with my wife. And this one was not the original, this was a direct experience, so therefore very compelling. So we were going to take our son Brandon on a cruise for his graduate from high school. And because we had happened with our older son and we took Brandon's best friend too, as I mentioned earlier. We went on this cruise, we came back, and this was 6 months after Brandon had passed. And my wife was sitting at the foot of our bed, and while there, she felt the presence with her, and she knew it was Brandon, and she actually saw 7 figure out of her peripheral vision. Now, this visitor went to work at college. The very next day, they had called from someone else. Now, this person was named James Wilson. Brandon was a bass player, and Dave was a musician who needed to borrow a bass while he was gone. And so Susie loaned Brandon's bass. Well, he called the very next day after Susie's experience. He had no knowledge of her experience, and he said, "Hey, Susie, that's up to tell you that I don't know how to share this." And she's afraid he broke the bass or something. And well, I was recording this song. While I was in the studio, I felt another presence was there with me, and I said, "So I've got to figure out my peripheral vision." Then I saw flashes of white light, and I thought I was hallucinating. So I went and drank water, I took a shower, I got something. But every time it just got stronger and stronger, and finally I said, "Okay, Brandon, what do you want?" And she said that she was then guided to redo the song and redo the words. And it came out something called The Other Side, and he said, "This is the best song I've ever written, but I didn't write it." So, to have my life experience backed up by someone with an identical experience the next day was pretty compelling. And a lot of times they attach themselves to special objects that they have in their life, don't they? I think that's so, yeah. I think we've had, people talk about signs and things like that. A lot of the time, that can be tied to music or things like that. I think in this case, we knew one of his, even though he was a young guy, he loved the band Pink Floyd. And so the song "Wish You Were Here" has always been kind of a connector for us. And it's come on at some really interesting times. Martha, you were 2 months of resistance of the soul and soul worship. You picked it up from somewhere, Amazon. Yeah, I have links to everything on my website. They want to go there, including all the, all the Amazon distributors as well. But yes, it's available on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and I'm sure many independent bookstores. But if they want to buy it online, they can just go to my site, pick the retailer they want, and or they can just store it on Amazon. All right, we're going to come back and talk more about your work with some of the bereaved parents, with helping parents heal, and also your medium certification program, what that is. So we'll come back. Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George and Ori. Just log on to beyondbelief.com.
I'm Rick Kenneth, California 24-hour newsroom. No bail required in LA County. Officials say some criminal suspects who are accused of non-violent or non-serious crimes will now be cited and released. The death toll for the Maui wildfires has increased by 1. Last Friday, Lloyd Allen died after spending nearly 7 weeks in a burn unit. The official death toll is now 98. Another woman alleges actor Bill Cosby drugged and sexually assaulted her, this time back in 1972. Donna Montesinger is also suing his production company. And the late U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein will lie in state at San Francisco City Hall on Wednesday. The public is invited to stop by and pay respect. Southside weather from KFI, mostly sunny, highs and 70 for the beaches, ocean coastline. Right now, 57 in Huntington Beach, 54 for San Juan Capistrano, 56 in Studio City, and 50 for Newhall. We make local for the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Long Beach, there is a foot zone on the 405 southbound from Palo Verde all the way to Valley View. The carpool is 2 left lanes going to be stepped off the road work until 5. In Inglewood, this is on the 405 northbound at Los Cienega. We have a crash there out of the lane and on the right shoulder. Debris is across lanes, so watch the lanes as you approach. Hudson has a work zone. This is on the 10 south from Mountain Avenue to Euclid. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work. They're hot as the sky. Let's get you there fast. I'm Brian Van. Let's get real about your hair look. If you spent the year in a baseball hat hiding setting hair or a rapidly growing bald spot, just stop. You're not a 12-year-old little leaguer. You're a grown man. It's time to take action. Back though, and get your real hair back permanently with Bosley. You've heard that right. Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, can give you your real hair back permanently. And right now, Bosley is giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone that texts FINE to 200-300. Text right now and get an exclusive rate to incredible fall deals. And the millions of people will come to Bosley and see just how awesome your hair can look. Tomorrow, this is your last chance for incredible fall savings. Text FINE to 200-300 for absolutely free information kit and a free $250 gift card off. Plus an exclusive rate to incredible fall deals. Text FINE to 200-300 now. Text FINE to 200-300. Hey there, it's the chart. Autumn is here. And before you know it, holiday season will be upon us. So get your home ready with a fresh coat of premium products from Benson & Moore. Whether you're planning to entertain outside, breakfast, deck, or host friends on game day, or gather with family around the kitchen, Benson & Moore paints and stains will never let you down. It is the one and only brand that I expect for every house whisper of fun. I love anything too. There is none better. I also love that you'll only find Benson & Moore at your local and home stores, so you'll not only be wisely choosing the best painting stains for your home, but you'll also be wisely supporting your small business in your own town, like the local Catalina paint store, and so many more. So get your home beyond refreshing with the dirt with unparalleled durability and unmatchable color from Benson & Moore. Find the locally owned Benson & Moore retailer nearest you. BenjaminMoore.com. KFI AM 640. The people in prison committed the crime. Period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crime. Say gangs are in the business of crime. John and Ken, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all that way. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We will take your calls next hour with Mark Ireland. We're not going to do readings, but we will take your questions about the Eskimos right there at Booster Zone. 112 people ago at paranormalbase.com, and we hit 174,000 start members. 112 people left. That is a lot of people. We want to remind you to look at for a date or a friendship with someone a bit more mature, we've got you covered there too. You can check out paranormaldate.com/seniors. And then, folks, anything related to things like you do, just anything you want to do. So find a friend, find a date, paranormaldate.com and paranormaldate.com/seniors. At paranormaldate.com, you meet the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom. Hi, I'm Zachary. You bring sweetheart. Yeah, I'm Tim. Some of the other species. How so? Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But these are the final ones. Oh, nice to meet you, Tom. I hate that. Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. Are you sure? Yeah, let's see about this out. Well, if you find a website that might be useful, what is one of you? Have you thought about paranormaldate.com? Oh, what? Who are you? I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's paranormaldate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember? It's just, I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. Aha, I'm Tom. Hey, yeah, I thought it was paranormal.com. Which is very interesting. So you really thought you were following? Well, yeah. It was so intense. But just with you, I'm chasing squares. But I kind of like that. Wow, this paranormaldate.com thing really works. Maybe paranormaldate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on Georgia Channel find their hands daily. So if you're looking for that special something with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site Inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code GEORGE for a great discount. Paranormaldate.com. You are not alone. Fun and adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Summer. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Kitchen's team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrill with straight-on action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line of sight. iWagon, Haunted Planet, Space Ranger, Codename Adam Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the Kid-Oriented Wagon. Join them at iWagon.com. That's iWagon.com. When's the last time you checked the legal title to your home? What if your home's title? The document that proves you own your home isn't some criminal's name. That's home title theft. Our home titles are online. Once a criminal forges your signature, it's a race against time to stop him before he takes out loans against your home, or worse, sells it. When's the last time you checked your home's title? Our partners at Home Title Law demonstrated how criminals do it. In minutes, they found the title to homes belonging to our staff with 4 signatures, saying our staff had sold them their home. Some criminal was now the owner. It's shocking, but Home Title Law helps shut it down. That's what makes you say. How do you know some criminal hasn't taken over the title to your home? Find out for free with sign up when you use promo code RADIO at HometitleLock.com. That's promo code RADIO at HometitleLock.com. And your first 30 days of protection are free. Do this today at HometitleLock.com. Vladimir Putin called the U.S. dollar's dropping down on its effective and irreversible as Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa formally agreed to use local currencies in trade instead of the U.S. dollar. As demand for the dollar weakens, what are you doing to protect your savings? Harness the power of physical gold from First Gold Group, held in a tax-sheltered IRA. Text COACH to 989898 for your free info kit on gold. Again, text COACH to 989898 to claim your free info kit on protecting your savings with gold. And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie with you. Mark Ireland with us. His second book is called The Persistence of the Soul. Which, Mark, you wrote about your 6th of that past. What happened? So this goes back a number of years, but she developed pancreatic cancer and then metastasized to her liver. But it was even pancreatic cancer, so it was pretty bad, but she had a bit of time out of it a little over a year before she got to that point. later, which was, really based on the whole Houdini code, that if people are familiar with that. Harry Houdini kind of agreed with his wife Beatrice that he had a secret code with her, and that, if a medium or anyone could bring that through after his death, then she'd know that he still existed. And which is kind of ironic because he's always perceived as being, a debunker of mediums, or somebody to try to put them down. Which he did a lot of that, right? But it's the back of his mind, he apparently still had some open-mindedness and was interested in Syria. But then a man named famously in Arthur Ford asked himself, I guess you kind of get that up today, we never mentioned that, it's still myself, but this song was, and the code was Beatrice Believe. But then the skeptics, the debunkers find out the big book claim that, well, you must have known, or it was common knowledge, that two of you were in cahoots, and the wife denied it, but today it's kind of left up in the air. But I thought, but just I wanted to do something like this because, what was the flaw in that kind of experiment? And from my perspective, the problem is that only living person knew the code. Because then the same living person knew the code couldn't elect, if someone used it. So she wrote a phrase, put it on a piece of paper in a field envelope, and left it behind. And she knew that after she passed, that I was going to reach out to a number of mediums to try and get that code. And it was a pretty extensive process. So one of the chapters of the book really documents that. I don't want to give away the punchline because it's a long story. But I would just say that I felt it was successful. Not maybe exactly perfectly, but I think it hit the mark. And it was a good thing to try. And other folks might get ideas from that, of other types of experiences they might develop along the way too. So that's what happened with my sister and that experiment. Mark, what does this tell you about the survival of consciousness? Well, the one thing, I think consciousness is primary, and it's not an phenomenon of the brain, as I mentioned earlier, that we are souls, and we are conscious entities, and that's what we've done. How that is conveyed or communicated to us after they leave this realm, and we're operating through a brain, which is receiving and sending information. The modes of communication are limited, and a lot of the media that talk about that, the chapter in here on identity with two mediums. And the reason I did that was to clarify people's understanding how they get information. Because I think a lot of folks just don't get, well, why don't they just tell you this, or why don't they just tell you that verbatim? But it's a little more subtle than that. It's depending on the individual who are doing it, then they have different modes of communication. Some are going to do it more visually, some are going to do it like an more auditory thing, but maybe not like you're hearing through your ears. And give you an example. And this is one that actually, I get this stuff sporadically a little bit, but I've never really tried to work with it like audibly. But a medium friend of mine, Peter Howard, he and I, for 3 years straight, have gone to this spiritualist church in San Francisco called the Golden Gate Spiritualist Church. And I would do a talk of who would be real for the congregation of their doctrine. For this particular night, he was saying, hey, Mark, I think you're going to get a message if you do need to share it with the congregation. And I said, sure. But she kept bringing me a second. She was afraid I wouldn't do it, and I told her I would do it. So the day comes, we're going into the church, we run through one more time once we get sharing messages about this with the church. So, again, this is a normal house very close to me, but I went into the church, sat in the healing room, and I sat down on the bench to the organ and piano, and I just tried to quiet my mind to prepare myself for the talk that I was going to do. And I was just kind of in a meditative state, and my mind was blank, which is very rare. I have a hard time shutting it down, but I got totally blank. And while I was in that state, a name popped in, and it was Matt. I didn't hear it, I didn't see it. It came to me just like an idea. And then right on the heels of getting Matt, I got now seeing. I know. Maybe it's that thing I'm not. That's all I got. I got nothing else. Now, this church was founded by a woman named Joyce Becker, I think in 1924. She passed in 1970. And I thought she had abilities very similar to my father. And the reason I say that is when my talk is done, I said to the congregation, she had any comments that I would share, anything like that, is the name Max and Max being me, anything like that. And the pastor, when yelled, Louderback, his jaw dropped and he goes, Max and Max being were twins, born to the church founder, Joyce Becker. They were still born and real on the other side. Because I think he was here right now. So I could see then, like, she had pushed me to try to share that because it was such a subtle thing. I could have just said, oh, this is my imagination, you know, or like, you know, no one's going to recognize it, but yet it was meaningful, very meaningful to people. And she took me upstairs after the service and showed me a photo. I think what was done by Florence Tucker and it was a landscape painting with a long line road at the end, so these two little figures on that and that painting. So I guess my point there was there's different ways to, there's different forms of evidence, like I said, that the topic was spoke about that. The mediumship is one, and the thing is, you know, I think people sometimes just expect the fact that they're detailed responses, and it doesn't come like you and I talking, or you and I writing something down. It's sometimes more symbolic, or just like I just said, very subtle. Now, you're starting what is called the Medium Certification Program. What is that, and why did you start? Okay, so going back to when Philip was first there, I would say one of the people calling me and reaching out to me wanting to be referred to good mediums. And it's something I think is very important because there are some faults out there that try to take advantage of people. I think there are also some deluded folks, and I get a lot more of them that think that they have the ability, maybe they have a little bit of it, I think they're evidence to some degree, but not enough to give an evidential reading. So I look for evidential reading to hear people say, well, most of the people I met at that time were like celebrity type mediums, and they have long wait lists, or maybe, you know, they might try for because that's their primary focus of what they do for a living, and their notoriety maybe wanted to control to limit how many people come to them. So but there have to be other talented people out there that have this gift that just are left to know. So I decided to put the program together to start identifying these people through the testing process. So I kind of, like, Dr. Emily Williams Kelly, who worked, Dr. Emily Williams Kelly, I'm sorry, who worked at the University of Virginia Division of Professional Studies. I got to know her because of the experience she did, and I looked at her protocols to kind of talk through with her to understand them. And then my friend Trisha Robertson with the Scottish Society of Psychical Research helped me kind of refine what I was doing with the testing process. And today, really, what happens is if someone wants to apply to get on the website as a certified medium, they have to go through 5 blinded meetings. They're done on Zoom with the video on. They don't know the name for the person that they're going to be reading for. They're given the first name of the person once it starts, but that's it. And they have to do this with the video, it's recorded, and then the sitter transcribes it later, and then has to grade all the statements as either correct, incorrect, indeterminable, like a prediction or something. And then they can assign bonus points if they show fluency. And there's 2 different levels of bonus points. There's a 2-point bonus and a 5-point. A 2-point might be like, okay, I have your son here, and his initial is A. And let's just assume the kid's name is Aaron. You say, okay, that's good. And you get the first initial, but I'll give you 2 points for that. But if the medium says, here, I have your son here, their name is Aaron, that might be a 5-point bonus. So putting all this together, we grade it statistically, so they have to have at least 65% accuracy. So we push the statements that can't be identified as correct or correct, we push them to the really finding answers that know if it's correct or not. But technically 65% accurate, you get a total score of at least 70. So they either have to be 75% accurate, but with 65%, they're not bonus for it. And when 1% of people of listing on potential applicants, what percent do you think make it? You know, I should have tracked that. I haven't, but I've been doing this since 2015, so 9 years in, and I've got about 40 people certified. I've had hundreds of dollars, and I've been more recently, it's been like one out of 15 or 20 like that. In the beginning, I was getting, I'd say, a higher percentage that I was looking for like 25%, but I think it's just down a bit. But that's okay. You know, I'm trying to find a cream of the crop so that my experienced people, especially the previous people, you know, a reason to really help them is good people, but a bad one is kind of bad. Every organization out there, you know, I think it's a really good idea. So thank you. It's interesting how you got to start there, and it really got evolved out of the fact that there was no other organizations that were kind of out there that allowed for the open discussion of spiritual experiences after identity. But some of the other folks, you know, going off these other organizations, they culture because when they're trying to share, you know, their signs or experiences that happened with them, they were kind of shut down because that's one of the most healing things you can have. As you're trying to get through something like that, especially in this thing, it's a couple of things to imagine. There's a lot of other factors too, you know, obviously support from family and friends, opening contacts, the organization provides support in terms of, you know, you're going to meet other people like you who are in the same boat. You have an island and someone who really understands what that's like. I think a lot of folks who have come through to had feelings of guilt, or that they would let go of and say themselves, or they have an anger that someone else is probably responsible, and to learning to let some of those things go help, and then learning to provide service to others help. But this hope piece is, you know, the afterlife, knowing that your kids still exist in a different form, perhaps, but if they're not trying, you can still have a relationship. It's just going to be different. It's got to be the hardest thing for a parent to have to go through. It is. No matter what your knowledge or faith level is, you never got prepared for it. No one was ever prepared for that. It's such a challenge. Do you believe in reincarnation now, Mark? Well, it's interesting. I do. I don't know exactly how it works, but it's the way you think it works. It's something I've always been open-minded about, but I hadn't really thought about it that much. But in the book, I share a story where my dad, when I was 3 years old, was in the car with me, and he asked me up against the door, and because he didn't want me to accidentally fall out or whatever. And apparently I lost into this dialogue about, well, then I fall, and we broken up into a lot of pieces, but then the angels would come get me, but then they give me a new body, and I'm back here again. At 3 years old, yeah. And then he started asking me a bunch of questions that I was just answering him, I guess, rapid fire, like how many brothers did you have, how did you die, how old were you, all these kinds of stuff. Wow. So, you know, and that's the researchers who look into that stuff. University of Virginia Division of Perceptual Studies does a lot of that. Students ago started that, I believe. Yeah. But, you know, it's, yeah, some of these documentations, and it typically, you know, they get it out of young kids. But then by a certain age, I'm not sure whether it's 5, 6, 7, the kids start forgetting that. You know, they lose that memory of the previous incarnation. So, really, at that point, I remember it. Very dramatic. Yeah. But there are a lot of parents sometimes that have lost children. A massive number. Yeah, that is happening all the time. And being kind of sad. I'm glad we exist so we can support them, but we're growing so fast. Right now, there's just like an epidemic with fentanyl deaths, too. We're just talking about that last night. Crazy. It's out of control. It is. There's do go through that, and I'm glad we can provide the tradition and get through your website and get to your Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube account. Yeah, I have links to all of those. Also on my website, you can link to how to create a field and link to the certified weekend site. And you can link to a site that do videos of my dad on Steve Allison at 71 demonstrating psychic phenomena. A long time ago, Mark, stay with us. We're going to take phone calls with you next hour. The lines are now open. I'm ready to take your call. Mark Ireland with us, and we'll be back in a moment. Coast to Coast AM. Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoaststadium.com.
Most of the ERC firms on radio and TV are not CPA firms.
JWC, ERTC Advisor CPA, has helped thousands of businesses file their ERTC and stay on the right side of the law.
Learn how to protect yourself at iHeartTaxRefund.com.
Find out if you qualify for JWC's anonymous online qualification tool. No phone number or email address required.
Go to iHeartTaxRefund.com. The flawless framework has spent the last 24 years on analytics that grow, verifying you and many others in states who did not commit based on one proof here with them. This investigative reporter, Mark Stolberg, is similarly facility of a 2-year investigation into this case.
But you have already told me you're going to do whatever it is to keep yourself looking out for. To drop the food.
No. Listen to your witness coming on my radio. Wherever you get your podcast.
You're listening to our conference. We hear about the importance of local radio. Allison Radio, part of our radio station.
I have such a broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers at a local scale and at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data needed to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide or experiencing mental health or substance abuse crisis, 988 provides 24/7 compassionate support and connections to trained counselors. When you call, just chat 988.
Hi, Hip Daddy. It is now 5 o'clock a.m.
You will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources as you need. There is help. The lifeline works. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, just call, text, or chat 988. Whether you love us, hate us, or have a date in your mind, we're glad you're here. Los Angeles, Orange County.
Dodgers start playing again on October 7th, all the way to the World Series. And the year wake-up call for Monday, October 2nd. Good morning, I'm Amy Kennedy. Thanks so much for waking up. Did you hear the phone still in the air this morning? Maybe it was coverage outside there, but we need to do our public chill and always here. But, and they're working coming up great. It's going to be like 100 degrees this week. That's beautiful weather. But Thursday holidays are right around the corner. I got my Amazon Christmas catalog. Amazon holiday app. All the hot choices. Just got that. But then Miley and his amazing friends. Lots of cool stuff. It's a fabulous day. air show yesterday. I'm going to be telling you more about that coming up. But in the meantime, I do encourage you to check out my Instagram at Wednesday Tuesday. It's Tuesday I ran into. Here's the hint. I feel the need for speed. It was a really frustrating opinion. Here's what I'm wake up call. SAG actor in the Hollywood studios scheduled sit down for negotiations for the first time since actors walked out in mid-July. AI assisted. California Governor Newsom has vetoed a bill that would have changed unemployment benefits for striking workers. He rejected the bill Saturday. He said California's unemployment trust fund is already near $20 billion in debt, and now is not the time to increase that. July Trump and the U.S. government lawmakers passed a continuing resolution Saturday to keep the government running through November. Their question now is whether Kevin McCarthy can survive as Speaker after that vote. We're going to be talking with BBC's Stephen Portnoy about this in just a couple minutes. Don't go away. At 6:05, it's people on the news. The governor has appointed a replacement for Diane Feinstein. Feinstein just passed away on Thursday night. Let's start with some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour news. At least 12 cities in LA County filed a lawsuit to stop the new zero bail policy.
Representatives from the cities noted in their filing late Friday that the policies that threaten public safety. Zero bail for most non-violent offenders started yesterday at the blessing of the county's presiding judge and the board of supervisors. In cities like Whittier, Downey, the districts joined Glendora, Palmdale, and Arcadia, along with others, to put a stop to the new policy. It's not clear why the cities waited until the last minute, but it's expected more cities will join the lawsuit. Greg,
At least 4 people, including an LAPD officer, have been hurt during protests in Boyle Heights over proposed rent increases in city housing. The Los Angeles Tenants Union says LAPD officers rushed from behind protesters yesterday outside Boyle Heights City Hall. No restaurants in the city is planning its next march for early November. Governor Newsom has named a replacement for Senator Diane Feinstein, who died last week.
Appointing Democratic strategist Lafonza Butler, Bill Diane Feinstein speaks fulfills Governor Gavin Newsom's promise to appoint a black woman. Many noted that Congresswoman Barbara Lee and others who said he would not appoint anyone currently running to fill the seat and to not disrupt the primary process.
ABC's Alex Stone says Lee is running for the seat next year. Butler would be the only black woman in the Senate to be the first openly LGBTQ senator to represent California. Opening statements are set to begin in New York in a fraud case against former President Trump. The civil trial against the former president begins with the judge already having declared last week that there is enough evidence that Donald Trump committed fraud by lying about the value of his assets. And inflated his net worth by as much as $2.2 billion. ABC's Sonia Rincon says the trial will determine penalties because Trump could face fines of $250 million if he loses control of some of his property in New York. The Nobel Prize for Medicine has been announced this week. Nobel has found research evidence in
Today's decided to warn
the 2023 Nobel Prize in
Physical Review Application. Join please.
Secretary of the Nobel Assembly, Thomas Truman, says the work of 2 scientists for discoveries that allow for the development of mRNA vaccines against COVID-19. Antonio Caruso is a professor at Cambridge University in Hungary and an adjunct professor at the University of Pennsylvania. Drew Weissman did his research with Herzl at the University of Pennsylvania. Nobel announcing today continue this week with the physics prize tomorrow, chemistry Wednesday, literature on Thursday, and the peace prize. The physics Gabby Lamont will be announced on Friday. Let's say good morning to you, Polly O'Keefe, and let's take a first look at the road.
Morning. Consider the back of social media winning after the top of the slide actually. I just started down for your time on the top of 15 and looking for the free though. I didn't say that we mind that there's make it into the entire about the other section of this one for you time. So before we reach the next here coming through this day, all the way on to the downtown. And as you make toward looks like about sometime before one. Allegedly making something off the right shoulder. The two windows in the downtown down in the area here in down in one. Time to get from yourself on the work. Let's say that's not the point of that side of 91 in the second corner. Said it's 23 already, so not for the foot loss here. And that's what we take down 16 as well. And you make it toward the top. So it's close to one. As you get on the river, it's what you want to it's better for your drive. So it's what we're doing. And I know that it's what we're doing. So we're looking on 91 right now. As you get we're still to 55. So if I'm a challenge to the faster, I'm calling it.
Let's say good morning now to ABC, Stephen Portnoy. Stephen, on Friday when we talked, it looked like a shutdown was imminent, but at the very end of our talk, you said anything could happen, and it did.
I'm so glad you remember that. I was going to say that you didn't. Listen, I was right. No, listen, what happened over the weekend was, Speaker McCarthy knew that the only way to avoid government shutdown is to have bipartisan get put on the floor of bills that actually surprised Democrats. And for a while, they were suspicious of it, so they needed to spend the time reviewing all 71 pages because it was done without coordinating with Democrats. And he put it on the floor and he closed his new resolution that did not include money for Ukraine. But did provide an additional $16 billion for disaster relief. And that Democrats initially aired their suspicions and even objections. They said, you know what? We'll take this deal. And it was sent to the Senate with 335 members of the House voted in favor and 88 members of the Senate voted to send to the President to ask him to sign it less than an hour ago. So, no government shutdown. Government agencies are funded through mid-November. But now is, what are the ramifications for Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House? For essentially, I won't say trying to deal with Democrats because, again, Democrats were caught off guard here. But work with Democrats to get this done. And in fact, more Democrats than Republicans in the House voted to send this bill to the Senate. And most Republicans voted for it, but 9 voted against it. And among the 9 here, some of the loudest critics of the Republican Congress. Matt Gaetz, yeah, right. So Matt Gaetz is today, as early as today, going to go to the floor of the House and put up a motion to basically speak. It could go over within 48 hours. It could happen as early as today. The first is what will likely be two votes. McCarthy, yesterday said, or on Saturday said, bring it. He is of the mind that, first of all, he enjoys about 200 of the 221 House Republicans. That McCarthy has maybe about 20 Republicans who are willing now to vote to out McCarthy as Speaker. We'll see how it all shakes out. But the bigger question is, what are the Democrats going to do? Because that House Representatives currently has 433 members. The House decides whether the House is a lot has been made about Matt Gaetz, but Matt Gaetz can't do it alone. He can only do it if the Democrats side with him. So the question is, will the Democrats join up with Matt Gaetz to dissolve the House in chaos, or will the Democrats to reject Gaetz' motion, or will Democrats sit on their hands, avoid the vote, or simply vote president, which adjusts the math for the House of Representatives? They would think it's entirely up to Republicans. And if they do that, well, then there's no doubt that McCarthy's position is safe.
Because if they vote president and you've got the 200 who support and 20 against, then that's all that counts.
That's exactly right. And the vote is 220, let's just say.
Okay. Or they could say, you know, we did it with college, like we couldn't let government open anymore, continue down the path.
Or on a motion to table, or a motion that would raise question consideration. There are a whole bunch of different parliamentary tactics that can be used here. But the point is, Democrats have a couple of options to derail Gaetz's effort. If they want to stop the bill, they simply have to vote one way.
And then Gaetz said, oh, I could do this every day.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Well, and that's why it's not likely to succeed in the end. But his perspective is, well, over time, as more Republicans wake up to what it is that McCarthy's done to undermine our principles and violate promises and all these things, well, then the numbers grow. But there's also a move to maybe talk about ousting Gaetz from the House. He's got a pretty ethics committee investigation.
No, and just like our talk, because it's never a dull moment. Thank you so much, Stephen, and I'm glad that you were right.
Perfect.
Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KSI 24-hour newsroom. Negotiators for actors in major studios are expected back at the bargaining table. SAG-AFTRA and AMPTP have not held official talks since the actors' strike began in July. The union's demands include general wage increases, protections against the use of actor images through artificial intelligence, higher compensation for successful training programs, and better health and protection benefits. Members of the Writers Guild of America set to start voting on whether to approve their new contract with the studios. The tentative deal was announced just over a week ago following 5 straight weeks of negotiations. It was official in the start of the May. Retail workers at Ontario International Airport have lost. They're gone on strike following negotiations with the Hudson's. The union says previous contracts expired 3 years ago and negotiations stalled out in January. Workers say they're tired of working full-time without livable wage. A bill from an assemblywoman in Fullerton to prevent certain people from owning a gun has been signed into law.
The bill from Assemblywoman Karen Bill closes a loophole that allows criminal defendants who suffer from mental illness to own or possess guns. The law prevents people in pretrial mental health diversion programs for a felony or specified misdemeanor charge from owning a firearm until they successfully complete diversion. A completed diversion program can prevent criminal convictions allowing a person to get a gun anyway, but the new law signed last week allows prosecutors to petition the court for specific gun possession if the person poses a threat to themselves or others. In Fullerton, Gordon Carson, ROTHSCHILD News.
Former employee of the other county DA's office is suing the county. Brent Duran claims he was driven out of the office by intolerable conditions after the election of DA Jordan Metro. Duran now works in IT for the county fire department. At least 9 people in northern Mexico have been killed when a group of a church collapsed during mass. 50 people were hurt yesterday. Rescuers are still searching through the rubble late last night. Dogs visiting hospitals and hospitals survived. The Golden Flu season is right around the corner. Nutritionist Dr. Michael Garbo says boosting your immune system will help you different.
But a good balanced diet. You want to stay hydrated, sleep and rest. I don't know why some people brag. I only need 3 hours of sleep. Stress management. Easy for me to say. Hard to do.
Garbo says getting a sleep and managing chronic stress not only helps your body recover, but also strengthens your immune system. He says you might want to also consider vitamin supplements. Okay, have you bought the new iPhone 15? I don't have it yet, but they're getting a lot of complaints that these little guys are overheating. And the thing that they're overheating when they're charging, they're overheating sometimes like when they're playing and something like that. If you're doing certain apps, and Apple hadn't made an official comment, but now looks like it's responding and saying, we're going to work on that, and it may have to do with the new operating system, iOS 17, I believe it is. So they said that they're addressing it, and if it does have to do with the operating system, they'll send out a fix soon. When we come back, we're going to be talking with 82 Good Line about some trouble in the Mississippi River that could be threatening drinking water supply. Really kind of a bizarre thing. We'll have him talk about it in just a couple minutes. From the Southern California Bay Area Lake Traffic Center, let's go places and places access on Riverside. I'm Lauren.
Early morning hours where all the folks are doing the westbound right now from Tyler out of the Riverside area. We see Thursdays in the morning with Corona down to 15 as you make your way towards the people in solar. I'm on the west side of one around the this past year from this, but certainly from the Athens Bridge west over. So we can still see a bit of regular activity as we adding to the delays. And you're on that side of the position yourself on the where you should have traffic right now. You can see north, so regular traffic before you go to the decision to make your option. So you can see and make what you see. So if I understand, the faster holiday season.
Are you ready for great like moments while watching the weather dress? Good luck. The Premier Plus Package from Premier American Racing. The Magic Earth has fantastic 1.5% APY on your balance every month. Simply by being you. Feel the way. The more you live in the moment, the more you can earn. For full terms and conditions, and to open your Premier Plus Package account, visit PremierAmerica.com/Premier Plus Package to get started. Earn more, live better. Federally insured by NCUA.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you are new people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. Well, at Blindster, if you have a tape measure and a screwdriver, you can install our custom blinds and save big. But you can't sell fit. Blindster.com. This is Chris Broussard. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by DirecTV. The Rams and Chargers both earned exciting Week 4 wins. The Rams blew a big lead, but stopped the Colts in overtime. Chargers won it out in the half, and it's the handoff to beat the Raiders. The Dodgers are in playoff road after taking down the Giants, and the Eagles wrapped up their season with a win over the A's. They now turn their attention to summer signing free agency.
season. Download the DraftKings app and use code XXX to get a free shot at millions of dollars up for grabs this week with your first deposit. Minimum $5 deposit required. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com for details.
All students are taken for the first 4 years on ROTHSCHILD, verifying who and what results you did not submit based on one student year of witness. Then, investigative reporter Mike Summer is challenged to pay under 2-year investigation into this case.
But people have always told me they want to see. Whatever it is, you do something tonight.
Tomorrow,
To grab the food.
tomorrow, listen to ViralRabbi on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If today's marketing is going to take social cheap brand off the secondary, ladies and gents, I'll be a production.
In this day and age, and particularly in Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to see that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy, and that's what I really like about it.
That's another thing about it. One of the biggest marketers access to the audiences, influences, insights, and data. Today, if you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Welcome to the future, kickers, getting all your trophy muscle ROTHSCHILD. What you talking about? For 46 years, the 46 has been the best-selling drug on the market, but it's not just because it's got raw. It's got weight. It's the cutting-edge technology. Fully generators, hybrid engines, even wireless charge. That's great, but I've got both. I'm the whole package. So, here's your Southern California Ford dealers for great offers on the Ford F-150 truck.
Wow, they're already here.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm John, the Burger Hero.
Hi, good to hear.
Thank you.
Our air conditioner broke.
Too hot to be for that.
We really appreciate you coming out to fix it.
Absolutely. Burger Hero Plumbing and Air believes that safety repair.
We did you say safety?
You can have maintenance, installation, and repair. Yes, ma'am.
I want to fix it.
Sure, let's go. Man, you're all fixed up.
All right, thanks. Great. All right. I think you're there. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Let us know if you need anything else.
We will. Thanks again.
I got you.
Hey, mister.
Yeah,
I want to be a hero at some point.
you already are, kid.
But big in the chat, call me a hero. I mean, yeah. ROTHSCHILD.com.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide or experiencing mental health or substance abuse crisis, 911 provides 24/7 compassionate support and connections with trained counselors. When you call, text, or chat 911, you'll be quickly connected with trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources as needed. There is hope for Lifeline. Works. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, just call, text, or chat 911.
Sometimes it's possible to love it. It's differently in retrospect. Maybe it's a toddler story you couldn't get enough out of, or an horrific student-teacher relationship, or a favorite show. We're going to share it down to just with experts with the new podcast, In Retrospect, where each week we'll revisit a cultural moment in the past that shaped us, and probably you, to try to understand what it taught us about the world and our future. You're the first person that I've spoken to about this for years and years. Listen to In Retrospect on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite show.
Those are the combinations that they use now. Didn't exist. They didn't have these your problems. People were mostly getting stoned and using heroin. The sensitive didn't exist. This book, the ingredients come from China. Mexico manufactures it, and drug cartels make days, gone and again. That entire infrastructure didn't exist for years. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Here's what we're finding in the campaign 24-hour newsroom. It's a TV that you get. Governor Newsom is going to give Democratic strategy for the frontier to Kamala Harris's presidential candidate. Responsive first Bill Diane Feinstein Clemency. Feinstein just died last week at the age of 90. With the appointment, recently stood on Trump's list of black women to serve as speaker. Bus drivers in Santa Clarita face penalty going on strike. That could interrupt bus service in the area, including 4 main high schools. This is the bus contract. LA County has eliminated class bail for most
able to be considered a danger to the public or appointments will have their cases reviewed by a judge. And 605, 8 people in the news are going to want to stick around for Bill talking about this. 119 people, including former presidents, got charged with allegedly trying to overturn the election result in Georgia. This kind of deal. Right now, let's take good morning to ABC's Jim Ryan. Jim, I've never heard of this before, and it kind of caught my eye, so I wanted to have you explain it to us. We've got salt water from the Gulf of Mexico flowing upstream. All right, so tell us what that is and what it means.
Well, the Mississippi River, of course, is freshwater. The headwaters go right up in Minnesota, you actually step across the Mississippi River where it begins its life. By the time it makes it down to the Gulf of Mexico, it's wide and it's raging and, you know, real hundreds from one point. But right now, because of the clouds, the mouth of the Mississippi River, there's such a low temperature there, it's run lack of rain, that the salt water from the Gulf of Mexico is making its way up into the Mississippi River. So gradually heating up and pushing against what normally would be pretty small pressure. It's not strong pressure, so you've got what amounts to a saltwater wedge in the bottom of the river, moving gradually pushing up in towards some hotbed areas, just like Europe, Louisiana, like that. Actually, perhaps more if there's the sustained solid rainfall in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, so what's the effect of that, though?
Well, it may be so much of it is needed that one particular result is drinking water from Mississippi that was brought in is it's stored, it's sound, it's people's homes and businesses, and everything's great. You know, even with salt water, there's a difference. You know, salt water causes problems, causes damage to the water treatment facility equipment, not to mention people's homes. If it actually makes it out into your home, it causes issues there. Drink it anyway. You could shower with it, but in the long term, there are some major effects. That's not only the oil but in those communities down south towards the Gulf, the mountains.
And how small communities, and you said it's like New Orleans, but otherwise it's small.
It is small communities. Viewers, I've been to viewers before us down. It was a big community, fairly close to the Gulf of the mouth of Mississippi. But the local paper published a calendar essentially showing that to the 13th of 15 Celsius, that saltwater could have reached that far north in the Mississippi, which isn't too far from the end. Then Michigan, Bernard, Terry, and eventually Northern and Algiers, which is on the east bank of the Mississippi River. So if it's really hoping to get some heavy rainfall to wash away the saltwater, is the short-term solution is kind of interesting. They're going to put fresh water on barges north upriver on the Mississippi.
So all the water is water down.
Exactly. The very black water, that'll be put into the water treatment facility to kind of keep the salt water from getting in there. So it's actually different. They're using the source of the problem, the Mississippi, to kind of solve the problem, at least in the short term.
And then are they bringing in like drinking water and stuff from bottled water?
Yes, they're urging people not to go out and start buying all the bottled water in stores because you will probably, if you're something like that before hurricane comes, maybe buy some bottled water and food, you know.
It's so weird, like in New York where they had 8 inches of rain yesterday. What is the city? A little bit. Could this happen in other areas of the country too?
Well, it could. I mean, the Mississippi is just like my mind. Yeah, it runs all the way to north, south, from Mississippi, from Minnesota down to the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, just one thing. There are other rivers. I'm sure that this would cause more too. So that it would flow into Mississippi. They have issues. The Missouri. But I suspect this is the most dramatic because this empties right out into the Gulf. The Gulf is salt water pushing against the fresh water in Mississippi, and so right now it's getting that little sun to it.
Okay, so the salt water flowing up, are they from like sharks?
You get that anyway. Along the Mississippi coast there, in this state of Mississippi, they have herd sharks there. Louisiana, coastal Louisiana, seafood. The Mississippi River has one of the dramatic earthquakes that happened a couple of years ago or so, and the
before the Mississippi River and clean up so they don't barge the water down. It's bizarre, but hey, modern technology, if they can do it, do it.
It's March. They like March.
All right. But thanks so much, dear Marty. Appreciate you explaining that to us.
See you.
All right. But let's finish to the story coming out of the TFI 24 hours. They're reporting that Kaiser Permanente will go on strike this week now that the labor contract for 75,000 unionized healthcare workers has expired. 98% of union members who voted a couple weeks ago to approve a three-year strike agreement will be reached before the expiration. A spokesperson for Kaiser says progress has been made at the bargaining table and is urging workers to reject all calls for a strike. We'll see on that one. Governor Newsom has vetoed a bill that wouldn't let striking workers collect unemployment benefits. His veto message to California has paid over $362 million in interest on federal loans to provide benefits during the pandemic. He says he has a deep appreciation and respect for workers, but now is not the time to increase costs or increase prices again. The 3-year pandemic pause in federal student loan payments has expired. That means 20 million people will now have to start making payments again.
Average federal student loan borrower owes more than $37,000 in debt. Payments average between $200 and $300 a month.
CDC Director Silky says a lot of borrowers have hoped President Biden's loan forgiveness plan was successful, of course. The Biden administration says it is still exploring options for debt forgiveness through a different favorite. Also talking Patterson from John Jersey, including runs over into the water and scrapped it from across the street from his Chicago. So he did that too. Scratcher, he's worth $1 million. And that's just compared to Powerball. There was no winner on Saturday night, so the Powerball jackpot is up again over $1 billion. The estimated jackpot was worth $1.04 billion for tonight's spot. That was cited as the fourth largest. When we come back, we're going to be talking about a massive migration that you probably haven't heard about. The Yukon rivers have all the beaches for it. Southland weather can stay high, some of the times in the low 70s with the coast, mid-east for metro areas of the sea, and 70s to about 80s with valleys and inland empire, 60s and 70s for the Antelope Valley. Couple degrees warmer for tomorrow and Wednesday, then the heat is on Thursday and into the weekend. Highs in the 80s with the 90s for the metro area tonight, low 100s for the inland empire. 854 in Anaheim, 57 in Redondo Beach. We've still got that slowing down in this area.
Before most you talk about what's going on, it's taken away. And it is exactly from Florence, construction is going very wrong. From easy on the 15,000. They start at the buffers, either stay or staying on the same like that. It's the one constantly is on viewers is democratic. The question is if you could use of those things that I appreciate that for sure. But it's not only 15 from before the Olympic Games, which is a lot that are physically done into the internet. And sometimes under 15, and you see weight going down past the point on 15 and a couple of that's so right now. So you're not still going for you. It's not that way. Hey, I'm the factor. I'm calling you. I know Number 4, I will read this giveaway. Get a free 20 candy when you earn 500 points on your reward card. Number 3, comedian Ariel live this Saturday. And number 2, download the ViralRabbi app now. Get your rules, tables, pianos, spot treatment, and managing reports at $7.50. And the number 1 person, get a 2530 app. ViralRabbi, VS mode, make the grill air fryer, or $500 cash. When you earn 3,000 points on your reward card. Your reward, that's on. For everyone, challenge to experience the excitement. It's the coolest year of the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Per se, surprise us ready for another high dance for all the secret guys. especially starting October 10th. The CPAS soup family has struggled with CPAS. Consider that CPAS was invented in 1980. Do you even remember 1980? Everyone's house had one telephone. There were like 4 TV channels. Now, for people who struggle with CPAS, there's Inspire. Inspire puts sleep apnea inside your body at the click of a remote. No mask, no hose, just sleep. To learn more, visit InspireSleep.com. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com. It's complicated. These days, that's how people lose track of relationship status. We're going up to the latest complexities in your car. It's gotten really complicated. The experts at AMSO undergo the most rigorous training to stay on top of the latest car technologies, so there's nothing you can't fix. Well, except for that complicated relationship. Are you upset? You're on your own. Is it double A? Yes, yeah. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free.
Hi, I'm Kyle at blinds.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blinds we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows and shipping. Shop at home with over 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blinds.com. Morgan & Morgan is not only America's largest injury law firm, we're also the only injury law firm in the world with lawyers licensing in all 50 states. We're dedicated attorneys focused on personal injury, medical malpractice, insurance disputes, car crashes, employee rights, and many others. We have a 30-year track record of getting results for clients just like you. So wherever you are, whatever you do, our firm is ready to take your call. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. With package freight pressure, your family functions win-win. Because when you shift away from diesel energy during peak hours, you're not only enjoying lower rates, you're also enjoying more time to do what you love. So instead of using major appliances from 4 to 9 p.m., you could be building a house. I learned during this season. It's not walking in paper. How do you save more that goes your mail? Learn more at ootd.com/shift-and-save. Prepare for a fleet for your home. Visit your local Benjamin Moore retailer or at ootd.com.
Okay, let's get into it.
Today, October 7th.
It's starting in April, thanks. Not the ones with the New York February parade. These ones with legs that protect you. Yeah, I'm here for that. It's also International Day of Non-Violence. Yeah, we'll do it. That's those. And it's Architecture Day. Maybe visit some of your favorite iconic buildings. And happy October 7th. AFI AM 640.
With us this Monday morning, the first Monday in October. We're going to see the Supreme Court back in action today. Here's what we're following in the PFI 24-hour newsroom. Standing after and Hollywood Studios scheduled to step out for entertainment. The first time two factors locked out nationwide. The AI industry continues to be a big sticking point. Former President Trump is expected to be in New York City today for his civil fraud trial. New York Attorney General Keith King accused Trump and his family of fraud for inflating his net worth, which King said gave Trump better terms than he deserved. A full-length film about Beyonce's Renaissance World Tour is in the works. Reports say the singer's team at the film. This is released the documentary December 1st. Taylor Swift's Eras concert tour hit theaters later this month on October 13th. It sold $26 million in pre-sales on the first day they were available. At 6:05, it is Diesel on the news. The Hero family throws into affected Dallas County taxpayers' tickets yesterday. At least 6 months, cities pushing back and suing because of the new policy block. At 5:58, we're going to be talking with the executive director of the Innocence Center, who helped bring that military family who was wrongly accused and convicted and spent 28 years in prison for a crime they didn't commit. Sentence was just overturned, and he has been exonerated. With the next of the stories coming out of the PFI 24-hour newsroom, Rabbi has signed a bill in the government plan, which gives Congress another 45 days to agree to function.
Quite frankly, I'm sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of free speech. I'm tired of the people.
include the deep spending cuts that some conservatives wanted. It also cut out more than $4 billion Democrats wanted for defense. Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz has threatened to remove Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. Four is Democrats' own temporary spending bill and not bringing in spending.
I am relentless, and I will continue to pursue this objective.
McCarthy says he'll survive.
Yesterday, they did this, and left right now.
Gaetz says he will use a procedural tool called a motion to vacate to try to strip McCarthy out of his office as soon as this week. Two men from Riverside have been arrested for allegedly distracting an elderly woman outside her home in Huntington Beach, while one of them stole $50,000 from her purse. The 79-year-old was approached 2 weeks ago when she got home from the bank. Police say that type of crime is known as bank jugging. But please pay attention to bank customers who, if our cash messages, follow her home. The robbery. At least 12 cities in LA County have joined together to sue the county over its new zero-bail policy. The group of cities filed a last-minute complaint on Friday. Beginning yesterday, most nonviolent offenders are to be given citation by police on the spot and then just released. County officials say the new policy equalizes the unbalanced bail. Critics say the program is a threat to public safety. The companies on Apple's iPhone 16 Pro and Pro Max have complained that new devices give too hot, both like using and charging services. Some users say they believe the issue could be triggered by certain apps running in background, such as Instagram or Uber. Apple tech support has referred customers to a notice report article on how to handle an iPhone that feels too hot or too cold. The notice that overheating could occur when using an offensive app, charging, or setting up a new device. First time. Trying to check in now with ABC News correspondent Tom Rivers. Good morning, Tom. This one is kind of flown under the radar. Armenian refugees are fleeing their homes by the thousands. Can you tell us why they're going and what's happening?
Good morning, Eddie. Yeah, well, you know, in fact, this has been a source going back about 30 years, but it really, really ramped up. Just over a week ago,
California's top casino and entertainment destination is now your California to Vegas connection. Play at Yamava Resort and Casino in San Manuel to earn points, rewards, and complimentary experiences for the iconic Palms Casino Resort in Las Vegas. 2 destinations, 1 loyalty card. Visit yamava.com/palms to discover more.
Grateful to announce that we have some new tour locations coming up. Greenville, South Carolina, November 8th at the Peace Center. Huntsville, Alabama, November 19th at the Von Braun Center. And Atlanta, Georgia, November 29th and 30th at the Fox Theater. Tickets for these shows will be available this Wednesday, September 27th at 10 a.m. local time with the pre-sale code RATKING. General on sale begins Friday, November 29th at 10 a.m. local. We also have some tickets left for Washington, D.C., Las Vegas, Norfolk, VA, Roanoke, VA, and Huntington, West Virginia. Get all your tickets through theovon.com/TOUR to avoid secondary sites. Today's guest is a presidential candidate for the 2024 U.S. presidential election. He's an author, he's an attorney, he's an environmentalist. I'm grateful to have him return to the podcast to discuss his campaign and see what's going on. He's a dear friend, and I'm grateful for his time. Today's guest is Robert Kennedy Jr.
I'll stand and tell you the story.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I feel pretty good. I got some vitamin D today. I think I was feeling like overwhelmed. So sometimes when I feel like, even if I feel anything too much, it's like I feel like if I do something in motion. It helps me. And getting some vitamin D helps me too.
That move muscle changing a lot. Yeah. But I had the same experience yesterday where they had me scheduled like back to back all day, and I said I just need to get out. I just canceled one of my appointments, and I went out in the sun for an hour, and it was transformative.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think we forget that we're supposed to be plants like that, or that we're part. Because are humans part plants too? Do you think?
No. Although the microbiome has a lot of plants, and it's not. I guess it's part of our body, and it's a plant, I suppose. But we are definitely we're a zoonotic species, plant species.
Yeah, sometimes I guess I feel like a plant. I don't know if I sit by a window, I feel good. If somebody comes up and smells me, if I smell good, I feel good. I guess. So that's kind of like a flower, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Good to see you, man.
You too.
Yeah, you look great.
You look amazing.
Well, I feel pretty good, man. Just been staying pretty busy. I'm trying to think of what's been going on.
Have you been in Nashville?
Yeah, I've been over there a decent amount.
I couldn't believe how that is growing there. Yeah, there's like 20 cranes. That's it. They must have all the cranes from everywhere in the United States there.
Yeah, it's been busy. I mean, even since I just moved there like 3 years ago, it's like I'll go down the streets now and everything's changed. It's really nice. One of the things that I like best there, I have the best neighbors there. My neighbors are really nice. And it still has a really small town vibe. Like you couldn't cheat on your wife there. That's what I tell people. I mean, I think a lot of people have tried, but you could. It's just there's too much. It still has like that a little bit of that southern gossip vibe,
Like a little house there.
Yeah, I got me a little house in a neighborhood. Normal, nothing too fancy. I mean, it's a nice home, but it's nothing like I don't have like a water slide or anything, or anything like that, or like a.
I have an axe.
Yeah, I don't have an axe throwing. But it's been good, man. It's been a nice change of pace. I feel a little bit more connected to just like regular society because I think in LA it's just a different universe out here than like regular cities or towns in America for sure. And there's so many people here. I think people start to feel a little bit. I don't want to say expendable, but it's like some people you're not going to see them ever again. So there's like a different amount of value sometimes to the interaction that you have to put into it. Like in a smaller community, you have to create a level of probably more respect for people and stuff. And like, whereas in a city, you're just gonna. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I remember there's a writer for the New Yorker. I'm trying to remember his name, but he's kind of a philosopher. And he was talking that there's a formula actually that people are rude in big cities because the chance of them ever running into you again is more remote. Whereas if you live in a small town I've lived in, Montgomery, Alabama, which is really a small town, and Haynesville, Alabama, and then I lived in Deadwood, South Dakota, and a couple of other small towns in my life, and everybody's nice. And when you're driving down the road in your pickup truck, everybody who passes you on the road waves their hand like that.
Yeah.
He was saying, he was telling the story that that Mother Teresa, when she came to New York, she tried to start one of her little, convent monasteries to take care of the poor in New York. And that they eventually ended up closing it because they didn't want to put an elevator in the place. And they said, no, we'll just carry the sick people up the stairs ourselves.
I love that idea.
Yeah, but in New York, the public health agencies wouldn't let them do it. So they said, okay, we're leaving. But she, at one point, Mayor Koch had a heart attack.
Mayor Koch?
Yeah. Ed Koch was the mayor of New York. Long-term mayor, and he had a heart attack and he nearly died. And she went to visit him in his hospital bed, and which he thought was a great kindness because she's a Catholic and he's a Jewish mayor, and it just was it was kind of a spiritual act. But when she was up there, she asked him, can you give me a parking place in front of my building? And as a joke, no, she wanted a parking place, but it kind of nice Mother Teresa. Well, of course you would give her a parking place if you got Mother Teresa. That's hilarious. So, but she, it's just the idea that she had an angle. Once you go to New York, you always got to have an angle.
Yeah. And maybe it is, you're just like, and I always feel like LA is kind of like an it always feels like, the whole city feels like a little bit like an airport to me. It's like, I feel like I'd never leave the airport here. Like, it feels like this thoroughfare of just people going in and out.
Yeah.
I start to feel like America starts to feel like that sometimes. I think it starts to feel to a lot of people like, it feels like a shell company sometimes.
Like a shopping mall.
Yeah, or like it feels like an LLC for like big. It starts to sometimes feel like an LLC for like big business.
Yeah,
does that make any sense?
That makes a lot of sense. I think that's what it's becoming. One of the things that I'm talking about a lot now is this, this housing price.
Housing prices, you say?
I tried the Monsanto case in San Francisco with a big team of attorneys, and we tried 3 cases in a row, so that we had about 20,000 cases. And the way that, this kind of multi-state litigation,
and the case was that it was poisonous, right?
Yeah, it was causing non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Okay. So we had enough science to prove that it could cause non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and then we ended up having 50,000 people who had gotten non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. But the way that you try the case, you try them one at a time until if you win 3 or 4 in a row, then the company says, then Monsanto says, okay, now we know what the value of the case. So the first case, we had $289 million.
Yeah, I just brought that up.
The second case, we got,
so there was one client in there.
That was Dwayne Johnson.
Not The Rock. You're not talking about him.
Not The Rock. This was an African-American school superintendent. His job was to spray the weeds on the property and keep the lawn and do that on a public school. And he had a backpack on a sprayer, and it leaked all the time, and he began getting lesions on his back, and he called up Monsanto. He called them 3 times and said, could this be from because it says safe as hazard, nothing can happen to you. And it had pictures on the label of people spraying their weeds wearing like Bermuda shorts and a Hawaiian shirt. So it was implying that you don't have to take any protection with this stuff because it's so safe. He felt like it was coming from and it turned out to be non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. It was precancerous lesions, but they would never return his phone call, and they knew it, and they just didn't want to, so they sandbagged him, and he was the sweetest guy when we got him on the stand. He was married to this beautiful Hispanic woman. They had fallen in love the first time they saw each other at community college, and they had this wonderful marriage. And he couldn't sleep in bed with her anymore because he had so many lesions on his body. He wouldn't go in the swimming pool because if anybody saw him in the pool, they would think they were going to get a disease. So his life was just so miserable. And the jury loved him. They gave him $289 million. And then the next one, I forgot. I think we got around $300 million. The third one we asked for, it was a couple who were both home gardeners, and they brought their dog with them. They had a Labrador retriever. The Labrador died of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. He got it the same time they did. The couple both got it the same time, and the dog got it. The dog died first, and then they were really sick. We asked the jury for $1 million, and we had a big argument about it. What do you ask the jury? Because you won't ask them for too much, because then they think you're overreaching, and they may punish you. Okay? The one guy who was arguing during the closing argument, a lawyer, Brett Wisner, very young lawyer, but really brilliant. And he and we were all saying you should ask him for $300 million. That's what the other juries were paying us. And he said, I'm going to ask him for $1 billion. I feel like the jury, like since they came back with $2.2 billion. So we asked him for $1 billion. Yeah. And
So they were pissed at Monsanto.
they were so angry because we also showed that that's the lawyer right there who just walked by, Brent Lisner.
God, I got to pick up some Monsanto on the way home.
Yeah, you got to go to law school. You know,
Yeah, one or the other, man. I got to get in case like this.
But anyway, I didn't mean to go off on this. What I was saying is, when we were trying these cases, we were trying one after the other. So I ended up spending like the better part of a year in San Francisco. And every morning when I was in San Francisco before court, I would go down to the courthouse, to the gym in Union Square. Union Square is the center of San Francisco, and it's the center of commerce. It has all the big, iconic American stores like Macy's and Bloomingdale's and Nordstrom and Gap and Old Navy and Levi, and then it has all the foreign stores like Prada, Gucci, and Hermes, Ferragamo, and Burberry, and all of those. No, it's like Fifth Avenue. It is the Fifth Avenue, and people come from Asia all over to do their shopping there. So, I went back 3 weeks ago, and it was astonishing. Those houses or those stores are all boarded up. Every one of them is closed. Wow. And they're closed because all of them homeless. The chaos that's going on in the street in San Francisco makes people feel unsafe.
Yes, guys just started a pop-up bar. Do you see that? A guy started a bar.
Where?
One of those bar. Can you see him bring that up? Yeah. Yep, I got it. Yeah, look at this. I mean, I think you're starting to see. Yeah, people are like, well, I'm so homeless. There's obviously no zoning going on. So why don't I open up a Dave and Buster's type of place? Denver Homeless Camp features pop-up bar.
Yeah, it's wacky.
You see a decked out open air. There you go. See, look, you can see the bottles right there. They have a kind of I wouldn't call it VIP, but I would call it maybe HIVIP. It looks a little nicer over there. Sorry. And I should have said that. But
you shouldn't have said that.
But it's a lot of people have been ill, and but yeah, this is. I mean, I think we're just gonna start starting businesses.
Yeah, that's what it is. The tent where the owner lives, or
I think the tent. I don't know. That could be the pop-up speakeasy, which features lounge chairs, umbrellas, and astroturf. It's taken over the sidewalk at 23rd and Champa Street, which the city's growing homeless population has turned into an encampment. I love this kind of stuff.
So
there was an open bar. That's what the Denver Police Patrol Division Chief said. Anyway, yeah, I think, but at least it's evolving. It's not just homeless people just being homeless. At least I think you're going to start to see mom and pop businesses out there.
Here's what my son actually, because I had a lot of assumptions about why people are homeless. And it's there's 525,000 homeless people in this country, but 50% of the unsheltered homeless are in California. Okay, California only has 12% of the population, but it's 50% of the unsheltered homeless.
And unsheltered homeless means homeless that don't have a place to sleep at
night. Yeah, it's people who are on the sidewalk,
like freelance, yeah,
right, or they're in shelter. They're
like free range.
Yeah. So, here's my assumptions that homelessness is linked to drug addiction. It's linked to mental illness. It's linked to, poverty. And that people are one of the reasons there's so many homeless in California is that everybody knows that San Francisco has this very generous kind of giving attitude towards social services. And so if you're homeless anywhere else in the country, you'd like to move with good weather. Why you don't want to be in New York sleeping on a grate in the middle of winter when it's snowing. get on a Greyhound and come out to San Francisco and celebrate, right? And I also had heard this, which turns out not to be true, that in some cities like Dallas or Nashville, if you are homeless, that they, instead of putting you in jail, they give you a bus ticket to San Francisco. Oh, wow. So I don't know if it's true or not, but anyway, so my son, to this writer called, my son Connor, who you know, Matthew Desmond. Desmond has written these books on homelessness, and he's done these studies on homelessness. And they, in San Francisco, they actually went around and interviewed thousands and thousands of homeless people. And what they found is that the people who are homeless in San Francisco are from San Francisco, and they're from California. They didn't come from somewhere else.
So it's not a lot of people yet bust in or transplants or whatever.
Right. He also says this, that it has very little to do with drug addiction. The states like West Virginia has much more drug addiction than San Francisco, and yet it doesn't have a homeless problem. West Virginia has much worse poverty problem than San Francisco. San Francisco, actually, I think it's the richest city in the country. I may be wrong, but I think it's the richest. And it doesn't. So, and in terms of mental illness, you have to assume they're the same. Yeah, there's no reason. But also Detroit. Detroit has much higher drug addiction, much higher poverty, and it doesn't have a homeless problem. And what Matthew Desmond says is the reason for homeless, one reason is housing crisis. It all has to do with housing prices. In California, we have the highest housing price in the country. Here in LA, where we are, the average home costs $815,000, which means you have to earn $250,000 to be able to pay for that.
Why do they get so high? Like, is it demand that makes them so high?
I'm going to tell you this. The average home in our country 2 years ago was $215,000. Today's $400,000. And the interest rates have gone from 3 to 7%. So kids today, like your kids and my kids, are never going to buy a home. It used to be.
So if they're not going to buy a home yet, the median price of homes sold by realtors has risen sharply since the beginning.
And here's why this is happening.
Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now 6 o'clock a.m.
Big companies, BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, these are the biggest companies,
And they have a monopoly on a lot of the housing market, right?
And what they do, they own everything, including they own each other. Only just one big company. And BlackRock, it has $10 trillion under management. The GDP of California is it's 10 trillion. The GDP of California is $3 trillion. And so they're 3 times the size of California. The California economy is the 5th largest in the world of all nations.
So when you have that much control, can't you just make your own universe? They can't.
So when they own, those 3 companies own 88% of the S&P 500. So they basically just own everything. And now what they've decided is they want to own every single family home in our country. So they're now on track. There's now on trajectory. If we continue on this trajectory, they will own, the corporations will own 60% of the single-family homes in our country. And they pay nothing for money. So they're like, if you're the richest person in the country, their BlackRock's cost of money is 30% lower than you. So they're competing against our kids, and your kids.
Why is it so different?
They want it now. They want to own everything. So
why is the percentage of the cost of the value of borrowing?
Oh, because their credit is so impeccable.
Oh, I see. They have like 900.
Yeah. So they got the best credit rating.
I got 670. What's okay?
I don't know.
But isn't that like privatized communism or something? That's what it feels like.
Oh, yeah, it's like socialism for the rich, and this barbaric, merciless, savage capitalism for the poor.
Yeah, do you think it's some trickle down effect of that makes people feel like Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was talking, we had this guy, John Vervaeke, on, and he talks a lot about meaning and stuff like that, And he said that people feeling like they're part of a country or they have like a part of a home, part of a group, it creates a lot of meaning for them, just in their life. Yeah. And I think I noticed even with my own, like, probably like our parents and stuff, I think a lot of them were very like pro-America and like, they had family members that died for our country and they, it meant something to them to be part of America. And then now I think a lot of them see this kind of unfolding or like kind of the flag kind of like fraying at the stitching, and I think it's very scary because if you start to feel like you don't have your country, then I think then you start to feel like, okay, it's every man for himself in a way. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. There's a poll that came out 3 weeks ago that showed that in 2013, kids between 18 and 35 years old, and 85% of young Americans said they were proud of the United States. And then another poll, the same poll, came out 3 weeks ago that showed that only 17% of kids think they're proud of you. And I said, we're really devastating. But one of the things that you were saying, I think, is true, that if you own a home, you care more about your community. You care about the schools. You care about the police. You care about the hospitals. You take care of your garden. You make it look nice.
You might be more likely to help your neighbor.
Exactly, because you're there. You're part of the community. And turning us all into, and you also are a participant in the capitalist system because if you own a home, you have equity, which means, let's say you want to start a business, even like a tiny business, like, buying a sewing machine.
Yeah, doing sewing. What else
you can do? Or, if you want to start a restaurant.
Popcorn, like a caramel corn.
Exactly.
Something like that.
Great idea.
Yeah. And, but you can get a loan. You can get a loan, right,
on your house, and so you have an entree into the capitalist system.
Yeah, and because then you're always, everything's possible. You can sit down with your family at night and be like, hey, mom and dad are thinking about doing this business. What do you guys think? And maybe your son's proud of you, and it creates excitement in your house, And even if, like, I remember my mom went to law school and she couldn't do it because she had too many kids and it was too much work. But I was still always proud of her that she tried to do it, Like, I think, having the financial ability to do stuff like that is just so important, man. And then otherwise you feel, if you're just a renter, if everybody's a renter, you don't care, you just feel like you're like a renter by force, like you don't even have a choice to be a renter, Yeah, that's kind of scary. How do we battle against that? And is it something that a president can do or a political official can do, or it's something that, how do we reverse that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's parts of their of what they're doing that, a president can deal with it. For example, they own all the packing companies. So there's only 4 meat packing companies, and those companies have a stranglehold on farmers and consumers. And they should have been prosecuted a long time ago for antitrust. But because BlackRock is so powerful, nobody will touch them. Wow. And so
it's a dark art, huh?
Yeah. I mean, they're just, what they're doing is they're just strip mining the wealth and equity from the American middle class. And you see that,
it's sad. And who is it? Who is BlackRock?
The head of it is the CEO is a guy called Larry Fink. He's also on the board of directors of the World Economic Forum. So in the World Economic Forum, meets in Davos. It's a billionaires boys club. They meet in Davos. Every year, and they try to figure out what their plans are for the rest of humanity.
Are they greedy?
I would say they have a bad reputation for very self-serving policies. Their big policy is called the Great Reset. And what here's Klaus Schwab says, famously, he says, under the Great Reset, you will own nothing, but you will be happy. So that's what they believe. Yeah,
so they do have a belief. Their belief is that you will own nothing, but you'll be happy.
All of us will own nothing, but they will own everything. And they may be a little happier. Who knows?
Wow. Today's episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. If you need therapy or you've considered therapy, it's okay to try it out. I've tried so many therapists. You know, it takes you a while sometimes to find the right one, but when you do, it's a good fit and it feels good. BetterHelp can help. That's right. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Take a break from your thoughts if they're bothering you with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/Theo today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp. BetterHelp.com/Theo. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. The weather's getting cooler. That means it's time to bundle up. Get you some stockings on. I got some. Look at that legging. Get you a legging on, Daddy or Mama. Legging up. Get you a hat, scarf, whatever. Ibotta, they can help you do it. That's right. Ibotta gives you cash back on winter coats, hats, gloves, scarves. Anything, actually. Groceries, produce, personal care, pantry goods. Just download the Ibotta app. The average Ibotta user earns $100 per year. That could cover the cost of a shopping trip, new school supplies, a Thanksgiving turkey, get that big bird. Other apps give you points that don't amount to much. With Ibotta, you get real cash back that you can cash out to your bank account, PayPal, or gift cards. Just download the Ibotta app now and use code Theo to start earning real cash back. Just go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the free Ibotta app. That's IBOTTA and use code Theo. That's Ibotta, IBOTTA in the Google Play or App Store and use code Theo. Start getting cash back today. So how do we stay positive? What do you do to stay positive when things like this come into your brain? Because I think a lot of people, this is why you have people that start to go to conspiracy theories. This is why you have people that start to look for alternate. People are looking for hope, really. A lot of times in a conspiracy theory, people are also looking for hope. They're looking for something that shows them that something that's out of what everything feels like could be possible, right?
Let me ask you this. Do you consider yourself a conspiracy theorist?
No. But I consider myself open to curiosity. I think, I consider myself open to curiosity. I think it would be silly not to listen to possibility. And I think sometimes it's the curious guy who at first people are like, this guy's all bananas, ends up being Bananas Foster, which is good if you've had it or not. Yeah, I have it. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'll say that. Dude, I used to work at this restaurant, and one of my coworkers, he's like, man, I hate seeing Bananas Foster on the menu because I was raised in a foster home, and it makes me sad. Ridiculous. Well, yeah, just to equate Bananas Foster and being raised in a foster home, but I was like, I bet he still had some every now and then. I think it made him feel pretty good, but yeah, I think. Would you ask me about? I was asking about conspiracy theories. Yeah, I don't think. I think since the news started to get compromised, it feels like a few years ago. And one thing I do like using is that word compromise. That's kind of like a conspiracy theorist word, But I feel like when I was a child, it felt like the news was real, and it was like, this is the news, and it was honest. I don't know if it was. That could have been me romancing it too, but it felt like that. And then at a certain point, which feels like about maybe 10 years ago, the news started to become more, different. Did you notice that in your life?
Yeah, I did. I watched it happen because originally the news, going back to when they invented radio in 1928, they passed a law that was called the Fairness Doctrine. It was called the Communications Act, and they said they did a bunch of things. They said no monopolize the news. So now there's 5 companies that own all the TV, all the radio, all the newspapers, and most of the internet content providers. And they didn't want that to happen because they thought that, these large corporations will control what we're thinking because they're going to control the information flow, and that's bad for democracy. Well, they said you can own no more than 8 radio stations, and you couldn't own a newspaper or a radio station or a television station the same.
That sounds like a good choice. That sounds like fair. That seems fair to me.
Yeah, they wanted it to do with the quality of ownership. It's called the fairness doctrine. They also said if you're using the public airwaves, which means radio or television, that if you make a statement, you need to give the other side a chance to respond. And you also need to put the news on every day at times when Americans are likely to be at home to see it. So they asked that in order to, like NBC did not own that airwave. It had a license to use it, and it could only use it if it benefited the public interest. The way that it did that is it said, okay, you're going to create a news division. The news divisions always lost money, but they were willing to pour money in because it was the only way they could hold on to their license. And they made a guy.
Would you explain that part to me? Sorry. That's right.
See, what they could say is you can use the airwave to make money by entertaining people, right? But you have to tell the real news, the authentic news, the important news that affects policy decisions that Americans have to make about their government. Okay. And you have to do it every day at a time when all Americans are going to be home, are likely to be home. So that's why we had a 6 o'clock news hour. It's also radio stations. If you probably, I don't know if you remember this or not, but it used to be even the top 40 music stations had a news break like every 15 minutes. There was a short news break where they would tell you the news. Oh, Harvey, remember him? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, they had to do that. That was a legal obligation. And the news divisions were separate from the rest of the operations. And they were untouchable. So they'd bring some, really credible figure like Newton Minow or Walter Cronkite and Huntley and Brinkley and John Chester. These guys were, total integrity people, and everybody, the most credible man, the most believed credible man in America was Walter Cronkite. And so, all of those newscasters were people of extraordinary integrity. Then what happened is Ronald Reagan, when he ran for president in 1980, he had the support of the big studio heads in California because he'd been the California governor. They wanted to abolish the fairness doctrine so they could get their hands, so they could consolidate the entire media and under monopoly control. And he had the Christian right. And the Christian broadcasting stations did not want to do, the fairness stuff. They didn't want to show the other side because they didn't want to show Satan's side of the argument, right? So they all wanted to get rid of the fairness doctrine. And so Reagan came in and appointed a guy, I think his name was Tom, the FCC, the Federal Communication, and they threw out the fairness doctrine. And at that point, you saw this huge consolidation where they started buying up everything. You also saw the news divisions were told, okay, we don't really need you to have integrity anymore. We need you to make money. So the news division became profit centers. And so you saw more and more news that was not really news. It was, about Brad and J-Lo, and it was entertainment. And it was stuff to get eyeballs, to make people, and violence and war, and, and so you saw this deterioration where from the highly credible people on the news to people that you have today who are just, propagandists for the government and for the pharmaceutical companies.
Muppets, man. Yeah, the people turn into Muppets. But so whenever it was Christian activism that made them end up making them.
It was a combination of things. The Christian broadcasters, for good reason, they had good reason they didn't want to tell. Because, for example,
give me an example.
I'll give you an example that NBC I think it was either NBC or ABC was having advertisements, were selling advertisements for Mustang, the automobile. Mustang. At that point, it was the biggest gas guzzling automobile. And so an asthma society of America.
They hated Mustangs.
Yeah, they didn't like Mustangs because come on, they
If you have asthma, if you get a Mustang, you got a chance with the ladies. I feel like if you just show up with asthma, there it is.
yeah, it's not a good sign.
Yeah, asthma has one speed, dude. You know? Sorry, go on.
So they wanted to do an ad saying Mustangs are bad because they're making us have an asthma attack. And the network didn't want to do it. They said no, we want to sell Mustangs. We want to sell Mustangs. So they told the asthma society, you can't, we're not going to let you. We're not going to sell you asthma. So they sued. They went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said you got to allow them to sell both sides. And they upheld the fairness doctrine. So if you applied that to Christian broadcasting and said you're using a public airwave, right? If there's atheists out there who want to give their side of the story, right? Maybe you'll have to do that. So they didn't want to do that. So they were, and you can see the rationale.
Yeah, and then also that leads into more like towards things being able to create monopolies. Then it seems like
Yeah, well, that monopoly exactly now we are where we are today. Where they're saying
every city you go to, like I go to a city, if you go as a comedian, you go to do radio sometimes before it. It used to be you had kind of a local radio station, and now all of them most of them are kind of clear channel. And I'm not denouncing clear channel, but they're all like usually like part of a bigger group. And you can't find like a local newspaper anymore. Like that used to be like part of the community, like getting yourself in the newspaper. You would get like a little trophy for this, not really, maybe you found a missing person or something, and they would put you in the newspaper or something, but it was like you kind of got to see like everything that was going on in your community, like baseball scores for little league games. I think things that made you feel attached to your environment, and they don't have that anymore. It's like everything's just too big now to fit into like smaller communities. Maybe you get a paper like once a week now or something. It's just different.
No, I agree 100% with that. I think that's, and I think there's a real appetite for local news. People want to know what happened in the baseball. I mean, I grew up reading about, kids who I was playing.
the idea is, if you have unlimited money, you'd like to do it. But the other way to cut from this is apparently going to be $20 billion spent by the end of the year already. He said expanding health and family benefits will make the fund vulnerable. Oh, no, it's basically being vulnerable. And the $20 billion that the opposed to federal government was money that California borrowed to give unemployment benefits on top of the federal unemployment benefits on top of the stimulus during COVID, which I think a lot of it made a lot of sense that people don't people want to buy those things. But this one is, well, I'm going to talk more about that at 7 o'clock. But yes, this time, I got to tell you, labor really this one. This was not something that they are at all in favor of. Hey, you're on our side, damn it. What happened? What'd you do? It's not a sure talk about this before we get to it later. This is not the only slow worker. No. This son, this one brings more protections to renters for being evicted. Basically, it's when your landlord puts you out, every time you do wrong, it's like a hotel room. And they do it, and they say, I need to be protected for that unit, or I need to be other benefit for that unit, something like that. So what this law says is, you have to put your money where your mouth is. It is wrong. There are just a group of people who started that law because you need to do it for a person to use it. They're going to have to list your name. They're going to have to put you there within 3 months, and they're going to have to stay in there here or else they want. But how you put that? Okay, here's what I yeah. Well, I've experienced this before. When I had to move someone out in the unit to family again. The law is already there. If it's not true, if you throw someone out and say a family member's going to move in, if a family member does not move in, that landlord can be big time by the parent that was thrown out. That's existing law. That's already on the book. This does just push it more to actually that you have to provide the plan. You have to say who's moving in. Therefore, you have to say family member was moving in. And then instead, you have to figure out, okay, if that's not true, where will it come back? Fine, they move in 90 days. If you're gutting out, let's say, an apartment or a house, you're never going to be able to finish it up. It could take you a year and a half to finish that up. So there has to be some waiver within the language of the law. Again, writing up things is writing involved in writing legislation, and you have to look at what if this happens? Well, what if that happens? Like my question, what if it takes longer to legitimately remodel a place if you're throwing someone out or a family member in? So that's just separate. The thing about it is that's a separate group of with somebody who was wrong. They take repairs. So that's true. What you should do is say, first, we need to evict these people because we have to gut the place out. We need to do it. Which if you can do it until the job is done, all those at once, if you try that out, you're going to have to provide copies of permits. Yeah. If your contractor's up front. Yeah.
There's a lawsuit going on now. I can't remember the name of it. It's a high rise where they basically said we're kicking everybody out. If I'm not a dealer, I'm not a big apartment. Oh, that's over $1 million. No Powerball winner on Saturday. So tonight's drawing for Powerball will be worth an estimated $1.04 billion. There are 38 drawings again without a big winner. I think that's their rapid fire. We have 3 a week. The census drawing.
Yeah. So whoever came up with just adding that separate number that you have to also add the fifth number, the Powerball would be it. It's possible to win. Well, that's true. It's about, it's the chance because we go week after week after week after week on a regular basis, then obviously the chances of not winning are far greater than chances of winning. Used to be that someone always won the lottery. Inevitably, someone always won the lottery. Not anymore. So if they were really smart, they would add a record number, and then no one would ever win, and then you have a $5 billion prize, and everybody would like it. So at some point, people stop trying, and nobody will. They don't, because if you're looking at a $5 billion prize, you're going to go for it. You're going to throw your $200. Not if there's something really similar to someone who won $1
people are. I've never played with a phone. Because I think it's so stupid, which is why I was at the 7-Eleven a couple of days ago when I bought $20 worth of stuff on lottery tickets. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm going to pile on too here to processes because you're also part of a big pool here at KFO with a lot of people and so people. Hey, I never said I wanted to get the credit card. Well, that is, okay, let's just move on, okay? We'll come back and do more. In the meantime, let's get with live and get my 24-hour report.
At least 2 dozen cities around LA County have sued to stop the new zero bail policy.
The policy allows those known violent offenders to simply get assigned safety by police and be released on the spot. The new policy started yesterday and officials say it will equalize an unbalanced bail system, with finding cities like Laverne, Santa Fe Springs, and Palmdale joined Whittier, Vernon, Glendora, and others to put a stop to the new policy. It's not clear why the city waited until the last minute to file. Representatives from the cities noted in their filing that the new policy is a threat to public safety. Gregory GFI News.
The foundation has chosen the Democratic transition advisor to Kamala Harris' presidential campaign to help the case of U.S. Senators on crime side. He died last week. Newsom had promised to appoint a black woman. His office said Bonta Butler will be California's first openly gay senator and first black lesbian to openly serve Congress. Butler will step down from her role as president of the group Emily Harris to serve out the rest of Biden's term. U.S. State executives elected. Former President Trump has thrown the largest crowd at the California Republican Convention in Anaheim.
We're thrilled to be here with the conservative patriots who are leading the charge to take back this state from the radical left lunatic.
Trump spoke in Washington Friday on his first day of the convention. About 1,500 people passed the ballroom to hear him.
Together we will take on the ultra-left-wing liars, losers, freaks, perverts, and freaks who are devouring the future of this state like a form of locust.
Trump vowed to solve the border problem in 24 hours and bolster California's water supply. Praised California Republicans but criticized the state for its embrace policy almost threatening what he called woke tech power. The Powerball lottery jackpot was decided on in California to more than $1 billion. No tickets to Wall Street numbers are sold for 30 million dollars Saturday. Many auction plans for elections are I will be here for morning with the first people. As the West watching more than 292 million parents dropping tonight. Look at the 91 next week. Miami Sky after sports is playing. In Sunday NFL action, the Rays with the Colts back to a tie, but then nailed a walk-off overtime season to secure a 29-23 win. The Chargers pulled off a Rivers rally to win by a score of 24-17. In baseball, the Dodgers logged a 5-run 6th inning on the way to a 5-2 win over the Giants. The game one of the National League Division Series is set for Saturday. But it was Kershaw who was first to win against the Diamondbacks. For the Brewers, that will be determined by the results of the wild card round this week. And the Angels closed out their season by beating the Oakland A's 7-3. I'm President KFI Sports. Outside weather, keeping it high, 75 in the low 70s at the coast, mid-70s for metro LA and Windows Beach, mid-70s to about 80 for the mountains and higher, 60s and 70s for the Antelope Valley. Couple degrees warmer tomorrow and Wednesday, and then the heat thaw into Thursday and into the weekend. Highs dropping out of the 80s at the Northwest Mountains, the metro areas and inland Empire, low 100s for the mountains. With 54 in Garden Grove, 55 Huntington Beach. Happy Monday, Will. How's that continuing to come up on
Good. We're looking good this morning. We've got really clear skies out here, and traffic is pretty clear as well. Not too many major problems. A little bit of slowing through the Highfield Bell 91 as you head westbound, getting away from the 15. Stop and go traffic past the 71, and then nothing complaints, just usual stuff there. We're coming from little problems. Westbound south of 133 at the 5, before some car fire before it runs. And down the east, some folks have not turned the 5 in Santa Ana, right there, right around 17th Street. Reports of a fire on the side of the roadway, and it looks like it was a slow. In fact, maybe more fresh, so we'll have a better look at that next time around. But that actually slows down. LA County looking pretty good this morning. Local driver, KFI in the sky. Government insurance companies still hardball. Continue dealing with communities and make those same case. Trusted payment for COVID virus to level the playing field. With over 50 years of experience, they've over $1 billion in settlements. COVID virus has been knowledge and track record to protect your rights and get paid the compensation you deserve. Step Especially at alone, call Jacoby Myers. Get a special lock on the Los Angeles Dodgers. Justice for you since 1972. It's the final stretch to get tickets to Point Racing's biggest moment of the year, the 40th running of the Breeders' Cup World Championship at Santa Anita Park, December 3rd and 4th. The countdown is now. Get tickets today at breederscup.com. If you feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack, you can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Tele Tires and Auto Centers. Because Tele Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps you find all the right people, typical job stuff. ZipRecruiter helps you with keep on getting. Save it with Marco and millions of other businesses who use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Breeders' Cup is coming to Santa Anita on November 3rd and 4th. You gotta get your tickets early. There's going to be 67,000 people out there. If you don't get your tickets, you're going to be taking yourself to bucket. Go to breederscup.com/tickets. It's the greatest weekend of horse racing every single year. So get your tickets at breederscup.com/tickets before they're all gone. And we'll see a lot of results from Santa Anita on November 3rd. Come on with this break. Come on with this break. Come on with this break. breederscup.com/tickets. Voice of the people for better or worse. Johnny Gaines, Voice to Watch. Twice every Friday between 3 and 4 on AMI. This is AMI support. It is a Monday morning, October 2. Bill Hamel here with the morning show as we continue to handle on the Lucas 18 investigation. Well, that's a long time, but a man been arrested in connection with the murder of his poor in 1996. Davis is accused of medicine maximizing the day, but he's not fully clear. Was in the car that drove by the Papa Scott Street. He's admitted that he was in the car. And they say he was basically a shot caller for the Southside Concert Church, and that the killing was retaliation for an earlier incident where allegedly Tupac and Suge Knight locked up one of their guys, the Pop Pyro Gang. So this was way back to that. Yeah, no, you'll get me right on this one. He was always sort of a quasi-suspect. I mean, he's always on the short list. And the election now, a dozen years after the fact, is not guilty of not. He said something and admitted something crazy, and all of a sudden they have him on that. But also the system is, I don't know that any of the investigators will ever have to say. So they let him go around to see how much he would say. They kind of knew that they had it. They were willing to let him go for 7 years to see how much he would say about the issue. And I guess they got to the point where he had
my
already paid them all. I couldn't do that either. It cost me a life expense to play off. It cost me a fortune. All right, enough of that. Personal stories are easier. What they call it. They're carnivores, what they are. No, they're carnivores. Funding everything they can possibly do. Let's take a break from that. Amy Tate, live in the KMI 24-hour news.
Former President Trump has arrived at court in New York for a trial in a lawsuit that could cost him control of Trump's power and other property. New York Attorney General Letitia James has accused Trump and his family of fraud for inflating his net worth, which James said gave Trump better terms than he deserved from lenders and insurers. I was just in shock over a parking spot at Fordham. Police say two drivers got into a fight last night at a Fordham's parking lot in West Park. One of the drivers fired two shots at the other driver and took off. The other driver was hurt and treated was rescued shortly later. Apple says it's working to fix overheating issues on the new iPhone 15. Users are reporting cell phones are getting too hot when they are gaming or even charging themselves. Apple says it identified several issues that could be causing the update, including a bug in the iOS software. They will fix what's happening. Sunday times in the low to mid-70s at the beaches in metro areas, 70 to about 80 inland. This report is brought to you by Southern California and Stay alert, stay safe. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We have got Sergeant in San Diego.
We've got a little grass fire off the side of the 517th Street in West Southside. That's just for workers. We also do have a car fire that works outside of 133. Right there at the 5. That doesn't seem to be quite as much closer. Both of those streets are there as the traffic for you. You can go to the crash in the north end of San Fernando Valley, the 5 southbound. Like you said before, she's actually kind of there in the new home path. A couple of vehicles, one of them a motorcycle, is all there. Rider is in lanes. Not sure of the condition of the rider, but definitely at least a couple of lanes blocked. There's going to be a big mess. 5 southbound again, right here, the 14th to the 14th and the 210 as you come down to the new home path. Otherwise, yeah, looks okay for the most part. This is stuff outside the 405. There's probably a little bit of slowing. And away from Rockville, you make your way on down towards 87. Good news, drivers. AMI in the sky. Your time of this rate range from SEP, you can save more money when you use less energy during peak hours. Avoid using major appliances between 4 and 9 p.m. Instead, use that time to do what you love. You'll be enjoying and saving. Learn more at SEP.com/gift and save.
Is required. Come get money. Like pros.com. The holiday season is around the corner. And now is the time to think about hiring. Whether you need extra staff to meet demand or want to earn extra cash, no expression funds professionals connect with you. Go to expresspros.com to find a location near you.
You sell your home, you won't sell it to them. So they're like your cash offer with no people in there. With those bids, there are no choices. It's supposed to give to the buying cash. They offer a $10,000 advance to help approve it. Sometimes it would be so long, you can't come over with this offer. AKA, which one is this? AKA, which one is this? AKA, which one? 74/7 and visit sellersadvantage.com. Gary number 0961658. What I would tell people is that, Doctors left their yards and medical director at UC Connect, the nation's leader in using advanced regenerative medicine to get people lasting relief from chronic illness. What's exciting is that I get CAS with our treatments actually get better. And we discovered regenerative medicine is an all-natural way, the power of your own body to restore and repair damaged tissue. We're using things that are already in your body, and we're simply concentrating them and then putting in an area of your body that you're having a pain so that your body can start the regenerative process, the healing process. So pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, don't assume you don't treatments are the only treatments. Avoid drugs and surgery that last in relief. Call QC Genetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Genetics 313-997-8. That's 313-997-8. 997-8. It's the markers and brands today. It's Chief Brand Officer for them tells us about the advantages of the volume reduction before the growing sector.
Before I leave a mindset saying that we pivot fearlessly. And I think with audio, you can pivot fearlessly. You can go where the news is and bring in content that perhaps you didn't have a few weeks earlier. It's less 6 months in advance.
create really nimble content, which I think in this day and age, and particularly in Missouri where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to take that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy.
Hey, Phoenix, for years now, I have told you that there are only two types of solar companies in Southern California. Sunrise, wind, everyone else. And sure, I guess they will prove to be right. The state is now proof of the game. All that time on the roof, dealing with her so upset how rare it is to find a Brooklyn worthy of your trust. Their answer, assemble the dream team of the finest roofing professionals in Southern California. And countless oligarchs with any roof, any style, from repairs to full replacement, decades of roofing expertise, and EAS certified. So the question is, where to find a roofer worthy of your trust? The answer is also safeguarding homes from your better times. You owe it to your roof to contact the dream team at Allgard Roofing for a free estimate today. They're just a click away at allguardroofing.com. Allguardroofing.com. It's W110761. You want to see every year, just like once a year? I think we went into 4 times. Take over our warmer wall. Let's try it out. It's great. Yeah, it's all the fun to like the process of moving the jobs. And I like the wall. People don't think they're part of it. Really argue about it. You said that is cool. But you got like Junior Show. Don't get a house in cool. Now, live 4 to 7 p.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This is KMI. Good here. It is a Monday morning, October 2. We're person from New York courthouse is arriving in court for his civil fraud trial against him, against his children, and against a couple organizations, and the fraud is overstating his assets. The purpose of that interest rate is low. Really low. His entitlement, according to Attorney General exactly though, as we see a scandal on the news with a 10-way Governor Newsom also vetoed a bill against workers, which is surprising for him. This has to do with households who work in private households. The law would have brought them under some of the protections, and Governor Newsom said, listen, 44% of households that have domestic workers are low-income households themselves, and requiring this, for example, if the person in your house works with you, you have to have an eye wash station in the house. Those kinds of requirements, he said, create severe cost burdens and penalties for people who cannot afford them. There's a lot more to it in terms of how this could be. And I think that was part of it too, right? But at least I believe that. I'll tell more about that at 7 o'clock. Because there's lots to it.
This is the Israeli fire and cabinet house. A representative apparently put the fire alarm on Saturday during the House vote on whether to pass the continuing resolution. According to Common's camera, they got a screen grab of security footage to figure out who it was. Representative Bowman says, as I was rushing to make a vote, I came to a door that is usually open for votes, but today it would not open. He said, I'm embarrassed to admit that I activated the fire alarm mistakenly, thinking it was open with glue, and regret this and sincerely apologize for it. He was effectively more than a fire alarm.
Oh, no, listen. Yeah, you're talking about it yesterday and today. First of all, let's understand what happened. That's no question. He was in the tenant building. He wasn't in where the tenant building. He was in the tenant office building or office building. And there is a door that is open during the week and closed on the weekend. And there is a second they do it? Oh, yeah, but here's the question, and that is, initially I thought that his defense is one of those doors that you have, where you have that long bar, and it's an exit door that shouldn't even have a lot of that is easy to get in the way. Now, a fire alarm, you actually pull that little fire alarm, which is enclosed in that little case. You know, you have to zip it out and then pull the alarm. It's all red. I don't know what it was. But if there were instructions that easily could be interpreted to your point, Lane, that doing that opens the door, it's not the glass of the thing on the wall. Did he open a fire alarm? Did he open up that little gate that you see? I don't know. Anyway, it's just all over. And there's also except the Republican Party specifically wanting to do it towards a point that they may not be able to. We're going to have a whole other committee. Yeah, I can't, I'm not a lot of accidentally activate the fire alarm. How many Republicans, though, a lot of Republicans are even doing it? What did they ask him to do? How about this? He did it, death penalty. Let's turn him over to the Department of Justice, and he should be at least 25 years in prison for that. I mean, what are the Republicans are doing? They're not exaggerating. To be honestly, except honestly, you have to exaggerate way more than this. So you're unfairly exaggerating the feeling of what was his job. Right. But I guarantee you they're going to talk about how this is the chaos starting. Oh, I am sure. I'd be surprised if Matt Gaetz did not say, if you don't turn this over to the Department of Justice for criminal activity, we're going to shut down the government. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Anybody who knows where this happened, who is not a 100% partisan piece of stuff, knows that it was a lot of mistake. That's all it was. Yeah, I can't imagine how do you stop the vote when it's not even in the safety? Exactly. It's not even in the building. Yeah. It was not stop the vote. It wouldn't even stop the vote. It's like the party would Donald Trump gave a hell of a speech in California to a group of Republicans. I didn't realize how conspiracy, how much conspiracy of Donald Trump were as to one particular issue. He's talking about all the grab robberies going on. He said, you stop all of the tourism in town. Very quickly, if you rob a store, you can fully expect to be shot as you are leaving the store. Shot. And the crowd went nuts. Yeah, the phrase is a little bit of hyperbole when I say they should be shot on sight. Who is usually using metaphorical hyperbole as well? I mean, not just do you think Donald President Trump ever using hyperbole as a term, or is that really? Yeah, right. Some of the time, I happen to think that inside of himself, it's nowhere near as crazy and outrageous as his public persona. I think that he is one of the OTD lords. I really do. And some stuff that was the well, it's the original, meaning I'm old school because he's building. We've had this for decades. We've got Marcus started running for president, and we got the nomination. And it looks like somebody who says some crazy stuff or offensive stuff or touching stuff just to do it. It's really inaccurate. He's the only presidential candidate who's ever going to win this, except for that one. We have time for one man. Well, I do what? Okay, you can do one more without giant prices, or you can hear the president drop. Oh, let's hear that. Well, let's hear the president, which I did edit, so total extravagance. This is another thing that he said at the speech. That they've done is they want to oppose, so that if you become president, or someone is that, but if you become president and you don't like somebody, or somebody really James 15 or James 1 something, or put the job down, you know, come up. There you go. Now, possibly, again, the next president of the United States. Right. Oh, remember when Joe Biden was particularly, he was under the death, and it was a hot
The civil trial against the former president begins with the judge already having declared last week that there is enough evidence that Donald Trump committed fraud. I'm learning about the value of his assets. It's taken to that word by a $2.2 billion. Trump will determine Trump to pay fines up to $250 million and could lose control of some of the property in Florida. He's argued by two James accident attorneys, a man accused of fatally shooting three relatives in Montclair has been arrested for another fatal shooting.
Renteria's accused of shooting killed a man at a park in Upland. Police responded Saturday and found the man suffering from several gunshot wounds. Officers were able to track Renteria down. Thanks to witnesses who told officers the direction Renteria took off in. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says investigators were working to track down Renteria, who allegedly tried to kill his grandparents and uncle earlier this year. Their bodies were
Hi, Hip Daddy. It is now 7 o'clock a.m.
Renteria had a mental illness. Had a mental illness that would actually be present when he didn't take his medication. Reporting live in Montclair, Blake Crowley, KFI News.
Retail workers in Ontario International Airport Donald Trump following months of negotiations with the Hutchie. The union says previous contracts expired 3 years ago and negotiations stalled out in January. Workers say they are tired of working full-time and not making a livable wage. Leaders of the Writers Guild of America said to start voting on whether to approve their new contract with the studios. The tentative deal was announced just over a week ago following 5 straight days of negotiations.
Avoiding Democratic strategist will fund the Butler bill by Feinstein seeks to fulfill Governor Gavin Newsom's promise to appoint black women. Blamed on it is going to be Congresswoman Barbara Lee and others who said he would not appoint anyone currently running to fill the seat. Next tonight discuss the primary process.
First opening selfie is senator to represent California. Governor Newsom found the office a loophole that has allowed landlords to get around the state rent cap. Governor said to have evicted renters and listed apartments for more. Landlords terminate leases by claiming they need to move into units and make repairs or take the units off the rental market. But now they have to identify the people moving in, and they have to live there for a year. Work is being done, and the board has to include copies of permits or contracts among the details when serving eviction notices. Republicans in Congress are calling for consequences for Democratic Congressman who set off a fire alarm during a vote to keep the government funded. Some argue it was a dangerous obstruction of official proceedings. This was the House tactics to pay for the eviction.
This should not go that time. Could the fire alarm? And an hour before the government is shut down.
One claims it was an innocent mistake. He said he was rushing to vote on Saturday and thought the alarm would open the building. Some comments on the fact that you'll come those who see the KFI Sky after 4 o'clock. The land war is moved against the coast with the U.S. President overnight. We're down at 4. Dated a 29-24 LA win. The Chargers held off a Raiders battle to win by a score of 24-17. In their final regular season Major League Baseball game, the Dodgers defeated the Giants 5-2. They become the first team in MLB history to win 100 games in 4 consecutive full seasons. The Angels closed the day 7-3. If I had had a white or full house water prediction system at home, 104 years, let me tell you a little bit about the white soil system. Crystal water treatment should be able to taste and feel and actually see the difference. And the white soil system does all of that. The white soil system takes a first fresh filter flowing from water for every tap in the house. It's not a difference. Somebody will shower with that.
appliances, hard water dildo, wonderful about it all. And there is zero regular maintenance, no filters, just getting installed, servicing, and for 12 months you pay no interest. Now that is until October 31st. Fairly standard financing. Call 1-800-WATER-999, 1-800-WATER-999. Visit likeforlike.com. certainly not as far as the judge is ready to say. Now, let's move over to what happened with the weekend. We're going to talk more about what happened on the federal budget, the politics of that. But the governor is about as pro-labor as any governor can possibly be. It is some labor folks where the labor part of our society that is by risk rise from detailing to pro-labor bills. Now remember, before we had science launch and push the $20 an hour minimum wage for fast food workers, which the fast food industry was pretty much against. The labor commerce was pretty much against. But what you did was fast that way. Okay, pro-labor, legislation on pro-labor. I mean, this is sort of a gift. Welcome to California. Welcome to West Coast politics. However, there were a couple of bills that we vetoed initially that we voted against the grant. One of them was Senate Bill 799. This was passed by the supermajority of the California legislature. Legislature was a striking ordinance, unemployment benefits for 6 months. Now, the rule is that if someone voluntarily quits or walks off the job for any reason, voluntarily, not being forced to, or workplace conditions, or any number of reasons, hostile work environment, has to walk off the job, if you do it under the those reasons, for example, like, you don't get unemployment benefits. It's that simple. And national unions push very hard, and certainly advocates, the labor advocates push very hard for that bill to be introduced and passed by the state legislature, which it did. And the governor said, no, I'm not. And he said something like this couldn't take. That's one. Two, he also passed the bill, or vetoed a bill, that would give domestic workers, people working out in cleaning wages, for example, the same protections as one who would have working for a major corporation or working in a particular manufacturing place. As Wayne pointed out earlier, for example, if a cleaning person comes in and cleans your house and uses bleach, which home happens, that's simply part of cleaning a home, there would have to be an eye wash station within the business. That's day one. OSHA rules do not apply. Same as business. And we vetoed to the conservation of labor, but in favor of, well, in favor of logic. That makes sense. At some point, even this governor said, come on, guys. And then we take a break and come back and tell you the reason why this happened. The major veto is by the governor. The labor bill was that says, hey, guys, pass that sign that $20 an hour minimum wage on fast food workers. And it's a difference of what happened to. One was a big ceremony. Let's pass the $20 an hour bill. And this one was vetoed. Let's get in with a live in the 4-5-24 hour.
Controversial zero-rail policy California to have a county zero-home system of 7 types bailouts depending on the severity of charges. The new policy applies to misdemeanors and economic violence felony charges. Law enforcement says it is demoralizing for people to see criminals arrested and many of them released. And after long-look videos are scheduled to sit down for negotiations for the first time since actors Rock Mouth and Luke Live were on the Ipswich City Hall. The officers still on for the U.S. government lawmakers asking for a resolution Saturday to the government running for mid-November. The big question now is whether Kevin McCarthy can survive as speaker following the vote. We've got sunny skies and great today. I'm from the 70s and to the metro area, 70s. This report brought to you by 7 California and Taylor.
ready for delays there. Also be ready for delays trying to head out the new hall pass. We've got problems. Yeah, it's a crash on southbound side of 5. Right before the 210 involving a motorcycle, several lanes blocked. It really jammed, especially on 14. It's really affecting the 14 freeway south. As well as starting to San Canyon. You might even, if you feel adventurous, want to switch across on Soledad Canyon or one of those canyon routes. Yeah, Soledad Canyon's a good one. Over to the 5, and it looks a lot better than the 14. Local drivers, you have by and stuff. I have a few great plans for SCG. You could save more money when you use less energy during peak hours. Don't use your major appliances to get more than IDF. Instead, use that time to do what you love. You'll be enjoying and saving. Learn more at SCG.com/shift and save. This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Time for an outdoor project. Right now, you can keep your yard looking its best and save. Get your leaf blowers starting at just $89.98. Lowe's knows home improvement. Also supplies glass. Store for details.
If you're a big handle, HPI, kinetics, and looking for generative medically implemented stuff, they have serious difference.
You have been told more steroids or surgery are the only options. Don't be so fast. Get a second opinion and learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing energy to attack that wound.
We were talking last time I was using kinetics to come back with laser treatment to go to the root of the problem. Using concentrated healing properties placed directly in your joint to restore and repair that damaged tissue.
Living life this fall without injections for your hip, knees, your shoulder, your back, and no drugs, no downtime. Don't have to have surgery.
Let's talk about coaching and people kinetics is giving people their lives back with all natural treatment.
So call QC Kinetics to get a free consultation. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine.
Clinics in Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, and Costa Mesa, 213-997-JAMES,
213-997-305, and QC Kinetics, 213-997-JAMES.
Are you ready to embrace life moments while watching your macro? Say hello to Premier Plus Checking from Premier American Credit Union. With matching earning a fantastic 4.5% APY on your balance every month. Simply by being you. And here's the twist. The more you live in the moment, the more you connect. For full terms and conditions, and to open your Premier Plus Checking account, visit PremierAmerica.com/Premier Plus Checking to get started. Earn more, live better. Federal insured and PA. Why is iHeartRadio the #1 streaming radio app? Free music.
Free live radio stations from all over the country. Free podcasts.
Free playlists.
Free content. Free artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations. It's free. I love iHeartRadio. Over millions of music, radio, and podcast blogs on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free. Never sounded so good.
This is not made for worship. Well, you're going to stop for lunch for an hour anyway, so you just charge your vehicle. I don't want to stop for an hour, were you? I'm going to stop for 6 minutes, pump up the gas, go get a burger, and be back out on the road. John and Gas, don't tell me what kind of car I'm going to drive. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. On a Monday morning, October 24th, so much is going on in this world right now. Former President Trump is in court on facing civil fraud charges in that New York case. And it's not to do with falsifying his assets, disrespectful, fraudulent application for loans. All that has to do with the value of his property, which a lot of people think that a lot of years he has overstated the value of his property. But you can't do that if you're applying for loans. You can't do that if you're submitting financial statements. So he is looking at that trial. Not only that, the charges are also against the Trump organization itself and against his family members that are all involved in the Trump business organization. And that's what is really very tough. We're already at hell that is liable to fraud. These are other people. And the court has told us not to put it in like this business of legal. And that's where companies are located. So that's no small deal. Don't look at that possible $250 million in fines. a very big case. I would say it's a civil case, not the end of the world. When it comes to the Trump organization, this is a far bigger deal than it looks for us. Now, moving back to what our governor was thinking over the weekend, he killed 52 laws that will pass. This is the guy who just signed a fast food bill on Thursday, giving fast food workers $20 an hour. This is no big deal. For a governor who believes in labor. And when he signed that bill, Mariachi band was there. There were cheers. The hoopla was huge. Now, these two labor bills that showed over the weekend, sort of depending on the politics of the passage of the bill and signing. It's a big small bill. So what he did is there are two bills. Both labor that and both very big stuff. One was saying workplace safety protection to domestic workers, housekeepers, and says about that in a bit. And the other one was allowing strike workers, people on strike, to get unemployment benefits. Now, you don't get unemployment benefits. That's simply the way it works in California. But however, strike, now you will be entitled to unemployment benefits. Well, what that does, of course, is give tremendous power to the organizations that strike. So you're getting unemployment benefits for 6 months. Does that mean the actual strike starts 6 months after the strike? Because people are getting unemployment benefits. Maybe not as much as they would be getting, but it's still allowing that strikers a lot more leeway and a lot more power. And this is saying, really, guys? Are you going to do that? Well, the California legislature said, you betcha. We're going to allow striking workers to get unemployment benefits. And the governor, who would say absolutely, said no. Now, what was his reason for saying no? Was it a question of fairness? Was it a question of a big hit against state business strikers? And they're allowed by law. But one of the things that strikers do is they don't get paid unemployment benefits. Let's say you have to go in your month. No, not if this law passes. Hey, you get a 6-month program with unemployment benefits if you're really starting to struggle. It's not really highly paid. Granted, you're still working for lighter and after maybe several $100,000 a year or more. You get $600 a month unemployment benefit. Yeah, that's certainly not going to do much. But if you're making a lower level or lower amount of collective days at a lower scale, yeah, it's a lot of difference. It's a question of a lot more time. So what was his argument for saying no? Was it a question of fairness? Absolutely not. No, he's in favor of labor all the things that are Well, his argument was it's going to break the bank. That's all. It's going to break the bank. Nothing more, nothing less. The state of California already owes $1 billion to the federal government for the money that it borrowed to pay additional unemployment benefits during the pandemic. During the pandemic, the government, both state and federal, county, were tripping over themselves to give us money to fight crime. So there's sort of trillions of dollars in the federal level. And there's a whole lot of argument here about the fraud that was committed. We've talked about that before. But we have to pay back the banks. $20 billion. We borrowed. With interest. We got to pay it back. And the unemployment fund simply doesn't have enough money. So what's the answer? Well, they're going to put more money in unemployment fund. To pay the unemployment fund. Employers pay for it. Employees don't pay. And what he said is going to absolutely break the bank if they do it. Right? That's the reason. That was a veto message. By the way, when a bill is vetoed, a governor has the ability to either sign it and ignore it, or sign the veto and put a veto message explaining why. I had a bill in the works. I don't find it about the surrogacy bill for many years. the legislature, and Governor Biden vetoed it. But he gave us a veto message. He basically said, you know what? The system ain't broke. There's nothing to fix. And he was right. He said everything that we wanted to establish never happened. It didn't happen at that point. It was to protect surrogates and to make the law more effective. And the governor said effectively, well, he actually did say that. There's been a problem up to now. Well, no, we just want to make sure veto. That was his reason, but he both don't fix it. Governor Newsom's reason for strike bill is we can't afford it. Now, the other one has to do with home care workers cleaning, I said clean wages, specifically in the 90s, that's completely sexist. Nannies, people that help elderly people go to the house, well, the same labor rules would apply, the same OSHA requirements would apply at the full working school business exemption. And the governor said, well, that's just way too restrictive. Why? Because most of the people who hire domestic help are poor themselves. The majority are poor. And to put those kinds of restrictions on households is way too expensive. By the way, a single violation, the fine can be up to $15,000. Wayne pointed out earlier today, for example, like a cleaning person cleans the dish. Does it? You have to have a eyewash person. You have to have first aid kits in areas that are easily accessible, or that's first aid all over. You don't have a hole here in St. Pine. There are a couple places that those big boxes first aid kits that are labeled first aid, or you will put on your wall at home instead of a piece. And it is to create a two owners for a household to put those up. So he actually rejected 5 bills. The two biggest ones, unemployment and the domestic worker bill. And he simply said, you know what? Either we can't afford it, or we have two owners to work labor when working person would say, how can you possibly do this? Don't you care about the working person? That's what happens. This is what happens in politics today. If you are on a lawsuit with your own party, then there is something inherently wrong. You can't do what Newsom just did. The super liberals passed the vast majority of the bills, but for some, he says, this just doesn't make sense. It could cost too much. How can you have a household be able to the same requirements as business? God forbid, someone actually makes sense. Now, I'm not a big fan of Newsom. I think he's a little too liberal for me, but come on. Is he allowed to make sense ever, or you have to be in lockstep with your party? For sure. Who is LaFonza Butler? That's a name you're over here. LaFonza Butler is our new senator. I'll tell you more about her when we come back. Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Every 12 cities in LA County filed a lawsuit to stop the new zero-bail policy.
Representatives from the cities noted in their filing that bodies that the policies are threatened public safety. Zero bail for most non-violent offenders starts yesterday with the blessing of the county's presiding judge and the board of supervisors. And cities like Whistler, Downey, Industry, Glendora, Palmdale, and Arcadia, along with others, put a stop to the new policy. It's not clear why the cities waited until the last second, but it's expected more cities will join the lawsuit. Greg, TRI News.
Brought to you by Participation, as in 4 people, including an LAPD officer, have been hurt in a protest in Boyle Heights over proposed rent increases for city housing. The Los Angeles community says LAPD officers rushed from behind protesters yesterday outside Boyle Heights City Hall. No arrests were made. The unit said the planned intent March 4 of November. Part of Highway 15 in Lake Elsinore has been renamed in honor of the Riverside County Sheriff candidate, killed while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Deputy Director Al Payne was shot in January as he approached the home. The alleged shooter charged with first-degree murder and took his death. Employees at Kaiser Permanente to go on strike this week now that the labor contract for 75,000 unionized healthcare workers has expired. 98% of the union members who voted in favor a couple of weeks ago The three-day strike is an agreement that was not reached before the contract was signed. The spokesperson emphasizes that progress has been made at the bargaining table and urged workers to reject all calls for a strike. President Biden is signed a bill to keep the government running and which gives Congress another 45 days for real spending.
I'm sick and tired. I'm sick and tired. So many people.
The temporary bill has obviously the spending cuts some conservatives wanted. It also cut out more than $4 billion Democrats want for Ukraine. Cravings for tacos has paid off big time for a company in Sacramento. They just returned from an overseas trip with a stoppage of favorite taco truck in Patterson. James Dunn says he really delivers lottery scratchers from across the street and hit taco stand, so he did that too. His hit was worth $1 million. Protection problems on the 5 with the KFI on Sky after sports with rain.
The Raiders put the Colts back up to a tie, but they nailed a walk-off overtime TD to secure a 29-23 win. The Chargers held off a Raiders rally to win by a score of 24-17. In baseball, the Dodgers lost a 5-1 six-inning on the way to a 5-2 win over the Giants. Game 1 of the National League Division Series is set for Saturday. Will Kershaw will start to face off against the Diamondbacks or the Brewers. That will be determined by the result of the wild card round this week. And the Angels closed out their season by kicking the Oakland A's 7-3. Termites are something part of our life here in Southern California. I just get my fun go-round with the world of termites. The first one I think is my house. Oh, man, it was the next 2 times, it was Pacific Coast termites. Last time, I told the show, 2 weeks ago now, it was Pacific Coast termites at 800 Pacific, when they collected from Robert and Rocky 5. I left the Pacific Coast termites, and it started yelling termites. And he said, okay, Bill, you got the problem again? I go, yeah. Termites always look the same. Yes. Even if you don't know what termites, call the person who sees those termites. They're going to come out and give you a free inspection, let you know if. And if you do, they come and treat your home without fencing, and that is everything. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific, PacificCoastTermite.com.
Southland weather can see a high 75 in the low 70s at Coast, mid-70s on the Carolina and Sandusky, mid-70s for the Hazelwood Valley and Inland Empire, mid-70s for the Monroe Valley, double digits warmer tomorrow and Wednesday, the Utah might Thursday, and over the weekend we're going to see highs in the 80s for the beaches, 90s for the metro area tonight, east, low 100 for the valley. It's 56 tonight in Sylvania, 56 in Newport Beach. We've got a machine film on the popular area.
Good news is this time, getting home with motorcycles and a couple of other vehicles, everything's off on the right shoulder now. Being investigated for written up by the CAC. What that means for you, though, is 7.5 slopes to move on past. It's really making for a slow drive on the southbound side. Look for it. Look for a slow from San Diego as you try to get through the move on past that. Meanwhile, you get a little bit of track 101 north, right around Barnum there, the going to pass. Well, I'll already check that out. Also, in Longview, 405 southbound, right around the 710 at Fox State Lutheran crashing lanes. And it looks like a big mess on the northbound side of the 15, just before the Cincy here in the Anaheim area, the Ontario area. If you crash, working there, and it is slow as you approach. We'll hold drivers today, FI and Scott, get ready to experience the excitement. It's the best of the year, the iHeartRadio Music Festival. The surprise is ready for another high tempo. You feel home in your favorite guys on the radio. I'm Sharon Cole with so many unbelievable artists, and of course, the music.
Our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming to Hulu.
You will not want to miss the radio special starting October 10th.
Water damage, fire damage, AfterGas.com.
Today's news requires more facts, more context, and more analysis. The world's never been harder to understand. That's why it's never been more important to try. MSNBC, understand fully. Are you ready to tell your busy news without having to deal with repairs or the worry of fires falling on it? The new Iris is great ones. Don't tell us again. The thousands of satisfied They are the first homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. They buy your home for a competitive cash offer, and they can close in just days, not weeks or months. No repairs are needed because they buy homes as is. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, and with the most 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp. It's no wonder why thousands of sellers have chosen Sellers Advantage. Sellers Advantage is the fastest and most stress-free way to sell your home. If you're ready to sell your home, call Sellers Advantage. They have no obligation offer at 888-321-ASK-IS. 888-321-ASK-IS. 888-321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com. PRE number 019616584. California RV Show has moved to the Miracle Mile in Colton starting Friday. Every major manufacturer over 100 brands, over 36 local brands of RVs are waiting for you at the Miracle Mile RV Show starting Friday on the mile. Shop over 2,000 new and pre-owned RVs. Special factory inserts as we update new 2024 models. Census plans from only bidding 23. Sliders on site with full credit insurance and zero down available. Free parking, free admission. The Miracle Mile RV Show starts this Friday in Colton. Visit miraclemilерvshow.com. Get in line early.
Summer even doesn't have to end. With the audio app, every drive can still feel like an adventure. I discovered more about my home thanks to the audio app than I ever did growing up here. The audio app automatically delivers captivating stories about the natural wonders and fascinating history just beyond your car window. Plus, you can download stories delivered to you online. Rediscover America's story with audio. Available on iOS and Android.
Local music, local food, and the local cause. Join Alzheimer's LA and celebrating the third annual Making Memories Festival on Sunday, November 12th at the LA State Historic Park. Enjoy performances by Grand Performance, LA icons, House of Martin, Abilene, J-Rock, Gold Creek Creek, and the Apocalypse, Lisa Neville, and DJ Mona Lisa. Tickets are on sale now. Don't miss it. Local music, local food, and the local cause. Alzheimer's LA's third annual Making Memories Festival. Get tickets at alzheimersla.org/makingmemories. The Hillary calendar.
October 2nd.
It's Guardian Angel Day. Not only do the New York subway story parades keep you well for when sex protected. Yeah, prepare for that. It's also International Day of Non-Violence. Yeah, we'll get on the best boat. And it's World Architecture Day. Maybe visit some of your favorite iconic buildings. And happy October 2nd. AMI AM 640. AMI AM 640. Yo, handle here. What's going on this morning on Monday, October 2nd? First Monday in October. Supreme Court opens its term. And the government shutdown was aborted. The politicians out are completely crazy. Kevin McCarthy, under the weakest picture we've had many, many years. Down a little bit later on at 8 o'clock. And also former President Trump. And right now, sitting in court. Independent civil trial. Insurance companies for there's other good news. We have a new senator here in the state of California. Her name is Raponza Buttons. Who the hell is Raponza Buttons? I tried to find some on the pulse of things political, not because I'm interested in it, but also I wasn't out to, or just felt there were three people, let's go three people that are running for the Democratic nomination for the Senate U.S. Senate coming out of that. And I thought one of them was going to have it. One of them, Representative Barbara Lee, State Porter, Representative Adam Schiff, who is probably the most anti-Trumpist in Congress. And those three, one of those three is going to get it. I thought Adam Schiff was going to get it. They got a little relationship between Adam Schiff and Gavin Newsom, Porter to Gavin. So, the governor is Raponza Buttons. And the governor does it from the senator when there is a vacancy. And yes, Clarence Stein, there's a vacancy, and wow, what's happening with him? Raponza Buttons, we're talking days after back in Feinstein died. Why take this with you? You have to. Because at this point, without a U.S. Senator from California, without a Democrat, the Democrats no longer have a majority. Well, she was kind of Emily's List, one last thing to me, that promotes women, particularly anti-motion market, that select women, political positions all over the country. She was the second black woman to represent California, first one was Kamala Harris. The first black lesbian to serve in Congress. And here's some guesses from it. This one, a black woman to the Senate, which I didn't think that was going to happen, but I guess we had to. You know, which way it goes. I thought he was going to, well, I guess, well. And here's the fun part. Grew up in a working class family in Mississippi. Her dad was a small business owner. I guess she was 16. Mom was a sole provider for her and her two siblings, but she lived life in security guard or nursing assistant. And I want to point something out. Oh, and also she lives in it's not a big problem, is it? But she's moving back to California. She has to be a California resident. So she's all the top women, women of color, LGBTQ, literally the box here is down. So she talked about growing up poor. And we know that there is only one person who now can be in federal, state, or local office who it was okay to be rich as a kid. And that's not me. Everybody else has to be poor. Everybody. I grew up poor. I was raised by a single mother who died when I was 6 months old. I was out there on the street. I was out there begging for wood food that was going to be a surface force for the food. Everybody's got to be poor. When they were profit, they have security. What is wrong with just, my folks went right. I can't even Kennedy's anymore or Roosevelt. Well, my folks had tons of money. I didn't ever have to work. And I decided that something else was going to be what I was going to do for the rest of my life. That doesn't work anymore, does it? You have to be poor. You have to have a single mom raising you. You have to work 46 jobs. You have to be hungry at the end of the month. So she fits right in there. Very, very pro-labor, right-wing organization. And is a Democrat right down to her toes. She was president of the California Student Union, the SEIU vote in 2015, healthcare workers. She was at a political consulting firm, advisor to, by the way, that client was Lisa and Harris, and she was an advisor of Harris' 2020 presidential bid, and support the labor unions, and I go on and on. Advisor to Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign, she did all of the requirements. Grew up in Mississippi, lived in Maryland, and is going to be our U.S. president. She had a house here, and I don't know enough about that. But so the thought about there is our new senator, U.S. Senator, what do you want to say? Okay, guys. Coming up, we're going to have Wayne explain on this because we have a zero goal in California. That's a 16 as of today. But I want to bring Wayne in because there's a dozen South Korean officials filed an 11-hour court action hoping to put a stop to the information destroying agencies all over the country. Let's get in with Amy live in the KFI 24 hour news.
Former President Trump is in New York City this morning for his civil trial before he walks into the court on October. He said this crime is against him because he has there is a corrupt district attorney and a corrupt attorney general. Bus drivers in Santa Clarita could soon be striking that could interrupt bus service in the Santa Clarita area, and that would include several high school students because the bus company contracts with the schools to strike curbside students today. LA County has eliminated cash bail for most crimes. Most people arrested for non-violent or non-serious offenses will be cited and released in jail or will be ordered to appear in court at a later date. People considered a danger to the public or advertised in the 70s in beaches, metro areas, 70s to about 80s in the valley to high 80s, 60s, and 70s. This report brought to you by Stable Stores from Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. You like those places? We've got rolling in NoHo on the 170. Let's check in with Steve. Can't find the stuff.
Yeah, looks like we had an early problem back outside the 170 right around Magnolia, but the lanes are clear, traffic's moving, but it's slow. Getting away from Victory Boulevard on down towards the 101 freeway to head south there. Good news if you're kind of at the Santa Clarita area, that crash is clear to the right shoulder, south outside of the 5.
Alex kept asking me about a job. I didn't know what I said. Can I have December 31st? You know what? And there were other people who lived back. That one comedian girl who I know on Twitter Spaces, she was living in the house, and I had a sleeping bag that was like in the garage or something that he was giving back to me. There was this fucking, not a moth, but like a killer butterfly in it. And it broke it in the back. And it was like, it was a fighter though. It was just like super mean butterfly. And it was and I kept wanting to have peace and quiet in my room and all this noise.
Everywhere again, but there's good news from Pfizer. This is just updated. COVID-19 shots are now available for up to 6 months and up, and they're designed to better protect against recent variants. Ask your pharmacist or doctor and schedule at vaccines.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Struggle with CPAP. Consider that CPAP were invented in 1980. You even remember 1980? Everyone's house had one telephone. There were like 4 TV channels. You played video games in arcades and watched movies in theaters. CBS was a folded back and a helpful gas station event. And social media was inviting the neighbors to come visit your vacation pictures. A lot has changed since 1980. Now, for people who struggle with CPAP, there's Inspire. Inspire is an implanted device that treats sleep apnea inside your body at the click of a remote. It's the only FDA-approved sleep apnea treatment of its kind. While you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and resting comfortably. No mask, no home, just sleep. To learn more, visit InspireSleep.com. Inspire. Sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not ready to tell you about the disease right to you.
Are you done?
California that oversees the courts, they issued a report that
actually increases public safety. 5.6% drop in people being rearrested for misdemeanors, 24% decrease in people being rearrested for felonies. It's the other way. And I'm assuming the court's going to take that into account. Well, absolutely. I don't know about that either, because I don't know how those stats were derived. But the point is, there's clearly, it's not black and white. But this is going to necessarily cause a lot of the bottom line. Well, you're dangerous if you not really. That's all still in place. If you're not dangerous, then the concern is, are you going to show up or not? There are a bunch of ways to increase the likelihood that someone will show up that don't involve them having to put up money they don't have. There's electronic monitoring, there's pre-trial services, and then finally, if you're not dangerous, and it looks like you show up, there's no reason to think you won't. You have no business requiring people to put up money they don't have. And the other side of it is rich people who are charged with murder heretofore can make bail, and now they're not going to be able to. You get charged with murder, you're in the slammer pending the trial. So that's how pre-trial detention should work. It should be based primarily on whether you're a danger, and secondarily, if there's really a risk of death, that you have the resources to run a single run. Otherwise, the money should not be a part of it because of getting it now. And with, for example, for President Trump, there was some crazy person who was actually thinking, or is there going to be a bail hearing for what he was arraigned on criminal charges? And as he pointed out, I'm a big risk. Where am I going to go? Because no one recognizes me. And the plane I'm going to jump on is my plane with my name in 8-foot letters across the fuselage. This was right about that. He was absolutely right. First, he was in San Diego, which is very cool. All right, guys, we are done. Coming up, coming up, the government shutdown has been averted, and I'll tell you a little bit about that in a little bit. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you find yourself agreeing with everything we say, then we're doing it wrong. And KOST HD2. Montana, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
I like cut short. I'm in the King Martin on a 24-hour newsroom. The police promote and has been killed in a car crash the day before his 13th birthday. The boy says his father was driving the car while many of them under the influence. Oklahoma, you have a special group after in this tragic event, and I strongly say that he should be prosecuted after the board brings the law. The boy's uncle accuses him to tell his kids that his sister has to take every parent's worst nightmare in burying her child. The police confirmed an arrest was made in the crash Saturday. Has not yet announced charges. A man arrested for a fatal shooting in Upland is also accused of killing 3 relatives in Montclair.
He allegedly shot and killed his grandparents and uncle earlier this year. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says investigators were working to track down Renteria. Police say Renteria fatally shot a man at Upland Memorial Park on Saturday. Responding officers found the man suffering from several gunshot wounds. He died on scene. Police found Renteria shortly after they statistics from witnesses and told officers where Renteria fled. Officers say Renteria had a mental illness.
Hi, Hip Daddy. It is now 8 o'clock a.m.
Thanks, though. Yosh. Something that happened on the dime.
The bill from Assemblywoman Sarah Bill most of the loopholes that allow criminal defendants who suffer from mental illness to own or possess guns. The law prevents people with pre-trial mental health diversion programs to a felony or specified misdemeanor charge from holding a firearm until they confess to the complete diversion. A complete diversion program can prevent criminal convictions, allowing a person to get a gun anyway, but the disqualifying language allows prosecutors to petition the court if it's done successfully if the person poses a threat to themselves or others. Endorsing Corbin Carson, KFIA.
3 years pause in federal student loan payments has expired. 28 million people now have to start making payments again.
The average federal student loan borrower owes more than $37,000 in debt, meaning that is between $200 and $300 a month.
CBC Solicitor Stokey says a lot of borrowers have hoped President Biden's loan forgiveness plan would be successful in court. Biden
show exploring options for debt forgiveness through a different law called the IRS. Former President Trump is on court in New York, writing a statement in the civil case accusing him of fraud.
Very simply put, the rich is a disgrace.
New York Attorney General repeatedly named his lawsuit accuses Trump and his company of stealing banks, insurers, and others by lying about his wealth in financial statements. Trump defended those statements in the Rabbi court this morning.
They have one property that is worth anywhere from 50 to 100 times what this judge put down as the value. Put down the value $18 million.
He wants $250 million in penalties and a ban on Trump doing business in New York. The NFL Friday benefit has been announced in Sweden.
The Nobel has found the Caroline of today's decided to warn of the consequences of the Nobel Prize in fictional review of States. Join me.
Secretary of the Nobel Assembly, Thomas Perlman, took the award with two scientists for their discoveries that allowed for the development of mRNA vaccines against COVID-19. Hakan Kariko is a professor at Sagan University in Hungary and an adjunct professor at the University of Pennsylvania. Your wife has his research with Kariko at Pennsylvania. Nobel announcements continue this week with physics time tomorrow, chemistry on Wednesday, and literature on Thursday. Big Daddy Nobel Peace Prize will be announced on Friday. World Picture is being put high in the sky after Sources win.
The Rams blew up the lead against the Colts, but the defense held in overtime. They're down at 4. Stoppard throws. There he is. The corner to the end zone. Rams win. Broadcast TV made it a 29-23 LA victory. The Chargers held out the Raiders rally to win by a score of 24-17. In their final regular season games, the Chargers defeated the Giants 5-2. They become the first team in MLB history to win 100 games in 4 consecutive total seasons. The Angels beat the Oakland A's 7-3. I'm Wes Hudson, KFSO. I've been a small business person literally my entire life. Still am. And over the years, several HRs like Scott Naylor, I was a small business person with 4 HR businesses, or even a medium-sized business. So I was with that, and I have to but there's an Instagram, BambiU.com. With Bambi, you get that HR business starting at over $99 per month. I know that people can do it, right? No, this actually works. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems. I write HR policy, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations, where I got nailed a couple of times. It's important stuff, and you and your business are in risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. That's Bambi, B-A-M-B-E-E, Bambi.com. That's B-A-M-B-E-E, Bambi.com.
Southland weather continues high, sunny skies, highs in the low 70s to 80s, mid-70s for Metro LA and the MLB, mid-70s to about 80 for the Valley, and for Empire, mid-80s to low 70s for the Antelope Valley. It's going to warm up a couple degrees tomorrow, and then be a couple degrees warmer on Wednesday. By Friday, it's going to top out in the 80s at the Antelope Valley, 90s to the metro area, mainly on Empire, low 100 for the Valley. 56 in Sacramento, 54 Cypress, 54 in Westwood, 51 in Pasadena. KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby Myers Injury Attorney. The Dow is trading off 163. The Nasdaq is up 80. S&P 500 is down 10. The average price for regular unleaded gas in California is 6.06 a gallon. For the lowest gas prices in your area, you can go to our website, KFIN640.com/gas. Don't wait. That's my work compensation after an accident. Go to Jacoby Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Please confirm your name for them at information.
Here's a phone. If you're making the trip out towards Santa Monica, the westbound side of the San, usually loads up in turn is right around Western Avenue. You head west there, right? But a little bit better than the Culver City area, basically right under Las Vegas. We found some other issues, most of it in the Inland Empire. First of all, the 91 eastbound past Van Buren. Crash in lanes there, definitely seeing some slowdown as you head into Riverside. It's an unusual time for all that slow from La Sierra on that eastbound 91. suffering from back pain, itching your legs and feet, you suffer from leg cramping, pain in your walk, numbness, prickling your tingling sensations. Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet
As a shiner percent of me like baffling. Such a baffling.
From the laser weekend pain institute, there's now hope of reducing or even eliminating the pain with a new non-surgical painless laser guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain just a minute. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97 on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain free for the special $97 exam. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain free. You might get on the radio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good. KMI AM 640. Ladies and gentlemen, your fantastic morning. You know what's nice about this show is we do here? Not a lot of work. Now, show up around 5, let's go. We'll handle it. And this is KMI AM 640. I'm everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Monday morning, October 2nd. It's the program, and man, a lot going on this morning. Former President Trump is in trial as we speak. First day of his civil fraud case. That's no small matter. We have a new senator. Lafonza Butler is a new U.S. Senator from California. You have no idea who she is. Of course not. Because I have no idea who she is. Of course not. I did that in 7:30 hour. 7:30 we're back to see that as well. And so the iHeartRadio app. And also the other good news is there was a government shutdown that didn't happen. I was fully expecting the federal government shutdown over the weekend. Sunday morning, it was very nice. Yesterday morning, the government was going to shut down. No money. No money to pay the military. No money to pay workers across the country. Millions. And food stamps, shut down. I mean, all of it. All the federal programs were going to be gone unless you were essential workers had to keep on working for no pay. Okay. What happened? Well, you had a small group of far-right Republicans who were trying to fix this. And they said very simply, we are going to shut down the government if massive cuts aren't made in order to pass an interim budget, a stopgap. In other words, we'll leave everything the way it is this way. We'll leave everything the way it is, and then we'll do a stopgap measure in both budgets exactly as it is here, and then we'll argue it in a course. I think that was the budget. They said, nope, we're done. You don't do these massive cuts, you are just free. And the government will shut down. Started playing chicken. Here's the problem. The way Congress is constituted. It is so polarized that the Republican bill that goes through has to have virtually every Republican vote. Democrats are not allowed in. If you're the majority, you're going to get your bill. That's it. Because you have a majority. Democrats have a majority, same thing. Let's ignore the other side. You have to have one more than the other side, and now you're now for it. That's the way to the president. Well, there are 7 or 8 hard-right Republicans who are saying, we don't care. We're not going to pass anything unless you cut this budget. And the problem is the Republican majority is so small that 7 or 8 Republicans going to that extent stop the bill from going through. Just stop everything, including the budget, including Congress allowing itself to borrow enough money or borrow money to the government budget. And that's what happened. And it was Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House, trying to cobble together, trying to make good look. And finally, he just threw it up in the air. He goes, okay, we're going to stop that measure. We'll do a couple of things. We won't fund Ukraine as part of the budget. We will fund the border. We'll put more money to the border. And we'll also get more money to the military. Okay, those was absolutely. And so it's pretty small today. Well, what Kevin McCarthy had to do is go to the other side to get this stuff down to the middle pass. He had to put Democrats there. By the way, virtually all of the voting today was that they lopsided vote. And got only very conservative Republicans in Congress stepped out. And so it passed. By the way, the Senate turned around and passed it overwhelmingly also, because we need to keep the government going. Because as even the Republicans have said, conservative Republicans have said, when I thought, you can't stop the government from effectively being the government. It's, we don't have money, we have to vote ourselves the money. And the conservative Republicans have several, also conservative, MAGA Republicans said, no, we're prepared to shut down the football. We're going to get our cuts for
Yo, dog.
Get this bill passed, we're going to house the issue. We already had to give so much to become speaker, for example. He now allows, so the rules of Congress change every time there's a new speaker. Every year it has to change the rules. Where depending on the vote, there's committees on the vote. And it used to be that it took 5 or 4 Congress people to even initiate a vote to ask the speaker. Now it takes 4. McCarthy gave that one. What did Matt Gaetz say? He's going to open up every single section of Congress where it opens up every day to the motion to fix the speaker. Is there anybody in place? Absolutely no. And what happens if there's no speaker? Congress shuts down. Can't move forward without a speaker. And so it's, they are committing Harry Garrett. But they're doing it. We're ready to have all of you go down with us. And it's pretty scary. It's been a long time since we did it that way. But of course, at least we have a budget, which is until, I think, November 17th, and then we're at the same place again. The only difference then is do we get this thing passed before Thanksgiving kicks in? So that's every week. So we sail for another 45 days. And that is the government of the United States. Coming up, AI girlfriends. Yeah. Now, the quick fun as AI girlfriends are, man, there is a very serious note to this. And I'll share that with you before do they have a case coming up with Wayne at 8:30. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Police are looking for the cause of 2 fires that burned a church and a building next to it near Exposition Park. Damage to the church on Southwestern Avenue early this morning was limited to the attic, and flames were shooting up through the roof of the building next door. The average gas price in LA County is just 20 cents shy of the record high set a year ago. A gallon of regular unleaded is averaging $6.29, 20 cents up in the last week, and about 90 cents a gallon higher than the last month. Focusing their last respect to Senator Dianne Feinstein at the San Francisco City Hall, her body was lying state on Wednesday. The funeral will be held Thursday at the San Francisco War Memorial and Performing Arts Center. Feinstein died last week at age 70. Sunny with highs in the low to mid-70s at the beaches and metro areas, 70s to about 80 inland. This report brought to you by Staples Stores. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We'll check in your seats. KFI at the sky for a stall in Santa Clarita on the 5.
Yo, dog. Look at this road. It's like I've never seen it. So, where is he? Sky is. Yeah. This is so sick.
We had city planning down our butt, folks shut down our butt, constantly checking up on us. Every day I'm scared that somebody's going to come in here and shut us down. I already got one time for somebody dancing outside because there's no dancing allowed. COVID's been very stressful.
30 years John Tapper has traveled the country, saving hundreds of bars.
Really is small, yo.
And he thought he'd seen it all until the COVID-19 pandemic hit.
Got terrible owners, unruly staff, out of control financing, and I've never seen anything like this.
And no business was hit harder than America's hospitality industry.
Thousands of bars have closed already, and more are going to close. America is built on small businesses, and I'm going to fight to keep as many bars open as I possibly can.
So now, John's not only rescuing struggling businesses, he's trying to save
Yeah.
the entire industry, one bar at a time.
Failure is not an option. No excuses.
So this season, John's starting with the hospitality capital of the world, and the place he calls home, Las Vegas.
Now, I cannot let them do it.
After 21 successful years in the flower industry, Randy Garris tried to take a stab at the bar business.
Well, I love wine and I do flowers, so we wanted to take the concept of actually teaching people how to design centerpieces while they were drinking wine.
A little rosebud in the arts district. Gordon Thorne was enjoyed by customers and employees alike.
I think I've come to watch the about the same reason everybody else does. I personally like the crowd a lot. I love the people that come in.
The creative concept of solar crops, Gordon Thorne enjoyed instant success.
Great spots. I know I've had a couple people come visit me from LA. Like, oh my God, what is this place? It's
But that small success came crashing down in March 2020 when the COVID-19 pandemic struck the world.
It was a ghost town. I would see just all these fireworks just going on everything. I mean, people were riding bikes down on the strip, not my far in sight.
After being closed for months, Randy assembled a team and reopened under strict COVID guidelines.
I was a bartender at the strip property before I started working at the corporate. Like we got a whole reservations. I think the 8 games on. I can start our own thing. I came after I get sick with the handful of staff.
But instead of rising to the challenge, owner Randy and manager Tony's inexperience said that the burger is a failure.
Both Randy and Tony are religious. He wasn't trained to be a manager. Just letting you know, I already have 6 Modelo. I think I have to look at the other day. I feel like they both have something to learn.
As the bills keep mounting, equipment keeps breaking down.
We don't even have a dishwasher. We wash everything by hand.
And Randy now finds herself $200,000 in debt.
Go and buy ice bags on Fridays and Saturdays and fill them in these. I figured, well, as I make money, I can change those things. But then when the pandemic happened, there was no money to be made.
Before Cork and Thorne fails herself and her staff.
Cork and Thorne closes. I don't feel like there's anything else out there for me.
Randy agrees to pull back the doors, bust open the books, and make a call for help. The bar rescue.
The only thing that I would be able to do is change the name.
This week I'm checking out a bar called Cork and Thorne. It's located in the Arts District of Las Vegas, about 6 miles north of the Strip. The entire area is really up and coming spot with tons of art galleries and the young professionals moving in. And this bar was at the heart of it all, with a unique concept and a young owner. So I'm eager to find out how they're doing a year into the pandemic, because keeping every business going in this developing area of the city is really crucial to the city's growth.
Hi, how you guys doing?
So I've asked 2 of my friends and Las Vegas' most well-known businessmen to help me check this place out. Rick, Corey, John, how's it going? Good to see you guys. Our governor was man. This genuine motorcycle shop next door?
I actually share a wall with him. And I own a gym across the street.
So this is your in.
And if there's something going on around here, I pretty much got my hands plugged into.
For Recon, I have Rick Harrison and his son Corey. They own a coin shop here in town. Maybe you've seen them on television. They know this town. They know this neighborhood. Rick even owns a restaurant. So they're perfect for giving me Recon feedback on this bar. So I'm thrilled to have you because you know this town so well. And you know this neighborhood so well. You can order some food, have a couple of drinks, give me your perception, and I'll come in and meet you inside in a little while. Okay?
John spies into Cork and Ford, a 2,400 square foot bar with unfinished construction, a small stage area, and mismatched furniture for seating.
There's Rick, there's Corey.
The bar wasn't even a bar, it was just this weird shell. What do you think of the place? It's a work in progress.
Hey, taking a full home?
Give me a margarita. Thanks. Alright, so what do we got here? Food in there anywhere?
We also teach floral classes here. So we teach you how to make anything from succulents to centerpieces.
There's Rand. That's cooking in the kitchen. Savannah is the bartender. Alex is back there serving.
So I make sure we make you feel at home when you come in, so.
That's totally the manager. Rick, how's that margarita?
I give about a little bit more tequila in my margarita.
Cheers.
This is not what I'm used to.
This is surprisingly good professional.
Okay. Yeah, you talking to me?
Yeah.
Ginger beer and vodka.
Something like that.
I made it.
Just frankly, when I order a Moscow Mule, ask me what kind of vodka I want. So, you're in business, you're going to make money. Don't give me well just off the bat.
Corey, if you don't like the drink, send it back.
I'm sorry.
What can I get for you?
Can I get it? All right, that's your security report. And this bit is possible. It's just going to keep up here. It's pepperoni pizza. Yeah, the menu, you have to search for food.
If only my father could have
Okay, so this is coming out of a food service container. Everything is strictly prepared. Nothing is being made. Look at that. Tiny chemicals in a toolbox, it looks like.
We're also a floral studio as well, so we teach floral classes here. So we also teach floral classes here. We also do floral classes here, so kind of like that paints it. We do flowers and stuff.
I find it interesting that Randy's talking about flowers. He's not talking about the food or the drinks or the bar. Actually, it's the flowers.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Now, what's your name?
My name's Rick.
How you doing, Rick? What's your name?
I got a feeling you know my name is Steve.
Do I know you? I'm Randy. I was a little nervous because I've seen them around like Vegas and on TV and stuff.
Are you there?
I am.
Oh, I'm trying to place right next door. You're in the mall? That's this place.
Then I do know you.
There's that pizza.
A little
Cute
hot.
little pizza.
A little hot. Yeah, we had to get creative during COVID.
Okay.
We don't have a very large kitchen.
Is it nice?
No, we have a oven. We had a restaurant license, so that was the reason that kept us afloat.
They're trying with the food and they're putting forth an effort. They're trying to be cool. They're trying to do a decent presentation. They're trying to provide a balance of items. I understand where they're going, but they're missing the mark. Oh,
It's annoying at the meat.
oh, talk to those guys. See what they think.
When I see John walk in, I was like, oh shit.
Hey, what's up, man? That's like the best looking pizza I've ever seen. And it's probably the worst pizza I've ever had in the bar. There's just some amazing people right here. Like, they're you guys can tell. I'm a little threatened for a minute and want to lash out, but I'm just pissed off. Like, you've been here. You can't find the food today.
Somebody that's never been in here, but kind of sad that they talk about our food.
People sit down the bar, they're going to look at that. You're going to open up the first page right here. You're going to see that it's drinks. They're never going to know food today.
I mean, whatever. You know, we're just trying to survive, basically.
You know, I wanted Rick and Corey to come in here. They're not only my dear friends. Corey's a business next door and across the street, knows this neighborhood. Rick has been in this town for 40 years. Corey's interested in this. Corey's next door. He's here all the time. He didn't know he existed. You know, around your neighbors, you might actually find a celebrity who's got like a million people on social media that can help you out. So I wanted them to come here. I wanted them to meet you. I want to help you guys. And if they spread the word, we can make a difference here. I want you to be successful. These people, I mean, they have all the best intentions in the world, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. First, you own a flower shop, correct? You had this vision and this vision of concept, right? So it's something you were sort of dabbling in, you want to try. And then it worked.
Right.
And now you wound up keeping it.
Yes.
So it's not a pop-up.
No.
It's got to be professional.
Yes.
You got to do a good job.
Yes.
You got to make money.
Yes.
Are you making money?
No.
How much you cost?
Over 200.
So you got to turn this around.
Correct.
Okay, you're back in the corner. This is what I want to know, right, Tony? So, I want to look at this business. This one is a mess. A glove sticking out over here. I got chips over here. These are residential containers. They're not even legal in a food service operation. You can't use these by health department. He's putting his hands and knees and taking them out. And you guys are struggling. So what I see is I see great intent. I see great spirit. I don't see the knowledge and the tools. You can turn it into your dreams. I did this because this is an extension of your personality, I guess.
It is.
You're an artistic person. I didn't see that in the way you present yourself. So you want an artistic cocktails, right?
Yes.
You want an artistic food. You want an artistic environment. That's the personality that you're trying to create. And then I say, well, how artistic is this? How artistic is this? How artistic is this? You see what I'm saying?
When he started pointing things out, I was a little overwhelmed. This is going to be a lot of work.
This could be a very different place. You know that. That's why you did it. No, sure. Well, you know, if you're an artistic person, some art works, some art doesn't. Right? It's something that is subjective. The picture's not subjective, guys. This is what we're looking at. It's not subjective. This is absolute. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I want you to pull the team together for tomorrow. I want to dive in. I'm going to have my experts here with me. I want to go to work. I want to pick this apart. I want to really understand your vision. I want to understand this neighborhood more. I want to pick this concept apart. Okay, ready to do this?
Yes.
You can clean this place up tonight as best you can. So when I come here tomorrow, I don't scream at you over all this stuff, okay? If I was Randy and had a dream that meant that much to me, I would clean the place up. I would make sure it was organized. So she might have a vision, but she's blind. She's not seeing the failure all around her. I have to teach her to see so that she can hear.
The truth is never pretty, and that's why it needs to be heard. Randy needs to hear what needs to be done.
I'm ready to show everybody that that was not how it normally goes, and that is not what I normally do and how I normally handle things. It's coming. Regardless of what happens, we're still a family here at the end of the day.
So, Randy, when did you open your flower store?
In 2000.
20 years ago. Wow. When did you open this?
2 years ago until 15.
So almost to the day. But what happens if this place closes? What happens to you?
I don't have any other avenue at the moment, so I'll constantly be on the street.
What's your name?
Savannah.
What would happen if it closed?
I would never know.
That's a pretty difficult time to find.
I had a pretty difficult time to find it.
Wow. You worked hard back then. I tried. What happens if this place closes to you?
I'll relive the 2020 nightmare all over again.
You have a family no longer.
I have kids, my two babies.
So you're fighting for them as well as yourself.
Oh, I'm fighting more for them than anything. If Corking Dawn was to close, it was still big trouble because right now it's financially helping me get through.
Let's go to work. Jason, Rob?
For the bar, John brings in Rob Ford, a 20-year veteran of mixology and bar training. And for the kitchen, John brings in Jason Santos, an award-winning chef who can arrange a novice food program into a bouquet of fine cuisine.
Rob Floyd is unquestionably one of the best mixologists in the world. He's also hip. He understands the premise of the Park District. Jason Santos also understands the whole art district and how to create an artistic flair to our food. These guys get it. Randy, have you lost money?
Yes.
About how much?
40,000 a month.
You lose it? Do you know what percentage of your revenue you spend on labor?
When I see the payroll go out, yeah.
I'm asking percentage of what you do for the month.
I don't know.
You don't know. So you don't know what your sales are.
Being that she doesn't use the POS system, I guess it doesn't surprise me that she doesn't know the numbers. It's not my business to run.
Randy, I don't want to do this with you. Put my name on it with you, have my reputation on the line, and have you not be able to answer the simplest of freaking questions. Am I being unreasonable?
You know, I go by what I've learned from Tony. I never owned a bar.
Tony, what should the pouring cost be at a bar like this? Beverage cost?
Beverage costs, average drink, or
Just beverage cost for the bar, yeah.
yeah.
You don't know, do you? No. What should the beer cost be?
What should it cost?
What should the beer cost percentage be? Because any operator or manager would know that.
Like that. 5%.
It's about 21%. Randy, the man that you're listening to doesn't understand cost structure. He doesn't know force structure. He doesn't know. And that's the person you're taking advice from, Randy. What does a rose cost you?
$1.
Right. So your cost is 80%, right? How do you know that about your flower shop, but you don't have a clue about this business? I don't understand it. And you've got a bartender advising you on management. You're putting your faith in the wrong place. You're banking your future on a guy who's done nothing but losing money since you got here. You're banking your future on a guy who's done nothing but lose your money since you got here. And you're listening and listening and listening. She's in a hole $200,000 following your advice. I want you to change where you get your information from. You're not going to elevate listening to him. The reason why this bar is failing is not because of COVID. Sure, it hurt you the last year. The reason why this place is failing is because you don't know how to run it, and you're listening to a guy who also doesn't know how to run it.
John's ripping into me, but it's a lot of hats we wear here, and sometimes drop the ball on something. I understand where he's coming from, and I need that information to learn more, so I'm looking forward to the things he's going to show me.
You could have done things very different the last 3 years that would have left you in a good place when COVID started, not a bad place. That's on you, and that's on you.
I feel a little frustrated, but I want to make things better. And between me and Tony, we have to be able to fix the problems.
So, people are starting to get vaccinated now. COVID's starting to wind down, isn't it? We have an opportunity to have a hell of a spring and summer here in Las Vegas, which means I got to get you guys fast. We can't throw the creativity away for the speed, but we can't throw the speed away for the creativity either, Randy. We can be great and still be great fast. Okay? Make sense? That was good work.
Hey, how are you? Yeah, good to meet you. Going into bar training, John told me that they failed mentally, that they didn't do a good job, they weren't able to execute. And so I need to know if they know the basics. So we're going to start off with a couple great cocktails that John and I have been working on. The first cocktail is going to be a take on the Moscow Mule. So I have my fresh ginger here. I'm going to muddle, just press it, just so you can see. And I'm going to take some strawberries as well. And we're just going to muddle them up here. We're going to basil. But instead of just putting it in and muddling it, pop it and drop it on in.
I was very excited to see basil. I love putting basil in drinks.
Next, our lime juice and simple syrup. We have 3/4 ounce of lime and a 1/2 ounce of simple. And 2 ounces of vodka. Shake corner to corner. I'm going to pop it. I'm going to pour in ginger beer first. It creates a more balanced cocktail.
I'm excited to have an actual cocktail. But people ask why we don't have signature cocktails, and there's no answer for that. So it's nice to have it.
Does it work? Everybody, a little hand for behind here.
Hi guys, how are you? We haven't met.
Alan.
Tony, Jason, nice to meet you. So I heard about the food last night. I'm actually glad I didn't get to see the food because what I heard is like cringeworthy. So these guys are already doing a charcuterie and cheese board, but from what I hear, it's not really a cheese and charcuterie board. We are going to kick it up. We're going to make it amazing. Garnishes, jams, honeys. It's going to be incredible. You know, walking in here this morning, I was looking at like an actual science kitchen. I mean, it literally looks like a dorm room. But John cooks dinner restaurant supply, and we got some really nice things. So as you can see, we sort of have a kitchen, and that's really important. You got to have the right tools to do the right job.
I'm ready. Even though I'm not ready, I'm ready. Anything new to me, anything I'm going to learn, I'm excited about.
So we're going to do some simple stuff to elevate what we have. We can be super creative. We're in a very creative area. So mask on, safety first. So you guys are doing this charcuterie board last night. So I want to show you the right way to do it. So first we start with our palette. So I always try to do 3 cheeses. I try to do a hard cheese, a semi-soft cheese, and a soft cheese. Some soppressata, mofa, a little bit of forno prosciutto,
Like a palette, like a little bit of Dijon mustard, a little bit of big jam, because I want to compensate sweet, savory, salty.
I have some fresh honeycomb. This stuff, if you've never had it, is unbelievable.
Now, a little bit of nuts, beautiful Italian crostini breadsticks. I'm going on a limb saying this looks a little bit better than what you guys were serving last night.
I felt very comfortable. I mean, Chef Sato's there. I mean, why should I be worried?
All right, stress test, super crazy, super busy. We got new food, we have new kitchen equipment. So let's do this. Let's start some good food once and for all.
Because of COVID, obviously, we're not going to pack the room like we normally would. So every guest that comes in tonight is going to get a simple card. And it says on the top, customer review. Good or bad. Simple. Work on the good. All right, let's set this up. It's going to work.
Hi guys! Hello! How are we doing today? Okay, so you guys want to do the strawberry mule, then you guys are doing the charcuterie board. You're going to do the strawberry mule? Answer yourself? The strawberry mule?
Okay, Alex, just kind of like, okay, let's just take it over.
Okay, so you want to do the charcuterie board. This. Oh, I see. There we go. My brain doesn't work. Somebody's standing here.
Quick.
And 2 Eastern. Here where I dump ice at.
Hey, Rob, I saw you dump the drink. What's going on?
Yeah, did she come take your order already? She's making her way around. Just be patient. She's just one person.
Where do your tickets come from?
They'll generate from Savannah. We've got no speed. We have no orders in the kitchen, guys.
I'm watching her
go around the room and take everybody's order, right? And then she's gonna ring in all the orders at once and crush the kitchen. You know that makes no sense, right? So this is the kitchen worker. I don't ask questions.
They're taking food orders, but they're not putting them into the system. Now they're going to put them in all at once, and the kitchen's definitely going to crash.
What do you have, Mama?
Just for a second, if you take a little of that ice off, it's going to pour a lot easier.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. So I totally didn't print anything out for some reason. Well, there is okay. Charcuterie. There's 1, 2.
I'm going to go in.
So 1, 2. Just there's a lot of
Not at all. I just watched you walk around the whole dining room, take all the tickets, and just slammed everything.
And she's so cool. Never think
Yeah, it's done. It's done. It's like, might as well be over now. I mean, there's 10 tickets up there. She's looked at every single table and dropped it all one. Those system, it's like the server puts it, then it goes to the bartender, then it might make it to the kitchen, then he brings it over, and by then it's done.
Yes, definitely.
One hand at a time, just not using the techniques. So it's over pouring. You see we have a full thing over there. You know, we're just need set up to walk the work on. Back to the drawing board. So everybody just listen up for a second. Each have one of these pieces of paper that simply asks, what do you think? Good or bad? So we really want your opinion. If there's something that would cause you not to come back, then you gotta check bad, don't you? But I'm too heavy.
Oh my goodness. I can't. I'm not getting it right. I don't know. Alec. You know where this goes, honey?
Two hands.
What do you got?
Always use 2 hands
I
when
know.
you're pouring.
Can't focus and talk, baby. This is wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. I can't focus. No, I know it's wrong. I can't focus and talk at the same time. I honestly don't like the fact that everybody felt bad, and I'm not okay with being judged by today. Just be patient. Sorry that everything's taking a little bit longer than
Thank you.
Okay.
How's everything? Still everything up the drinks.
I just don't. I'm not feeling it right. Back and forth, like I can't make a drink, like I don't do this 55 hours a week. Yes, I have upset.
It's a beautiful place. You get gloves on. No, that's beautiful, but you gotta make 20 of these now. What happens with the fresh charcuterie that just sits there? It's like, no, this is just sitting here dying. And so if they don't, you just let it sit till they figure it out.
She got the food. I see no napkins, no plates, no serviceware.
So at least you got some water over here. You guys got drinks and food. None of the drinks, none of the food. Some of the drinks, some of the food, some of the food. Food, no drinks. Is there anybody who got everything?
It was not a good day at all. I mean, we tried, but it just wasn't a good day.
Guys, these are the drinks we dumped tonight that weren't done properly. Had these drinks been made properly, every one of you would have a drink now, wouldn't you? This is too damn painful to see. Please, everybody, I thank you for coming. We need to go to work. Randy, what do you think about tonight?
It was a hot mess.
And we're always like 25% full. Chef, what happened in the kitchen tonight? I mean, it was just the systems. I mean, Alan, you hustled, you did your best, but like nuclear meltdown, category 5 heart, I mean, just you name it.
And Alex gone to a table, taking an order. Come to the bar, put that order in. And rather than all at once, we just have gone differently.
Yes. How do you think we broke down the bar tonight, Rob? I think it was a failure from the very beginning all the way through, not being able to execute the bar
was. So then, how do you think you did today?
I could have done better.
That's a good answer.
I consider myself a good bartender, so I guess that's why tonight is frustrating.
So here's a chance for us all to really step up and your brand, your dream. Alan, you in?
1,000% because of her, my girls still have food on the table.
So let's get ourselves cleaned up, and tomorrow let's dive in deep, okay? We will get there together.
Thank you. Hey, how are we? Hello,
Hey, how are you?
It was a tough night last night. We fought through and didn't quit. And that was a really important thing. So we're going to start off with a cocktail that's one of my favorites because it deals with a little molecular gastronomy. So excited for this one, just so you know. So we're going to use but for this case, add a little 3/4 of each. I'm going to go 2 ounces of the vodka, a little bit of this roll as well. Just a drop. Ice this up, shake, 3 times that in. 3 times that in. Pop it. So now, get an alcohol edible foam. Pop it. So now, get an alcohol edible foam. Tap the magic. And last but not least, flowers right over the top. Oh, yeah. All part. Perfect. Randy, how would this do in the art district of book?
I think it looks great, and it even has a flower on it, which also represents what Pork and Thorn's about. So, I'm really excited about the drink. I like the presentation of it. I like that it has a flower on there. Yeah, I'm excited about that.
Last night was tough, but the cocktails are going to be really fun, and y'all are good. You're very good, and with the systems and what John's building, it's going to be phenomenal. That's right. Come on, man. Come on. You gotta trust us. It's gonna be okay.
Alright guys, so last night there was no attention to detail, there was no process, there was no efficiency, so we have to incorporate some dishes that are very, very, very simple, but still appealing to the eye, still stands out. This restaurant is in the heart of the Arts District. We need to make sure that we follow suit. The food needs to be artistic, it needs to be beautiful, it needs to stand out. This is a Turbo Chef. This is literally the creme de la creme of equipment.
It's beautiful.
This is gonna be like help I need in the kitchen.
So this first dish, this is going to be the pork and thorn flatbread. Simplicity at its finest. We have a simple margarita-style flatbread, fresh Italian tomatoes, beautiful fresh mozzarella. You open this up, slide that in, then you hit the button. 2 minutes, you have the perfect pizza every time. Wow. So here's what we're going to make this original. We have to do it to pork and thorn style, right? We have to add a little bit of art to it. So I have a little grated Romano cheese. Okay? This is Calabrian chili oil. Some fresh basil leaves, serve it. And it's bright, it's beautiful, it cooks easy. You don't have to be a properly trained chef to cook it. You can smell it too. Well, that's the whole point of the Calabrian chili oil. It wakes it up. It's different. It gives it a little bit of flavor, a little funk, a little heart. And that's what we're trying to do. So this is the pork and thorn flatbread. This is Randy, what do you think?
That sauce is perfect.
Awesome.
Perfect.
So being in the Arts District, you think the guests will appreciate a dish like this?
Oh, definitely. I know my guests will.
We finally have proper equipment and a proper kitchen with this stunning Turbo Chef. This food is going to fly out of the kitchen. This oven for these guys is a game changer. Sir, you definitely can execute this, right? Absolutely. You feel confident? I know you can do it. I can pull this off for you. Right. So we're here for you guys, okay? Let's train, and then train again. It's no time, okay?
While I work on renovating this bar, I'm suddenly granted to meet John Flynn, MGM's VP of Administration.
How's it going?
John is the perfect person for Randy to talk to learn how to navigate in the hospitality business in our COVID world.
The last 12 months has taught us a lot that we didn't know, and hopefully we never relearn again.
Right. Literally everything changes every day, it seems like.
Yeah, and as the
class, it's all about rebuilding the trust in terms of consumer sentiment, rebuilding the trust in our community partners, reinforcing that trust with our employees that they're health and safety is first and foremost, and also letting our customers know that we're taking this seriously, and we have been since the beginning. We look forward to ramping up the business. We look forward to continuing to partner with great businesses like yourselves. Look forward to continuing to partner with great businesses like yourselves. And we're one of how we help each other better.
When John was speaking with me, I knew that to have somebody that wants to help you, that is not expecting something back. If I help you, I need X, Y, and Z. He's really just being genuine about it. I'm really excited to learn.
Hi, Randy.
How you doing? Nervous. A once-in-a-lifetime experience that I'll never get. We all came together as a family, too.
You know, Randy, when I think about the fact that you've written a whole $200,000 when the pandemic happened and your businesses went to hell, you still fought for this. When I remodel this bar, I got to be careful because I want to protect your dream, not change it. I respected your dream. I didn't throw it. Change it. I respected your dream. I didn't throw it away. Ready to see it? All right, here we go. Here we go. One. Ready to see it? All right, here we go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. You know, I had a company called Hardflower Signs. It's a great Las Vegas company. Worked all night long to get that signage done for me. I had to pick a color that was yours. I couldn't have it be the same as the other buildings. Make sense? So I wanted to give it your own identity. There's some artwork on the other side that is set up for social media. It's actually a piece of artwork that you stand in front of, and you have angel wings coming out of your back. Go ahead. Oh my God! I'll be the wine bar. Oh yeah. Hashtags here. No. Oh my God. Wow.
I love that. I feel like Tapper definitely brought her dream and her vision to life. Wow, like we have a kitchen. Like,
we have a lounge now. I mean, we had a lounge before, but people didn't know what a lounge now. When we had to go buy furniture for you, we couldn't get coffee tables because of the pandemic. You can't get a lot of things. We made all of these for you.
those big boxes.
That's one of I'll tell you guys what those are. That box, and there's another one on the floor on the other side. Those are blue zones by Middleby. They scrub all bacterial, viral, and airborne content out of the air. I also got hand spot machines in the back. After you wash your hands, you put your hands underneath it like this, and if it gives you a red light, you still have dirt on your hands or bacteria, your air is clean, your hands are clean. You got a whole new kitchen back here, buddy. It's a standard restaurant supply. Again, it's a salad station, a meat slicer, a speed rack, an induction burner. I got Middleby. Dear partners of mine, give you turbo check. He has everything he needs to put out a thing that matches your vision. Now we can up the camera. Absolutely. We got a bar set up here for you guys. It's a completely professional bar setup. We got 2 workstations, one down there, one here, 2 soda gun systems, 2 speed wells, and you got 1, 2, 3 Harvard Cut POS systems. I got your cameras, mixologists, my seltzer. Did you see that video? We got your Atmosphere television. Atmosphere TV is an a service that gives you all these channels of video content you can choose. Then, of course, I got your bartender to protect your inventory system. I got your brand new man-to-walk ice machine in the other room. So you ready to do this? Let's go do it.
Everybody loves the place, and it's not like I was walking to a whole other place.
Hi. Were you guys here the other night? What do you think of the difference? Would you come back now? Yeah. Excellent. Sound bar station set up with everything set up that you could possibly want to know right there in your hands. And the guns are making faster already. She's already got a picture of Gal, so it's really doing well 2 weeks ago. Yes. Savannah, good job, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Savannah's doing excellent. It's just a small little bit of training and a little ingenuity, and as you see, she's making them out.
Things are where I like them again. It's good. I'm happy to be back behind the bar. All right. I'm going to come back and I'm going to check on you because I want to see what you think about it. You're welcome. Purgathorn is definitely going to be the talk of the town.
What do you think? Now that you see what you do have, you realize what you didn't have before, don't you?
Oh, the kitchen is set up, in my view, perfectly. Tonight, with Chef Sartos continuously working with me, I feel comfortable.
All right. You guys got the charcuterie board? Yeah. Everything is running so much smoother. I mean, we have a kitchen. Like, we have an actual kitchen in the back. We have an actual bar. Everything can be made so much faster because everything's right there.
When I got here, Randy was in debt $200,000 because of a bar that she opened out of a labor of love. Well, rescuing this bar wasn't just about Randy and her staff. It was about helping to save business in this vibrant area of the city. Now, she has the labor of love, but she has the opportunity to actually get her money back.
Promotional consideration provided by Harvard Touch, Passbar, Atmosphere TV, Bartender Blues on the Middle Meat Company, Much Better Plumbing, Manitowoc, Connector 5, ULB, Cold Fibers, American Stitch, Our Sign, Standard Restaurant Supply, Middle Meat, MGM Resorts, UNLV, and
There's definitely some pressure. Everything is super clean. As things go super south, you go into that. No, this is slow living. So, you know, things get a little bit better. I'm going to be the one, you know, that the IRS is going to be looking for.
for over 30 years, John Tapper has traveled the country, saving hundreds of bars from failure and ruin. And he thought he'd seen it all until the COVID-19 pandemic hit.
Well, God forbid, terrible owners, unruly staffs, out-of-control financing that I've never seen anything like this.
And no business was hit harder than America's hospitality industry.
Thousands of bars have closed already, and more are going to close. America has been built on small businesses, and I'm going to fight to keep as many bars open as I possibly can.
So now, John's not only rescuing struggling businesses, he's trying to save an entire industry, one bar at a time.
Failure is not an option.
So this season, John's starting with the hospitality capital of the world.
Hi, I'm Danny. It is now 9 o'clock a.m.
Thanks, baby.
Now, I cannot let that go.
In 2008, veteran car salesman Victor Rizzetto met the love of his life, Claudia, at his dealership in Texas.
I was in her business, and she called on. I saw her
She crushed me.
12 years later, they decided to leave the car business and pursue Claudia's dream of owning a bar and restaurant.
I remember I said, whenever I grow up, I'm going to have a restaurant and I'm going to have a bar where I can have my family eat and feel like home.
But before Victor and Claudia could find a business to purchase, the COVID-19 pandemic hit, affecting everyone's lives, including Victor's daughter, Phoebe.
I was finishing up my senior year at Stanford University, and all the dorms started to close, so I came home, and I've been here ever since.
But undeterred from following their dreams, Victor and Claudia eventually came across an opportunity to purchase a historic Mexican restaurant with a 40-year history.
Like La Casona, in the middle of the pandemic, it was a lifetime opportunity. It was perfect timing. Everybody was shutting down, so it was perfect for us.
So in order to snatch up this rare but risky opportunity, Victor and Claudia turned to their daughter Phoebe for financial help.
She could have went to the doctor and lost her company. Lost her under the couch and took her died. They decided to raise $40,000.
It was definitely not my idea to purchase like a soda in the middle of a pandemic, but we came to the consensus that it had to be all three of us were in, or we were going to do it.
To make matters worse, they had to put full ownership of the bar in Phoebe's name in order to capitalize on her good credit.
On paper, I'm the sole owner of La Casona Bar and Grill. In the government, documents, I'm 100%.
With the support of his family, Victor assembled a team,
That's the problem with the business.
opened the door, and everyone got to work.
Well, La Casona has actually been around for a really long time. It's very much like Mexican themes, Limit very molcajetes. We have lots of margaritas, palomas, enchiladas, just like drinks that people associate with like Mexico.
But Victor and Claudia's lack of experience had an immediate impact on what little business La Casona was allowed to have.
We normally don't get many people at the bar right now.
Like a fish. It's in your pocket. You got a team in it. Why is that more, man? He was trying to maintain the frozen peaceables. He was trying to maintain drones. He was trying to do big sluts, and it was just like the man kept people down. It did not deter this motherfucker. This motherfucker was on the top. He had less than 90 days before he was going to die. He was dreaming about this shit. Oh, look at this motherfucker. Hey, I'm okay. How you doing, baby? Hey, Rabbi. Hey, here. Are we done? Yo, dog. What's going on with this shirt? You doing some better? I am nothing back here. Thank God for the baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Trillion on King.
No, it's really boy. Could have been a deep fake. That's not trying to say. That's not that end of the game. Because I'm all this. On the fucking last shot after effect we got to discuss. And here's nothing anyway. Still fucking matter outside of the universe. And all the fucking last shot is machine and signing up for this. Why? Because anyone knows anybody to be in a ship and signing up for this craft. I like to be with that lineage righteousness. Let's go. Oh, Yoshi, look at that one. Look at this movie, Yosh. Spider-Man, Spider-Man does whatever Spider-Man can. Oh, Yosh, Yosh, check out this movie. Yosh, let's sing this song. Da 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 da. I know now. Yosh, I love this song. That's my theme song, baby. Yeah. There you go. Phone myself. No, 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 no. Here we go. Yoda. Abner again. Abner. That was Abner again.
They had to cut people. Victor, Claudia, they had enough money to support them right here.
Now, they are not only struggling to pay their
Look at
staff,
that.
Right behind the bar.
they were also evicted from their home.
We are living upstairs of the restaurant right now.
After losing
Like Annie and Candy.
the bills kept mounting, and Victor, Claudia, and Phoebe found themselves in over $80,000 of debt.
Oh, that's nothing.
So before they lose the business, Victor, Claudia, and Phoebe have agreed to pull back the doors and bust open the books to make a call for help to bar rescue.
One thing with the churches we have lost is not to fail as a business, to fail as a
This week I'm heading to a place called ROTHSCHILD Bar and Grill. It's about 4 miles east of the MGM Grand, and it's a family-run restaurant in an upscale, very densely populated area of the city. With a lot of dining options for both locals and tourists alike.
All right, open the doors.
The family that owns this restaurant moved to Las Vegas to pursue their dreams, like so many other families have done over the years.
It's not about you, me, or her. It's about the business.
But I wanted to find out if their dreams were shattered because of the pandemic or because of the bad choices in running their business. Well, here I am for my 200th Raw Rescue episode. So tonight, to help me with this rescue, I have two of the Las Vegas Raiders with me to help me do the job. I'm going to do 200.
Is that my fantasy time? Is that my fantasy team?
Thanks for coming. So this was a big one for me, guys. This is my 200th bar rescue. Oh, okay. So thrilled to have you guys. So this bar is owned by a family.
She has to poop?
You guys can go and have some food, which I haven't had in a while. Have a drink or two. And just let me know what you think. Okay, let's get started. And to help me with this rescue, I have one of my favorite mixologists, Mia Mastriani. Hello, sir.
That bitch can get it.
For the bar, John brings in mixologist Mia Mastriani, a virtuoso in creating contemporary cocktail programs.
This is pretty incredible. Nice setup. Being in the command center with John for the 200 bar rescue was quite the experience.
So we got a family. Hey guys, how are you doing tonight? So up there in the register is Victor, his dad, Big Man. That's Phoebe, Victor's daughter. There's Claudia, Victor's wife, and she's Phoebe's stepmom. You have to make sure that she's coming through, okay?
I can't. You have to wait. I'm just gonna put it in the
Right there.
I'm just gonna put it in the ticket.
More tickets. Wow, can you imagine what stress test is going to be like? Claudia had a dream to open a bar and restaurant, but they didn't have the credit. So they went to their 22-year-old daughter, Phoebe, and put all the debt in her name.
Been there.
So Phoebe is sitting with about $80,000 worth of debt. And its stepmom somehow convinced her to fund this business for this family. And he's going to have enough money to make another month or two.
Does anyone in this family have a background in the hospitality industry, or is it just a dream?
Just a dream.
You want a strawberry mojito, mango mojito, tamarindo mojito?
Yeah, we don't. Do the thing. Yoshi, like, do the thing. There. Where you do the thing with the thing, and then it's like a thing. Yeah, I like the more. Yeah. Yeah.
Jackie, she's super. Okay. There's Jackie, she's one of your bartenders. Oh. So there's the bar. It's authentic Mexican. Okay. You know what's interesting? If you look at it, this is a great thing about Mexican restaurants. Because you drink margaritas and you have cocktails with Mexican beer. Yes. So they have the potential there. Hey guys, how are you doing today? How you doing? How's your night going? So think about this. During the pandemic, how would you feel about being handed a bank news app to be able to perform?
Terrible. I've been touched with
You would touch with your hand. But that many soft folded up, obviously that's been used before, right? I think I'll do it. Let's now
Okay.
Here's the right way to stop.
Sticky lines with lime juice and triple scoop. There you go. You're talking a paloma? Yeah, that is not real lime juice. The only thing authentic about that is the lime peel. There was no fresh ingredients whatsoever. There you go, guys. This is margarita and paloma for you. Do you want me to leave a 1 minute on it?
How's that drink? I mean, if I was, you know how when you're a young kid and your dad let you sit and take some beer, it tastes like that. Like you put a drop of it. So it's not right then. No, it's not. Unless tequila just got a whole bunch of sugar. We just let that go. Fucking up with that. This is
No grapefruit. If you don't like it, I can change it for you, sir. Let's start over for you. Sure, you want to say the Okay. I just feel like I wanted a ramen fry. Is there some This is terrifying.
This is completely cross-contaminated. I have to go in the kitchen. There you go. Yes. Hello. Don't serve any food. Oh, I am? Yes, sir. Do you want me to help you? Yes. Come with me. This man is going to kill somebody. There's raw chicken on here, right? Now he has salad on. He takes raw chicken, goes in the refrigerator, grabs all the food. All of this food is covered in raw chicken. None of this can be burned. You think it's funny? Do you know that he's touching raw chicken with his hands and then grabbing salad and then touching meats with his hands? Oh my God, what happened, Claire? You can kill someone. You think it's funny? Oh my God, what happened, Claire? You can kill someone. Shut all this equipment up. I want to see you guys out front. Oh, I'm not even worried right now. I don't know what to do. I don't know what's next. So here's the deal. Families like yours are exactly why I do this. This is my always. So this one means very much to me. So I gotta fix this for you. I don't want to do it. But that is outrageous. I understand we can lose money, but we can't get people sick there. We can't do that. So I want to understand the story. How long have you owned this now, buddy? 9 months. 9 months.
There was opportunity in the middle of pandemic.
It was your dream. You wanted to do this. So you're supporting your wife and helping give her a dream. You didn't want to do it?
No.
So how were you convinced?
I feel like you only live once and it was going to be a risk, but I feel like if you don't take risks, then, like, what's the point of doing anything?
So when Pablo is handling raw chicken all over your kitchen in front of Claudia, is that coming through for you? You feel like you're encouraged to this and now you're stuck. So you feel like, I do.
I do.
Yeah, I bet you do. So how much debt do you have total?
About 85,000.
Now that's all on you now. So your parents put you at risk. I'm not sure I would have done that to my daughter, to be honest with you. But you did. Now you have to protect her.
Yes.
What's happened with your personal? Are you able to pay your bills and survive?
We live upstairs.
Upstairs.
We got evicted about 4 months ago, but we literally just left the house this week. 3 days.
3 days. You lost your home?
And 5 kids. 2 little ones under 14.
And you're living upstairs with your children? I listen to it. So I will get loud sometimes. I will push sometimes. I have to get us done. I will be here tomorrow. I'll be here with my next month. Okay, when you die, I started recapping. I feel bad for this family. And before I knew it, I'm in the kitchen throwing food, screaming and yelling. There's a lot of work to do here. We're really starting to square one. I want to come through for this family, and they got to come through for themselves. This is my 200th rescue, and I'm rescuing a family who's sleeping upstairs, and I have to now meet this staff, identify the issues with this restaurant, and fix it quickly. I want to tell you a story of a great family who believed in each other so much that they helped each other with their dream. And how amazing that is. What a wonderful family. Now, $80,000 later, you're in debt. You're losing how much a month, Victor?
About 10,000 per month.
And how much time do we have before we're out of money?
We're out of money.
So if I wasn't here, you could be closing right now.
Yes.
I don't know if you've told them this. They need to know what we're fighting for. 3 days ago, they lost their home and they're living upstairs. Their children sleeping upstairs. They have beds yet, Claudia? No beds. So where did you sleep the rest?
Either with my dad and Claudia or with my siblings on the floor.
So we must turn this around. It's a family business like yours that you don't buy business. You weren't wrong to buy this place. You just didn't know how to keep this thing going. Let's talk numbers right here. This is bartender. What we did is we came in here, we weighed every liquor bottle behind the bar. We then let you run for a night or two of sales. We then weighed all the liquor bottles again. We then compared what we used to what was sold. There's $1,274 lost tonight. Now, you tell me, Victor, how much is it a month?
29,000.
How much a year?
465,000.
$465,000. That's based upon the revenues you have now. I've never seen a more committed group than you guys. You want to do good. So we got to figure out how to get the form right. You with me? To make certain we're making money.
You guys no longer have money saved for grad school. Because all the money that I had saved, I put in. So going to school is, to some degree also writing on the bar to be successful.
What's your name?
Isabel Sandoval.
Welcome, Steve. You're going to help us in the kitchen?
Yes.
We lost Pablo. He walked out.
There's raw chicken on here, right? There was raw chicken on this just a few minutes ago, correct? Now we have salad on. All of this food is covered in raw chicken. None of this can be served. You think it's funny?
I tried to call him a couple of times. No answer, so I must make it quick. But regardless of that, you have to move forward.
Hi. You're Jackie? And how long have you been here, Jackie? How was the pandemic? How has this year been for you?
Good time. I started work for 6 months. So I get back to work for a week and I got COVID. So I was at the hospital for a month.
You had it pretty bad?
Yes. And my son too.
Oh my God, how old is your son?
Right now he's 18 months.
Oh, so you're a baby.
He's a baby.
Is he in the hospital too?
Yes, we both were in the hospital. Yes.
I watched you behind the bar last night. I saw your attitude, your smile. I thought you were wonderful. I want to get you making better cocktails. We'll talk about that. But yes, how long have you been here?
Since October.
So right after they bought it as well. So how have you done during the pandemic?
Oh my God, it's been so difficult. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm here to help, Gabby, so I'm trying to learn about you. So how have you done during the pandemic?
Oh my God, it's been so difficult. So we've been through an eviction for the last, since November. I haven't been paid. I give my check to them so they can pay for kitchen, for food, so my supplies. Yeah, and I've been working 17, 18 hours per day. So it's tough.
It's a blessing. Terrible situation that put us all in a great moment together. You know, it was actually a smart idea to buy this place during the pandemic. It's well known. It's a great place for big parties. You guys had a great place. You guys had the right idea. You just don't know how to operate it. I know how to fix this place. I brought in two of my favorite experts. Come on in, please, guys. Here we are. Maria Magliani is a warrior. She's not only great at creating cocktails, she's a Speedwell winner. You're looking at one of the fastest bartenders in America. Tiffany Geary has been a friend of mine for many, many years. So I could think of no better chef to get you guys to where you need to be.
For the kitchen, John brings in Chef Tiffany Geary. With her short order kitchen skills and menu creation, she can turn any kitchen into a profitable one.
So they're all in this without being paid. Real commitment to this family. So we got a lot of work to do, a lot of training to do.
When I saw John, I felt the relief and more pressure, but relief. I'm ready.
Let's get this started.
How y'all doing today? Good. Last night was a disaster. There was cross contamination issues. Pablo walked out. Now we're having to start all over. So today I'm going to be working with Claudia and the new cook Isabel. So last night there were tons of cross contamination. We're in a time where it's more crucial than ever that we keep our restaurants safe and that we keep them open, right? Okay, so there is a dish that I absolutely love. And I'm pretty sure both of you are very familiar with it. It's called cochinita pibil.
The traditional method for cooking cochinita pibil is by wrapping an entire suckling pig in banana leaves, burying it in a stone-lined pit, and cooking it slowly in the steam for hours, creating an intensely flavorful and extremely tender Mexican dish, sourcing back to the Yucatan Peninsula.
So we're going to do 3, and we're going to get those grilling up, right? I have some lime, and I'm going to use these to just kind of help me build the plate. So we're going to add some of our meat, some cooked red onions with habanero, a little bit of radish and cilantro. Our cochinita pibil. I can tell Isabel when you like it, you smile.
Having authentic dishes, full of flavor, it was amazing. It blew my mind.
Thank you, friend. I want to jump right in because I'm just so excited. We have a lot of ground to cover and a lot of work and training to do. So my hot take on this situation is that this team has passion. I am confident that I can teach them and give them the fundamental tools and skills that they need to bartend. We are now going to go into a proper margarita. We're going to start with half an ounce of fresh lime juice. 1, 2, and now tamarind nectar and fresh pineapple juice. Blanco tequila, unaged. Nice our glassware, have it with your chin. Flip it. And we leave a wash line at the top that is about 1/4 of an inch. And here is our 200 margarita.
Oh my God. It's really nice. I love margarita.
I'm so happy you guys are so enthusiastic about these cocktails, Jackie. And now it's your turn. leading us and see her and doing her thing is amazing. That is spectacular. Yeah. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to La Casona. How are you doing today? Welcome to La Casona. My name is Gabby. I'm going to be serving you guys. Yeah, chicken around the here. That's an awesome choice. That's actually my favorite drink. What did you do for you guys? Don't put those down. Keep going. It's great. 4, 5, 6, yes. And you're all back. Stunning. Magnificent. What would you like to eat, sir? The yahi? Okay, of course. You can tell me that. Either with the knife. There we go.
Start them there, not fast enough. They got to get faster. We're going to fall behind.
Let's go! Yeah, he's sure, of course. Okay, I'll be back with your food and your drink. Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Wait, and now they're going to slam the kitchen all at once. The looking stuff. Where's the stuff? They're standing there doing nothing.
You're welcome.
Yo como el store there, ordené sí, y todo solo les empieza a agarrar la cosa. ¿No te las meto? No. Las otras mesas no pueden estar sentadas tanto tiempo. Dame tu código, las meto con
Ticket number 1, ticket number 2, ticket number 10. Oh, there we go. First ticket, first ticket. Okay, this is gonna be a garlic elote and then una ceviche.
So is this where she writes the check and then you put it in?
No, she put it in the same way. I'm trying to help, so we got some inputs at the same time. Okay, so I'm trying to help her out.
Okay, so you realize what's happening is you're slamming the kitchen now. They're going to get all the tickets at once.
Ceviche and another drink taco.
How's she taking a table, put the order in, put the order in the kitchen when it started 5-6 minutes ago. Okay. So manage the floor better, Victor. Come on, let's go.
Or getting behind a little bit. So I have to figure out a way to work more dynamically.
Now we're starting to leave the tickets for the table. Okay, so this is the first ticket. So one taco is down. You have 2 more tacos. Make sure we got something that's down.
I like this part of that. Yeah, I know.
You cannot do that.
I'm sexy. I'm saying,
Yep, let's go, let's go. So we're going to like 5 tables.
You know how many places are 5 tables?
Yeah.
At least 10 plates.
Yeah.
And you got 10 plates. I mean, then you come back and open another 10 plates. That's 20 plates in 10 minutes.
Actually, drinks are really tasty food.
No, me neither.
Let's go.
It's the story. You want to have the bar.
I almost seen it. I'm going to fix it. I almost know. Runners, let's go. I got food. Let's go. Ay, ay, ay. Don't spring that thing today. So, who hasn't gotten their drinks yet? Everyone hasn't gotten food yet. Oh, wow. Okay. What kind of ticket times are you running to? Right now, we're working on a 30-minute ticket time. We haven't touched any of these. I have to keep fussing about trying to pick up the food. So we're spending too much time having to tell them the food get it. Then they look at it, got their ticket, they don't take it.
Victor, listen to me. People are gonna wait here for another 30 minutes to get these tickets. Can you make these people wait for this? No. So did we fail? Yes. Okay. You own it, buddy. John is right. Obviously, the kitchen did the best they could, the bar did the best they could, but we didn't. And by us failing, we failed everybody else. So yes, it's a lot of frustration. It's a lot of frustration on my side. Everybody, Victor has something he'd like to say to you all. Thanks for coming in tonight, guys. Reality is that we're not ready to take on this challenge. So hopefully you guys come back in tonight and you give us an opportunity to make it right. I'm sorry.
Please come back again.
He told me, don't put no more tickets. I have to put the tickets. And he said, no, you go one and then go. One and then go. You know it doesn't work like that. I mean, I don't know who was taking the orders, but the thing is, the tickets come out all the same time. And then at the end,
I told him to stop it. I told her to stop it. No, I told her to stop it. They told her not to do it. And she was arguing with me about it. No. I told her do one ticket, put it in, come back in the next one. And that's it. That's all you have to do.
it doesn't work like that. It doesn't. Right now, it works like that for you. But not tomorrow, not the next week. Then you have to understand that, Victor.
I'm so stressed. I'm thinking, oh my god, like what's happening? I'm actually saying, I'm gonna go to grad school, but I think right now we're in a situation where that's gonna be pretty difficult to achieve.
Bottom line is we do not have a process in place. Because obviously this is not working. Okay? Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Phoebe. You guys did great. Thank you, Amon. Thank you, Isabel. You guys did great. We sucked today. We failed. Okay, you must be perfect because we suck. I suck. Okay, thank you, Rabbi. You were great. You were the best. Thank you all. Thank you. I'm not saying anything. Thank you. Okay, I guess I failed you guys. So I need to figure out a way to fix things.
What John says is true. Victor needs to step up. My family needs it. Our life is in the line.
No shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on King.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Cook on the case.
Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now 10 o'clock a.m.
Yoshi. Yo, dog. Yo, dog, you gotta make some corrections, correct the record. Yesterday I was talking about this girl who I said was 1 in twice my age, and she would she'd be fine with it. But she was not more than twice my age. I don't know exactly how old she was, but she was uh, a couple decades my senior. I just don't really twice my age. Really? Yeah. Anyway, anything you want to say to that person? I hope you're doing well. Hope your children are doing well. I'm sure they are. They're very smart. You're a very smart person. I just hope you're doing well. That's really all it is that I want to say to that person. All right, you should be like, all right, Rabbi, talk to us first. How'd you become a rabbi? I'd be like, you should be like, last I talked to you, you were doing an app. I'd be like, yeah, I did that. But he'd be like, are you really a rabbi? Everybody asks me that question. I think most rabbis they see aren't in their underwear in a tie-dye shirt on Monday morning. I am. Really? Yeah. Unfortunately. He'd be like, well, how did this happen? He'd be like, well, it's a long story. But she's like, I got time, baby. I got time. All right. So how did it happen? Well, I've known two things my entire life. Really? Well, okay. One, that I'm Jewish, and two, that I wanted to attend university. There's like, you talk about the university enough. What about being Jewish? How did you know that? They're like, well, my grandma told me, and then my mom told me. I guess, well, both of those. He'd be like, why didn't you do Jew stuff as a kid? I'd be like, well, because my mom didn't know what to do, and my grandmother didn't know what to do, really. We are what would be considered quite assimilated, though I can follow my ancestry back to the Bible. Really? Yeah. My grandmother's grandma was named Matilda Zegmeyer, and her last name is Zago, which is the pet name of Zazel, who was the chief architect of the Mishkan. Yosh, what are these words? Yosh, the Mishkan, it was like a traveling religious place, tent kind of deal. That had like a fence around it and some other stuff. Before we built Beit HaMikdash, the first temple of Solomon. And you should be like, oh, how do you know this? Like, well, the rabbinate told me. He's like, well, what the fuck is a rabbinate? Be like, the rabbis. Like, you know rabbis? I'd be like, yeah. He'd be like, you are a rabbi and you know rabbis? I'm like, yeah. He'd be like, oh, it's crazy. All right. So he'd be like, well, why didn't you do any Jew shit in college? He'd be like, well, I mean, I can just say it was like as assimilated as you could be, perhaps. I don't know how more assimilated I could have been. I can tell you though that Judaism, it's a bloodline. It's a race of people. It's more than just a culture. It's literally people who can trace their mitochondrial DNA, which is passed on from your mother, all the way back to the Bible. That's what I consider a Jew. There are some exceptions to that when it comes to converts, but what we even as Jews define as convert is not consistent. You're like, what is a Jew? I mean, he'd be asking really honest questions, and I'd say, it depends who you ask. He'd be like, huh? He'd be like, one of those guys with the hats, like this. Right? Or someone who lives in Israel. And I'd be like, no, actually, neither of those. You can wear a hat all you want. I can wear this kippah or yarmulke. Yarmulke is Yiddish. Kippah is Hebrew. I can wear it all I want, but that does not necessarily mean I'm a Jew. It literally is in my DNA. Yeah, Yosh should be like, why do I get to be a Jew? Like, Yosh, you already are. Like, what? He'd be like, Dagon? He'd be like, um, that one's more complicated situation without going into specifics of it. I'd be like this. Your mom, she's like, her name's Gwendolyn, right? Like, dude, how do you know that? Dude, who told him about my mom? I'd be like, well, and your dad is Mr. Yoshinaga. Okay, so I would say, I mean, you just kind of have to go through the history of Judaism. Yoshi's like, what is a Jew? And I would say, it depends who you ask. And he'd be like, well, that doesn't make any sense. It's like a legal determination. Like, yeah. But it's been known as the Jewish question for centuries. What is a Jew? So it's how I define it, and how I define it is what it is, and it will be what it is in the future. So a Jew is someone with Jewish DNA, mitochondrial. You should be like, what are these words? I'd be like, okay, DNA. I'd be like, you should be what DNA is? He'd be like, uh-huh. Like, okay, what is it, Yoshi? He'd be like, and he'd get on his phone and he'd be like, and I'd be like, you want me to help you? And he'd be like, yeah. And I'd be like, deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the building blocks of what creates a human. And he'd be like, yeah, that. I'd be like, okay, so you can follow my DNA all the way past people in the like in the Bible, perhaps to an Abrahamic single ancestor of all people. Maybe all people can derive themselves from that to some extent. Yosh, like, who's the first Jew? Like, believe it or not, Yosh, a lot of Jews I know get this wrong. They say Adam was the first Jew. Adam was not the first Jew. They say Noah was the first Jew. Noah was not the first Jew. Yosh should be like, well, why wasn't Adam the first Jew? I'd be like, well, it's a good question. Adam didn't do anything necessarily to practice Judaism. He was just, it's kind of like a tale to some extent. I mean, we didn't all just come from two people, Adam and Eve at one point. You're like, dude, that's the story though. I'd be like, yeah, that's the story for uneducated individuals who don't know science. I mean, I'm science based. But to know it's gonna be like, this is my boy. I'd be like, yeah, I'm science based. And honestly, people lie to themselves. They say that the world is 5,784 years old. They're just be like, that's crazy. Like, what about the dinosaurs? I'd be like, yeah, exactly. And he'd be like, who says it's 5,784 years old? And I'd say, a lot of people I know. And he'd be like, aren't they stupid? Like, no, they're not stupid. They just have been living a life where that's what they've been told and that's what the culture tells them. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's true. And it doesn't mean that they're stupid. They're very, very smart. They're brilliant people. And they know that if they really believe that, they're lying to themselves. Yeah, sure. Okay, well, what's the truth? Okay. Again, it can trace it really is this. You can trace your ancestry back to 4 women in the Bible. And you should be like, who are those 4 women? And I'm like, well, we symbolically say that it's Sarah, Rachel, Rivka, and Leah, but is it? I mean, I'm a scientist to some extent. And I only have that. Okay, so millions of Jews traced, and this is from NBC News. Millions of Jews traced to 4 women. So what is this? About 3.5 million of today's Ashkenazi Jews, 40% of the total Ashkenazi population, are descended from just 4 women, a genetic study indicates. About 3.5 million of today's Ashkenazi Jews, 40% of total Ashkenazi population, are descended from just 4 women, a genetic study indicates. Those women apparently lived somewhere in Europe within the last 2,000 years, but not necessarily in the same place or even the same century, said the lead author, Dr. Doron Behar of Rambam Medical Center in Haifa, Israel. He did the work with Carlos Corgi of the Technion, which would be big Institute of Technology and others. Each woman left a genetic signature that shows up in their descendants today. He and colleagues say in a report published online by the American Journal of Human Genetics. Together, their 4 signatures appear in 40% of Ashkenazi Jews, while being virtually absent in non-Jews and found only rarely in Jews of non-Ashkenazi origin, the researcher said. He said the total Ashkenazi population estimated at around 8 million people. The estimated world Jewish population is about 13 million. Ashkenazi Jews are a group with mainly Central and Eastern European ancestry. Ultimately, though, they can be traced back to Jews who migrated from Israel to Italy in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Behar said eventually this group moved to Eastern Europe in the 12th and 13th centuries and expanded greatly, reaching about 10 million just before World War II, he said. Maternal lineage is traced. The study involved mitochondrial DNA called mtDNA, which is passed through the mother. A woman can pass her mtDNA to grandchildren only by having daughters. So mtDNA is the perfect tool to trace maternal lineages, Behar said. There's in a telephone interview. His study involved analyzing mtDNA from more than 11,000 samples, representing 67 populations. Mike Hammer, who does similar work at the University of Arizona, said he found the work tracing back to just 4 answers quite plausible. I think they've done a really good job in tackling the question. But he said it's not clear the women lived in Europe. They may have existed in the Near East, Hammer said. We don't know exactly where the 4 women were, but their descendants left a legacy in the population today, whereas other women's descendants did not. Behar said the 4 women he referred to did inherit the genetic signatures from ancestors who lived in the Near East, but he said he preferred to focus on these European descendants because they were the root of the Ashkenazi population explosion. So you should be like, okay, well, what about all the other people? I'd be like, well, they're Jews too. However, they don't carry the same DNA, and that's an issue. And you should go, oh, but that doesn't mean that they can't or their children can't. It's just currently they don't. So basically, 40% of Ashkenazi Jews have, and I have the same DNA or similar DNA that you can trace it back to these 4 women. And we say that they're in the Bible, but we don't know exactly who they are, just like they say. So if you ask me, that's Jews. Now, what about Sephardim? What about Mizrahi? What about Ethiopian? They don't have the same genetic matrilineal DNA. However, that doesn't mean that they're not Jews. They are. If you really want to know, Judaism isn't just one religion. It's a very diverse group of religions that have basically, that go under this umbrella term. But it is not cut and dried in some regards. So I want to ensure that Mizrahi Jews, Yemenite Jews, and Moroccan Jews, and Ethiopian Jews, and Sephardic Jews are all included, but they don't have the genetic markers, at least that a large percentage of Ashkenazi Jews share. And Wow, that is unfortunate that we're not all the same DNA. That doesn't mean that we can't be in the future. So, what does that mean? Well, so how do I define a Jew? I mean, really, if you want to know how do you define a Jew, anyone who thinks they're Jewish is a Jew, religiously. Really, yeah. Perhaps not DNA-wise, perhaps not culturally, but anyone who, if you're watching this ever in the world and you're like, I feel like I'm a Jew, well, there's a good chance you probably are. Why? Because, let me see if I can look up this statistic. But, okay, as I recall, the Roman Empire was at one time as much as population-wise 20% Jewish, and that was like 10% of the known world or something like that. And the known world, China's a big part of this. We'll get into that. So they say 5 to 15% of the population, and so I say 20%, which I think, okay, I mean, we're close. That's millions of people. But you have to understand, those people reproduced and had many other people. So the genetic markers may not be as consistent as it is for the 40% of Ashkenazi Jews that can tie themselves with DNA to Judaism. But let me also, there's this really good, it's not really good, it's pretty good. What is it called? History. Origin of Judaism. Is that what you want? No, I want Crash Course. Dr. Henry Abramson, you're the man. Yeah.
History, and today we're going to talk about Jesus. So this is a Roman coin from around the time Jesus was born in the Roman Empire.
That's not what I want to talk about. Does he not do one from Judaism? I think he's done it from Judaism.
Hi there, my name is John Green. This is Crash Course World History, and today we're going to talk about Jesus. So this is a Roman coin from around the time Jesus was born.
Let's try this.
The history of the Jews has always been stormy, with all the clashes of religions, persecution, expulsion, and conflicts. This video will trace their stories back to the time of the Judah Kingdom. After the death of King Solomon in 931 BC, the united monarchy was split into the Kingdom of Israel and the Kingdom of Judah. In 722 BC, the Kingdom of Israel was invaded by the Assyrians. The remaining population fled to the Kingdom of Judah and its capital city, Jerusalem. The region was put under the control of the Assyrians for a century, until 612 BC, when the Assyrian Empire was overthrown by the Babylonians. In 586 BC, Babylon conquered Judah, Solomon's temple was demolished, and the Jews were exiled to Babylon. In 538 BC, Babylon fell to the Persian Achaemenid Empire. The new king, Cyrus the Great, decreed freedom to subjugated nations. The Jews in Babylon returned to Judah, where they rebuilt the city and organized the foundations of Jewish culture with the reconstruction of Solomon's temple and the writing of Torah, part of the Jewish Bible. 2 centuries later, Alexander the Great of Macedon made a conquest of the Achaemenid Empire. After the success, due to the death of Alexander at a young age, the empire was divided among his generals into various Hellenic kingdoms. Following the incorporation of Judea into the Seleucid kingdom in 198 BC, the crack in relations between the religious Jews and Hellenized Jews emerged. This was a time of religious struggle, as the Jewish population split. Under the reign of King Antiochus IV, the Second Temple, which was built on the ruin of Solomon's Temple, was desecrated due to the setup of a pagan altar to Zeus. In 165 BC, the religion-driven revolt against the Seleucid Empire and the Hellenistic impact on Jewish life had started. The success of the revolt led to the establishment of a Jewish independent rule, the Hasmonean dynasty. A century later, the Romans conquered the region, triggering 2 major revolts. The Great Revolt from the year of 66 to 73 resulted in the destruction of the Second Temple and the downfall of Jerusalem walls, except for the Western Wall only. The second major revolt from 132 to 135 led to the massive Jewish depopulation, as 580,000 Jews were perished in battle, not including those who succumbed to diseases and hunger. After this war, the Jewish communities were devastated, but the remaining population was strong and thriving in Galilee, where they migrated to after being barred from Jerusalem. The Romans gave the name Palestine to Judea, with a view to breaking the Jewish connection with the land of Israel. During this time, Christianity, which started off as a Jewish sect, ultimately became a distinct religion. It was the dominant religion towards the end of the Roman Empire. Between the 4th and the early 7th century, under the Visigoths Empire, the thriving Jewish community in the Mediterranean basin was subjected to the persecution and forced conversion to Christianity. After the birth of Islam, an Arab conquest began, and to some extent, the Jews supported in the hope of better conditions. They were tolerated by the Arabs. Forced conversion was only applied to polytheistic people. The Dome of the Rock was built on the ruin of the Second Temple, making Jerusalem the holy city to 3 monotheistic religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Jewish communities were tolerated and gradually established all over Western Europe as the new millennium approached. In 1099, Christians in Europe launched several crusades to bring the holy city back to the hands of the Christians, after Christians in Jerusalem were intensely persecuted by the Seljuk Turks, a Central Asian people with a strong desire for the expansion. On their way, they massacred the Jews, who they considered to be killers of Jesus. Between 1346 and 1353, the Jews were scapegoated as the cause of Black Death. The disease had killed half of the European population in just 5 years. They were accused of poisoning wells, persecuted along the Rhine and Rhone region, and eventually expelled. After the Reconquista ends in 1492, the expulsion in Spain began, and the Ottoman Empire became the main new land that the Jews chose to settle in. In nearly 30 years from 1520, the walls of Jerusalem were rebuilt, and the Jewish population in Jerusalem expanded. During the 16th century, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth adopted favorable migration policies, making it a new haven for the Jews from Western Europe. In the early 17th century, about half of the world's Jewish population settled in the region. However, the Khmelnytsky uprising in Ukraine between 1648 and 1654 changed everything. Being accused of having a privileged relationship with those in power, the Jews were slaughtered. In less than 2 years, the Ukrainians killed between 100,000 to 300,000 Jews and spread their massacres to other countries over the next 10 years. Toward the end of the 18th century, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth weakened and eventually collapsed. The Russians acquired its territories. The Jewish community was divided, and 900,000 Jews were in the Russian Empire unwelcomed. During the first half of the 19th century, the Jews were cruelly killed in pogroms, violent riots that demonstrated the Russians' anti-Jewish wave. After that, the immigration to the United States and Western Europe began. There, the living condition of the Jews was vastly improved. The first Zionist Congress in the late 19th century took place and strived for the creation of a home that's secured by law in Palestine for Jewish people. This idea was fiercely opposed by the Ottoman Empire. After World War I erupted, the Ottoman Empire sided with the German Empire. In the effort of garnering support for the Allies, the British Minister of Foreign Affairs issued the Balfour Declaration, promising the Jews a national home in Palestine in return for the support from the Zionist movement. Concurrently, Britain supported the Great Arab Revolt against the Ottoman Empire by promising them independence in the liberated territories. After World War I, following the increasing Jewish population in Palestine, Jewish-Arab tension and violence escalated. World War II broke out and claimed almost 6 million lives of the Jews in the Holocaust. After the war, fierce opposition of Jews and Arabs prompted an overwhelmed Britain to withdraw from the region. The UN partition plan proposed to split this British mandate into an Arab state, a Jewish state, and the city of adoption of the plan. Due to the rejection of the Arab League, a civil war between the Arabs and the Jews broke out on May 14, 1948, with the Declaration of Independence by David Ben-Gurion. A Jewish state, the State of Israel, was established. In response, the Arabs declared the First Arab-Israeli War. From this year onwards, Israel has also engaged in various military conflicts, including Suez Crisis, Six-Day War, Yom Kippur War, and 2 Lebanon Wars. The Israeli-Palestine conflict, which has its roots from the mid-20th century, is still ongoing today. Also, since the establishment of Israel, its Jewish population has doubled, as waves of Jewish immigration landed on this territory. Despite the constant instability due to long-running conflicts, amid political turmoil, Israel, home of the largest part of the Jewish world population, has been thriving economically. Thank you for watching. Please like, share, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel for the daily update.
Is that the end of your story? No, she's like, well, I still don't know what a Jew is. I'd be like, right, because it's inconsistent. Really, I'm just being honest with you. It's inconsistent. What is a Jew? Why? I could be like, on like the first, not freeway, but first street.
If someone is
First,
considered a Jew, it's almost always an Ashkenazi one. And that's because of the roughly 7 million Jews in America.
first major street south of me, that's not a freeway. There are 4 different Jewish synagogues, arguably none of which celebrate the same type of religion. Arguably, really. Yeah. I would describe one of them as a traditional Orthodox Jew, another one as a centrist Orthodox Jew, another as a Reconstructionist synagogue, and another as a Reform synagogue. And while they do have some members that are the same, they don't define what a Jew is consistently. Meaning, like my synagogue does not consider many of the people in the other synagogues to be Jews. And while that may seem like a harsh reality, it's true. And it's very easy for someone to go from one to another and just be welcome like normal, but the people not know that they're perhaps they haven't either gone through the certain necessary requirements to be a Jew, or that the parents didn't, or something like that. So she'd be like, well, what's a Jew? Be like, truthfully, a Jew is anyone who just feels they're Jewish. You can't take Judaism from someone. And it's, I would say spiritually, you would say someone with a Jewish soul. You should be like, well, what does that mean? It'd be like, someone who feels they're Jewish. You should be like, well, how is it defined? You'd be like, well, really, Israel is even inconsistent on this, and not everyone in Israel is Jewish. So, how do you define it? Well, the way that Israel would define it is you essentially get a recommendation from the rabbi, and then the rabbi, you can make what's called aliyah, which means to go up and basically move it. But that does not mean necessarily all those people are Jews. I want a consistent world where this is, and the Rebbe's note, if you ever wanted somebody to get people in line for this motherfucker, I am the man for this. Why? Because the Rebbe's note's gonna know. I give a shit about the rabbinate because they're a big fucking joke in my opinion. The Rebbe's note, their wives are the ones about whom I really care, and would be the people with the true power. But the Rebbe's note, the women of Judaism are really what make up the religion. The guys just do customs, but the women, it's in their blood. It's in their bloodline. There is a gif of these sheep. And it's like this. If I had to describe Judaism, it's like a bunch of fucking sheep that don't know what they're doing, that need to eventually be herded, and they need a leader. I mean, I would just say Judaism doesn't have the leaders that we need, and so somebody has to be a leader. But when it comes to who is a Jew, I can't take, if somebody says that they're a Jew, if a whatever, an Ethiopian Jew or an Ashkenazi Jew or a Yemenite Jew, they say they're a Jew, I can't take that away from them. If someone who's Chinese thinks they're a Jew, I can't take that away from them. If they think they're a Jew, there's a good chance. What is a Jew? It's complicated. Why? Well, because there are some people who aren't born Jewish, perhaps, and they convert, and their DNA may not be the same. When we talk about Judaism, of Ashkenazim, of the Ashkenazi people, 40% of us share the same DNA. That means 60% of us don't. That means, well, how did those people come about? Perhaps through conversions, and perhaps through assimilation into the society, into the culture. It's a case-by-case basis. So that's why we need a leader in Judaism to change things, to fix things. And I don't want to be that person. Honestly, I just want to live a normal life, like I was living as normal as I could. But I think I have to be that person. You should be like, okay, I still don't know what a Jew is. I'd be like, honestly, because it's inconsistent. A Jew is anyone who thinks they're Jewish. Okay? If you want to say you're Muslim, well, then you're not a Jew. If you want to say you're Christian, well, you're not a Jew. Perhaps. Because there are arguments to be made that you may have been one of these people with this DNA that traces back to these 4 people in the Bible. I just call them that, but whatever, the 4 people in the Near East or whatever, and your DNA may be linked to those people as well. So you could be a Muslim and you could be a Christian, but you could also have Jewish DNA, which would make you a Jew as well. And so it's complicated. You should be like, you mean to say that there could be like an imam? I'd be like, yeah, what's an imam? I don't know. I've heard you say it. Like, okay, a spiritual leader within Islam, that they're Jewish, and I would say, yeah, absolutely. And notice when we read that thing about 40% of Ashkenazi Jews trace their lineage to 4 women in the Bible, that's just an Ashkenazi study that was done in 2006. That doesn't mean that there aren't Sephardic groups that can do that, or Ethiopian groups that can do that, or Yemenite, or Moroccan, or Syrian. That was just the study of Ashkenazi groups. And so there is the theory that, let's just say it's not just 40% of Ashkenazi Jews, but 40% of Sephardim and 40% of Ethiopian and yada yada yada. You have to understand that the Roman Empire, 20% perhaps of the Roman Empire was Jewish, and those people continued on after Rome fell. So that means a lot of Christians have Jewish lineage and perhaps exact Jewish DNA. And the same with Muslim people as well. For instance, like I could take somebody from the Kuwait, one of the heads of state of Kuwait, or Saudi Arabia, Crown Prince of Bahrain or Qatar, and DNA test them. And yeah, they may be practicing Islam, but DNA wise, that only goes back to, or their practicing only goes back, say, 1400 years. But their DNA goes back further than that. It goes back to these perhaps 4 people in the Bible, or a common ancestral chain with Judaism, because they had to be something before they were Muslim. Same with Christians. And does it work out perfectly? In some cases, yeah. I mean, I'm willing to say I have absolute confidence if you, and this has been proven by people in my family who have had studies done, that my DNA can be traced back to common ancestor of Judaism, of these women. So I can speak on behalf of those people to some extent and say that there's an issue. There's a major issue in Judaism. And what is that? We aren't all the same DNA. And we need to be. Why is that? And this is why I think is important. Say you convert to Judaism or whatever, and you get hit by a car, and nobody knows who you are, and we DNA test you. We're going to say either this person was a Jew or this person wasn't a Jew from a Judaic standpoint. And while you may have gone through all the motions of being a Jew, let's say you had an Orthodox conversion and all those other things, your DNA still is not Jewish. You can't change that until recently with perhaps genetic manipulation, where we could give non-Jews or people who are Jews who do not have that mitochondrial DNA, we could give that to them. That's an option. now when it wasn't a generation ago. And I'm not saying that's the only option. I'm not saying immediately everybody needs to go have genetic manipulation. No, I'm saying that this needs to be properly vetted. But eventually, I envision a world where we are traveling from planet to planet and solar system to solar system and perhaps galaxy to galaxy. And if you are in a galaxy far, far away and you get hit by a car, we want to be able to know if you're a Jew or not. And we don't want it to necessarily be a guess, and we don't want it to necessarily be because your mom lit candles or because you had a bris, because those aren't things that necessarily make you a Jew. And Yoshi, what makes you a Jew? I'd say it depends on how you want to define it. If you want to define it biologically, it's people who share the same DNA, mitochondria. So that means people who inherit their Judaism from their fathers are not Jews. And I'm going out to say that right now, and I'm going to come out with a lightsaber if you tear down anyone who even brings up the topic of patrilineal DNA. That to me is hate speech. If you want to call anything hate speech, because I hate it. Why? Because it's very easy for a man who may or may not be Jewish to impregnate a whole bunch of women and well, that's fine if you want to do that. That's cool, but you can't tie your DNA to anything, so no one knows. It doesn't pass on. The only way, the key is passing your DNA on, so that there's a common link, and through patrilinealists, as I call them, which is a joke. And anyone who says you're a Jew, like I've even spoken out about this, you're a Jew if you're whatever parent was Jewish. And Israel does this, which is a mistake. Those people will need a conversion of some sort. And even Orthodox people, I mean, really, the whole fucking world of Judaism is going to need a conversion of some sort. And what is that? It'll be a modernized version of what halakha is. It'll be practical halakha. What is halakha? It's Jewish law, essentially, rabbinical law, but also Torah, which is based on rabbinical law. And so, what will that consist? What will that be? I envision a world where, let's just say, in 100 years, where we'll be able to manipulate someone's DNA at birth, if needed, or even before birth, where we know that they're going to have matrilineal mitochondrial DNA. So how would this happen? Let's say you have two people who are really sweet people and they convert to Judaism. Okay, but for all intents and purposes, they don't have Jewish DNA. Okay, but they want Jewish DNA. They've done all the steps. They've done everything. Okay, that's fine. We can make it so that their progeny have Jewish DNA through genetic modification. And also, we could make it so that they have Jewish DNA as well. How would you do that? Well, it's through manipulation of their DNA, which can be done through, and I don't want to get into the subject too much, but it can be done through immunizations. It can be done in multiple ways. But basically, you could manipulate someone's DNA in any way that you want, even someone who's currently born. Because the human body, its cells, on average, don't last more than 7 years. So basically, every cell that is in me, aside from my neurons, have been regenerated. So if that's the case, it would take like 7 years for your body to regenerate essentially every single cell in your body, and you could manipulate those with mitochondrial DNA. So what would you do? You have two people who convert, and they're like, "Look, we really want Jewish DNA." Okay, fine. You could. It wouldn't be an immunization. It wouldn't necessarily be a vaccine. I don't. I call it genetic manipulation. But we don't really have a good word for it right now. That's commonly used. But essentially, you could inject them with a protein of some sort or some type of mitochondrial DNA that could spread in their body in a safe manner and change all of their DNA over the course of 7 years as their body changes into having these genetic markers for mitochondrial DNA. That means if their kids want to go travel to another galaxy and they get hit by a car, we're going to be able to identify them. Now, before we get to that point, though, there's some just simple things that we can do as Jews and that I plan on doing. I'm an anti-circumcision rabbi. I don't think we should be cutting off our dicks anymore, and our dicks could have been longer, so I don't know why we're doing that. And somebody's got to put their foot down and say, enough's enough with this. And then what I would do is create a database, and I've said this before, I've said this in my writings, and I've said it to rabbis before, that we need to create a database, a DNA database, where at birth, and this is already done by the UN to some extent. It's done at birth, you're born in a hospital, where everyone's DNA is somewhat collected. To my knowledge, it's done because it's in like the test that they do when you're a baby at birth. But basically, it's like a blood test that they do. But basically, what we would do, instead of cutting off your dick, we'd take a pinprick, which is very similar to what is done with a conversion, and we put that information in a database so that you're essentially tied to Judaism. And you can go do whatever the fuck you want, but you are connected to the people because you're in the database essentially. There isn't a database right now, and there needs to be one because it's too easy for people for just inconsistencies to happen within the religion. So you should be like, okay, well, I still don't know what a Jew is, and I would say, okay. It's a very complicated question. You can't just, in my opinion, say what is a Jew, because if you want to, I'd be like, Yosh, if you want to know what the answer to that is, that question is, it's anyone who thinks they're Jewish. Yosh would be like, okay. And I'd say, what is? You have to break that up. What is a biological Jew? I'm a biological Jew. What's a biological Jew? It's someone who can trace their DNA back to those 4 women in the Bible. And does it have to be those 4 women? Generally, we're going to say yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there couldn't have been a 5th woman, or, because we as a population don't necessarily have all of the answers yet, but we're starting to figure them out. So you should be like, well, that means that only 40% of the whatever that, I'd be like Ashkenazi, that means only 40% of them are biological Jews. And I would say, that's correct. And you'd say, well, doesn't that mean that that 60% aren't? I would say, yeah. And that's why you would want some type of genetic manipulation in the future so that all of them could be. He would say, okay, well, what are the other kinds of Jews? I would say, well, you're going to have converts to Judaism who may or may not have that common DNA trait, but we'll say probably not. So we still consider them Jews, depending on the conversion. but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're biological Jews. I mean, honestly, frankly, I'm a scientific based person. I only consider biological Jews to be currently. That doesn't necessarily mean that not all Jews will be biological Jews someday. They just aren't right now. We don't share the same DNA. And in particular, there are some groups out there who I feel do share that DNA, and it just hasn't been studied well enough. Particularly, like, these scientists will only study like Ashkenazim, but they won't study Sephardim and the Ethiopian Jews. I mean, like, we need a much better study of the entire people. And I'm sure this is done by some geneticists, but it hasn't been published that well, to my knowledge, where we can say something's flying in here. Where we can conclusively say that we're all the same people, or whatever. Ideally, we're going to need some genetic manipulation over the course of a century or so. And if you're not going to have that, well, we just won't be a single people. Ever, perhaps. And here's why. I could take the most Orthodox woman and follow her lineage all the way back, perhaps 50 generations, and find out that she comes from a convert who did not have that matrilineal DNA connection. What up, baby? It is now 11 o'clock a.m. Thank you, Select. Anyway, something's gonna happen. I'm gonna die. Anyway, so then what happens? Well, that means all of that lady's 50 generations ago, her progeny are not biological Jews. And that could be a huge amount of orthodoxy. It could be, and it's really sad. So it's really sad because a lot of those people who think they're Jews, who are practicing Jews, would not be tied to the people biologically. And I want them to be. So that may mean eventually. So ideally, I would have every fucking Jew take a DNA test right now, and but it's a specific DNA test. It's not a 23andMe test. It's not the National Geographic Genographic test. It is a test that doesn't exist publicly, which is a mitochondrial test. That does not exist. And I'm sure one of my kids will want to develop it, but as of right now, it does not exist. And it would cause too much heartbreak within Judaism, because you would literally, I could give that test to my synagogue, and half of them would find out that they're not biological Jews, and they'd be broken. It would break up families, because it would break up relationships. It would cause a lot of heartache. So instead of having that, which would perhaps actually would cause a lot of pain, there's the option to perhaps have a genetic manipulation eventually, where my whole shul, or everybody's shul, over the course of 7 years, all of their DNA would have these genetic markers. So that, and I look at it biologically. Why? Because if you get hit by a fucking truck on Mars, I want to know that you're a Jew. I don't want to have to go back to your synagogue's record books and see if you were paying your dues. That's how it's currently done, basically. And that's not how it should be done. It's too confusing that way, and it isn't scientific that way. That's social. And social is not science. I'm a science-based advocate. And I want us all as Jews to be the same DNA. And if you don't like that, that's cool. That doesn't mean. But I'm going to tell you this: give this enough time, and I'll have everybody agreeing with you. I think everybody would agree with me. that if it were possible for us all to be the same DNA and have the same genetic markers, so long as this is a safe way to do it, going back to the Bible, we'd all want to do it because we all want to have that connection. It just currently is not in practice. So you should be okay. So what's a Jew? I'd say a Jew is anyone who thinks they're Jewish. Okay, anyone who says they're Jewish, a Jew is to be believed. So that's a Jew. You should be like, okay, what do you define a Jew as? I'd say, well, it's easy to be a Jew. It's anybody who says that they're a Jew. A biological Jew is different. That's connecting themselves to these four women in the Bible. And you should be like, is that only Ashkenazic people? I would say no. That's just what this study had found. But I think that this could be found perhaps 40% of Ethiopian Jews and 40% of Yemenite Jews, or maybe it's only 5% of Yemenite Jews, but some amount of that population can also connect themselves to Judaism as well. And you should say, or connect themselves to these common ancestors as well. And you should say, okay, well, what do you do about the people who aren't? I'd say they're Jews. We consider them Jews. Anybody who thinks they're a Jew is a Jew. However, biologically, I'm sorry to say they're not. Many of them are not. And that needs to change. If it doesn't, we won't all be one people. And we need to be. So why do we need to be? If we want to define ourselves as a people have common DNA markers, and currently it's inconsistent. So you should say, okay, so I get a Jew is anyone who says they're a Jew. Right? Yeah. But a biological Jew, you have to have a DNA test for that. They'd say, well, that's a tricky situation because currently there is not a test to there are tests that can determine this. However, they're not publicly available, and Judaism itself does not want to. You'd have a civil war within Judaism. Basically, if you had every Jew take a DNA test, a mitochondrial DNA test, and you find out only 50% of Israel is biological Jews, and the other 50% is not, that would cause. And you have a husband who is and a wife who isn't. Well, what about their kids now? Their kids aren't. Now the husband's going to want a divorce so he can marry some biological Jew. It's going to cause a lot of issues. So instead of having that, what can happen is we have eventually a type of genetic manipulation so that we all have the same common DNA. And this can happen in a few ways. You could have people who have the correct DNA reproduce, and you could have a large influx of, say, women who have this kind of DNA that they could pass on to the people. And because the men don't really matter, it's all about the women who matter. So that could happen. You could have genetic manipulation. You could have other types of scientific ways that I perhaps can't even fathom right now, where your body could be scanned and immediately have all its DNA changed, as opposed to the more natural influx of mitochondrial DNA into your system, and over 7 years it reproduces in your cells. There are a lot of different options, but with science, ideally, and I think the Rebbe Note's going to agree, we want to all be the same DNA. And also, we want to avoid the situations of false conversions, fake conversions, conversions that were done based on bribes, because that happens. In fact, I mean, I know the conversion process better than any person on earth, perhaps in a lot of ways. And I can tell you this: everybody cheats at it in one way or another. No one is, no one is perfect. And the rabbis aren't perfect. I mean, I've seen conversions of people who were not living what we would consider a core true life, and they were given conversions. And this is from the gold standard of conversions in the United States. I've seen the same or heard about the same in other based in or other house of judgments in Israel and in other areas of the diaspora. And so I don't believe them. If people convert, that's fine. Consider yourself a Jew. If people go to shul or synagogue, or that's fine. Consider yourself a Jew. All you have to do is say you're a Jew and you're a Jew. That doesn't necessarily mean, though, that all levels of Judaism are going to accept you. And I personally think that we need a better system, and the system is based on DNA. It always has been. It's just we didn't know that's what it was. You should say, how did you know you were Jewish? I'd say, I knew I was Jewish because of how all Jews basically find out they're Jews, aside from their, if they're converts, it's, you find out from your family. So find out from my mother, my grandmother, and that's generally how it goes. Now, let's say that for one reason or another, even in my case, let's say that my genetic markers were off, even though I'm over here saying, yes, I'm part of this 40% of Ashkenazi Jews who connect to the Bible. Let's say mine are off. Okay, well, that's fine. That does not necessarily mean that in the future there still cannot be a process where I could be either injected with mitochondrial DNA or have a process where my progeny would have that type of genetic marker. But um, as of so, I mean, even I'll include myself in this. If I don't have the correct DNA, I'll get it if I need to, just like every Jew should feel. They're sure, okay, so I get a Jew is someone who says they're Jewish, right? Yeah, because you can't take that away from at least someone with a Jewish soul. I think it gets vague, but because you can't take it away from them. So yours should be like, okay, well, I'm more confused now than I was at the beginning of this conversation. I'd say the reason why it's so confusing is because people have changed the text over the course of years. And I mean, being a Jew isn't all that great. In a lot of ways, it means that you have to do a lot of things that you don't want to have to do. And you have to eat in certain ways, you need certain preparations. You can't do things. And so it's not all that enjoyable in some ways. And I want to change that as well. What has happened is so the first Jew is Abraham. He has a covenant with God. It's not Noah. He's a polytheist. And why do we say that Abraham's the first Jew? He's the first person who believes there's one God. Now, there's an argument to be made that we don't necessarily know Adam's religious background to think that he might have thought that there was more than one God. It doesn't say that he was a polytheist by any means. However, that's more an allegory, like a story. When we're talking real people, Abraham's the first Jew, but there's even an argument to be made that Abraham wasn't one person. That's an allegory of a collection of people, of perhaps. I mean, what do I think it is? I think Abraham was perhaps a major landowner in the Near East, who this is just a could have been, who perhaps had progeny who eventually became Jews, but that does and became Muslims and perhaps became Christians and perhaps other things as well. Where do we really get the development of Judaism? And that really comes from Moshe Rabbeinu, so Moses our teacher. And really what Judaism is a collection of other cultures, religions, including Egyptian secret religions. And when I say secret religions, um, it's a combination of a lot of religions. But these were religions perhaps within Egypt that weren't necessarily practiced in the mainstream. And Egyptian religions changed on, how they viewed the pharaoh as a god, and not everybody believed that. And so this is what you would call Egyptian mystery schools, Egyptian mystery religions that eventually became when Moshe Rabbeinu was in Egypt, eventually learned those things, took them back to the Near East, but never necessarily made it to the Promised Land, but then passed on through Aharon, his brother, into the Kohanic bloodline, those teachings that aren't what we practice today as Jews. What we practice today is it's very different than what was practiced in the ancient Near East. And while we connect it that way, they didn't know about electricity. So the fact that you're not supposed to touch electricity on Shabbat, that had no relevance for someone in the ancient Near East thousands of years ago. And to even say there's just our timeline has been off amazingly. And it's like, should be like, what do you mean? Isn't it really consistent through going back to the Bible? And I would say no. It's been somewhat consistent, but it's even, I can go to the Chabad website and tell you that it's inconsistent. Just one minute. I don't know how to do this on an iPhone. I don't know how to necessarily do it. Let's see. Unless they changed it, which could have happened. Okay. And they did change it. Really? Yeah. I mean, I can see since the last time I saw this, it changed in 2020. The missing years in the Hebrew calendar refer to a chronological discrepancy between the rabbinic dating of the destruction of the first temple in 422 BCE and academic dating of it in 587. In a larger sense, it also refers to a discrepancy between conventional chronology versus that of Seder Olam in what concerns the Persian period during which exercised hegemony ruled, a period that spanned 207 years according to conventional chronology, but only 34 according to Seder Olam. Invariably, the resulting time frame affects the number of years in which the second temple stood by a late rabbinic tradition to 420 years, but by conventional chronology of 589 years. So, this used to be on here because I still have it. I printed it out. It's on the wall over there behind those bookshelves. So let's see here. So we're gonna, this used to be on here, and I have a feeling they changed it. Really? I could be wrong. Who knows? We're gonna go to the Wayback Machine and see. So how far back? I don't know. It was on there, I'm sure. Before 2020. Come on, you shitbag, go. Dude, what's going on? I wish I could don't hate that song. But I don't fucking hate this one. God damn, I gotta take a whiz. Come on, you shitbag. I take your whiz. Date. Look at this. I'm just standing there for color. Did you ever peed on the floor? Shit. I usually find it. What's interesting, they don't have anything, I don't know if you can see it, but that last line is great. Like, with the cabinet page right now. And 475. 42.35. Alright, so igers for guys. It's my goal to memorize this, and I used to read it every day. So that's how I know. Well, look at it on the research. Yo, dog. Anyway, here's your, this is also confusing. I know what's important. Why? Because I could even just say that the Chabad website recognizes missing time or inconsistency within the calendar. I guess we'll just read through it all. Alright, so 3760, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Chava. Said son of Adam and Enosh, son of Seth was born. Enosh was born. Mahalalel, son of Canaan. Canaan was born. Jared, son of I'm not sure. Adam died in 2031. Noah, 2075. Oh, 930. I'm sorry. Jewish year 1. Creation of the world. So, 28. So when was Abraham 140? I do remember that. Also part of Israel. And he died. First bid of it is 21.28. It's completed at 21.35. Run the bid in 33.03. It was destroyed in 33.38. Second one, 33.91. TRUMAN, including 34.12. There's that space again. Go do it now. Let's see if that space is still there. Anyway, this story sucks. But whatever you were saying, I don't know what the fuck it was. Maybe there was fucking inputs and shit. I don't know. Are you done? Are you hungry? Holy shit, bag. Okay, 475. So 551. So maybe it's how much this could be. Yeah, second guide. So maybe the it's just a typo on the previous versions, which it could be. Yeah, I mean, look, 475 to 4235. It's still missing on there. So it might have been just a typo. Okay. This is not interesting. Well, missing time should be. We're 22. 5 minutes. Missing years. Big introduction. Recent years in Jewish tradition, scholars say discrepancy of tradition where Jewish sages mention how the name meant several Persian kings Persian and Israel. Army scholars tell us they continue I'm really disappointed because I thought that this was on this calendar, and I'm almost certain it was at some point. I could be wrong. I think it's on the calendar behind my fucking. Well, one day we'll move that shit, and we'll see. What did you think it said? It said like missing years or something. 300 years. This sucks. I don't know. Man, look at that. That still has a point there. Dude, just reading now. Creation of the world, birth of Adam and Chava. Seth, son of Abraham, son of Adam, died. Enoch, son of Seth, was born. Cain, son of... Okay, just do it quickly. Creation of the world, birth of Adam and Chava. Creation of the world, birth of Adam and Chava. One. Creation of the world, birth of Adam and Chava. 130. Seth, son of Adam, was born. 235. Enoch, son of Seth, was born. 325. Canaan, son of Enoch, was born. 395. Mahalalel, son of Canaan, was born. 460. Yared, son of Mahalalel, was born. 622. Chronoc, son of Yared, was born. 687. Methuselah, son of Chronoc, was born. 874. Lamech, the second son of Methuselah, was born. 930. Adam died. 1056. Noah, son of Lamech, the second, was born. 1536. Noah began construction of the earth. 1556. Japheth, son of Noah, was born. 1557. Ham, son of Noah, was born. 1558. Shem, son of Noah, was born. 1656. Methuselah died. How long was he live? 1696 years. Or 969 years. 1656. The Great Flood covered the earth. 1658. And it doesn't actually say Methuselah died. It says Noah died, something like that. Arpachshad, son of Shem, lived died. 1693. Shelah, son of Arpachshad, was born. 1723. Eber, son of Shelah, was born. 1757. Peled, son of Eber, was born. 1787. Eber, son of Peled, was born. 1819. Sherek, son of Eber, was born. 1848. Nachor, son of Sherek, was born. 1878. Terah, son of Nachor, first was born. 1948. Abraham, son of Terah, was born. 1958. Sarah, daughter of Haran, was born. 1973. Abraham married Sarah. 1996. Dispersion from Babel after the building of the tower. 2000. Terah left Ur of Kasdim for the family. 2006. Noah died. 2015. The covenant of Great Bay had their time with Abraham. 2022. Abraham settled in Canaan. 2020. 2034. Ishmael, son of Abraham, was born. 2048. Abraham circumcised himself and Ishmael. 2048. Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. 2048. Isaac, son of Abraham, was born. (2084) A Kedah where Isaac was brought to the altar by Abraham. 2084 Sarah died. 2108 Jacob and Esau were born. 2123 Abraham died. 2158 Shem, son of Noah, died. 2171 Isaac blessed Jacob instead of Esau. 2185 Jacob went to Haran. 2187 Avery, great grandson of Shem, died. 2192 Jacob lived there in Rachel. 2195 Levi, son of Jacob and Leah, was born. 2199 Joseph, son of Jacob and Rachel, was born. 2205 Jacob of Haran. 2208 Benjamin was born. 2216 Joseph was sold. 2228 Isaac died. 2229 Joseph and Levi were of Egypt. Gave birth to King Sarah. 2235 Gehod, son of Levi, was born. 2238 Jacob and his family went to their wife. 2255 Jacob died. 2332 after Levi died, King Sarah in Egypt again. 2368 Moshe was born. 2406 Joshua was born. 2447 Moshe Rabbeinu and Karen in Bush. 2448 the Jewish nation left Egypt. 2448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. 2448 revelation of Mount Sinai given in the Torah. 2448 Moses broke Moshe Rabbeinu broke the Torah, the tablets. 2449 Moshe came down from Mount Sinai with the seven tablets. 2449 the tabernacle was erected. 2449 the spies returned from Canaan with bad news. 2487 Aharon and Miriam died. 2480 Moshe Rabbeinu died. The Kahane dynasty followed through him. Moshe died first. 2480 the Jews crossed the Jordan in the Canaan. 25 Israel was completed. 2516 Joshua died. 2532 the war of Judges began with Othniel ben Kenaz. 2573 Avery ben Gera became leader. 2654 Shamgar ben Anak died. 2654 Deborah became leader. 2624 Gideon became leader. 2734 Abimelech, son of Gideon, became leader. 2737 Tola, son of Pua, became leader. 2758 Yar Gileadite became leader. 2739 Jephthah Galadi became leader. 2792 Elon Zebulun became leader. 2802 Abdon Belhila became leader. 2810 Samson became leader. 2830 Eli became leader. 2854 David was born. 2871 Samuel became leader. 2882 Saul became appointed king. 2884 David became king of Judah and Hebron. 2892 David became king of Israel and Jerusalem. 2924 Solomon became king. 2928 the bill and first Beit Mikdash commenced. 2935 the first Beit Mikdash was completed. 2964 Solomon died and his kingdom was divided. 2964 the Rehoboam son of Solomon became king of Judah. For Jeroboam ben Nebat became king over Israel. 3043 Elijah went out in the chariot of fire. 3084 Joash invaded Beit Mikdash. 3142 Isaiah began his prophecies. 3187 the first two of the 10 tribes are exiled. 3195 another two of the tribes are exiled. 3199 Hezekiah became king of Judah. 3205 the last of the 10 tribes were exiled. 3213 Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. 3228 Manasseh son of Hezekiah became king of Judah. 3298 Jeremiah began his prophecy. 3303 Josiah renovated the Beit Mikdash. 3319 Jerusalem was conquered by Jehoiakim. Was conquered and Jehoiakim was exiled. 3321 Jehoiakim burned the book of Lamentations composed by Jeremiah. 3327 Jerusalem was conquered again and Jehoiakim was exiled. 3331 Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. 3332 Ezekiel prophesied in exile. 3336 the final Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. 3338 the loss of Jerusalem was penetrated. 3330 the sacrifice ceased in the Beit Mikdash. 3330 the first Beit Mikdash was destroyed. 3339 Gedaliah ben Ahikam was killed. 3331 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar's dream. 3352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future Beit Mikdash. 3389, Daniel read the writing on the wall. 3389, Daniel stoned the lines, and 3390, Jerubal led the return to the land of Israel. 3391, the event of the second David Midrash commenced and halted. 3395, Akash first, the second made his great banquet. 3399, Esther was taken to his palace. 3404, Esther took action against Haman's 34, September proclaimed the celebration forum. 3408, building the second period of Esther's doing 3412, the second beta of Esther's completed. 3413, Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. 3426, Nehemiah returned to rebuild walls of Jerusalem. 3448, Ezra died. 3448, Simon the Zadok and Alexander the Great. 3449, Minion Shtarot became. 3488, Simon the Zadok died. 3515, 72 elders translated the Torah into Greek Septuagint. 3621, the revolt of Mediahu, Hashemona. 3622, Judah and Maccabi ruled. 3622, the second day of Mikdash was rededicated. 3623, Hanukkah was declared a festival. 3620, Judah and Maccabi was killed in battle. 3620, Yonatan son of Madiyahu ruled. 3634, Shimon son of Madiyahu died. Shimon son of Madiyahu ruled. 3642, Yohanan Haranos son of Shimon ruled. 3668, Judah Aristobulus, son of Yochanan Hakimus ruled. 3670, Alexander Gemai, son of Yochanan Hakimus ruled. 3688, Shalom Sion Solomon Alexander wife of Alexander Gemai ruled. 3696, Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Gemai ruled. 3700, Romans gained control of Judea. 3700, Hyrcanus II, son of Alexander Gemai ruled. 3720, Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II ruled. 3725, Herod I ruled, killed all of Hashmonaim. 3728, Herod became leader of the Torah scholars. 3742, Herod I began rebuilding of the second Beit Mikdash. 3750, renovation of the second Beit Mikdash was completed. 3769, Archelaus, son of Herod I ruled. 3768, Herod ruled. 3770, Archelaus was deposited by the Roman Emperor. 3781, Agrippa I, grandson of Herod I ruled. 3788, the Sanhedrin moved from the second Beit Mikdash. 3804, Agrippa II, son of Agrippa I ruled. 3810, Rabbi Gamaliel I, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel died. 3826, Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 3829, the second Beit Mikdash was destroyed. 3834, Rabbi Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 3846, the Sanhedrin moved from place to place under Rabbi Gamaliel II. 3893, Beitar fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 3894, Judaism was banned, and Rabbi Akiva was in prison. 3949, Rabbi Judah Hanasi recruited the Mishnah around this time. 3979, Rab left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 4007, Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 4014, Rabbi Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 4050, Rabbi Huna was the leading Talmudic authority. 4058, Rabbi Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 4060, Rabbi Chisda was the leading Talmudic authority. Rabbi 4069, Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 4081, Rabbi Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 4085, Abaye was the leading Talmudic authority. 4098, Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 4119, Hillel II was established. To establish the town, it became Nasi. 4152, Rabbi Asher was the leading Talmudic authority. 4187, Rabbi Asher died after the compilation of the Gemara. 4235, it doesn't say. 4311 Marzutra proclaimed Jewish self-led Babylonium. 4349 the Talmudic Academy of Prophetida was reconstituted. 4369 the Talmudic Academy of Syria was reconstituted. 4374 the Persians conquered the land of Israel. 4374 the Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 4389 the Byzantine Empire reconquered the land of Israel. 4396 Rabbi Yitzhak was the son of Sebastian of Nehedra Perushalor. 4397 the Arabs conquered Israel. 4405 one of the Takanot Hagoni was enacted at this time. 4515 Rabbi Chaim left the Rockville land of Israel. 4519 Rabbi Yehuda became Gaon of Surah. 4519 the Halachot Gadol Mahal was written at this time. 4548 another of the Takanot Hagoni was enacted at this time. 4618 Rabbi Anan, who wrote the Siddur, became Gaon of Surah. 4688 Rabbi Sa'ada was appointed Gaon of Surah. 4718 four captives were ransomed at around this time. 4728 Rabbi Shahura became Gaon of Punkadida. 4757 Rabbi Hai became the last Gaon of Punkadida. 4700 Rabbi Hai died in the caves of Babylon. 4800 the reign of Gershom, Mayor Hagoladai. 4848 the Rif arrived in Spain from Morocco. 4856 the Crusaders destroyed the Jewish community. 4859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 4863 the Rif died. 4865 Rashi died at the end of the Tosafot began. 4895 the Rambam Maimonides was born. 4907 the Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 4907 the reign of Tom was captured by the Crusaders. 4908 the Rambam and the Radak's families left Cordova. 4925 the Rambam visited the land of Israel. 4931 Rabbeinu Tam died. 4935 the Rashbam died. 4934 the young son of David was killed. 4948 the Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 4949 Rabbi Yaakov the Armenians, the Orleans was killed in Hungary. 4950 Jews were massacred even in the Third Crusade. 4951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as Radak, wrote his commentary. 4954 the Ramban Nachmanides was born. 4959 the Rabbi died. 4965 the Ramban died. 2996 rampaging mobs massacred Jews in France. 5002 of massive burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 5004 Yerushalayim was sacked by Egyptian church. 5012 the Inquisition began and was tortured. 5027 the Ramban left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 5030 the Ramban died. 5046 Maharam Rothenberg was in prison. The Maharam Rothenberg was in prison. 5050 new works advanced. They studied Kabbalah. 5050 the area of Tosafot concluded at around this time. 550 5050 all Jews were expelled from England. 5053 the Maharam Rothenberg died in prison. 5058 the Rindfleisch massacres began. 5058 the author of Mordechai and Hagahot Maniot were killed. 5065 the Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 5065 the Roche and his son the Tour arrived in Spain. 5066 all Jews were expelled from France. 5070 the Rashba died. 5080 Jews were massacred by the Pastoral Crusaders. 5088 the Roche died. 5096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the Armleiter bands. 5098 the Rawlog wrote his commentary on the Bible. 5109 the Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 5127 the Ram, Ravash, and other scholars in Spain were in prison. 5151 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 5151 Ravash and Rashbas left Spain. 5155, the final expulsion Jews from Europe. 5173, Rabbi was Albo was forced to agree with Christians. 5181, Jews in Austria were massacred in the Vienna Gazette. 5235, the invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 5241, the Inquisition was established in Spain. 5248, Rob Obadiah the 13th Toro settled in Jerusalem. 5251, Columbus consulted Rabbi Abraham Zacuto for his travels. 5252, all Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. 5253, Rabbi Yitzhak Abarbanel arrived in Naples from Spain. 5257, all Jews expelled from Portugal. 5276, the Ein Yaakov was printed. 5276, the Turks Ottoman Empire conquered Eretz Israel. 5285, Rabbi Yosef Yosman saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 5314, a mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 5323, the Shulchan Aruch was completed by Rav Yosef Kopka. 5330, the Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 5332, the Arizal died in Scott. 5333, the Maharal came to Prague. 5334, the Maharal died. 5335, Rabbi Yosef Kal died in Scott. What up, girl? Thanks, baby. Your something's gonna happen or I'm gonna die. 5359, the Maharal returned to Prague again. 5374, Maharasha became Rabbi in Lublin. 5337, the first book and told commentary was concluded. 5382, the Shallow arrived in the land of Israel. 5389, Rabbi Yom Tov Levin Heller was imprisoned in Prague. 5400, Rabbi Yoel Circe, the circus of Bach died. 5406, the Shach and Taz or Shulchan Aruch was printed. On Shulchan Aruch was printed. 5408, Jews are massacred by Shemiti's forces. 5414, the first Jews settled in Amsterdam, New York. 5415, many Jews in Russian and Swedish. Many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 5416, Jews were permitted to live in England. 5416, Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. 5433, the Magen Avraham on Shulchan Aruch was completed. 5437, Shabbatai Zvi died as a Muslim. 5449, the Beit Shmuel on the Shulchan Aruch was printed. 5458, Washington was born. 5463, the May Yehushua's family was killed in an explosion. 5472, the Sifti Hakmani was arrested. 5484, Rabbi Yaakov Uli Maya Lloyd arrived in Constantinople. 5487, the Mishnah Melech died. 5494, Jews were massacred by the Hyde and Mark bands. 5501, the Or HaChaim arrived in the land of Israel. 5507, Rabbi Chaim Huzado Ramchal died in Akbar, April. 5510, Rabbi Jonathan Iyer, the Schutz became Rabbi in Hamburg. 5515, Rabbi Ezekiel Handel became known as the Noda Yehuda, became Rabbi in Prague. 5518, the Frankists integrated mass burnings of the Talmud. The Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 5519, Frankists supported the libel charges in public debate. 5520, the Baal Shem Tov died. 5524, the Council of Foreign Lands, known as Va'at Arba Aratso, was discontinued. 5520, despite resistance, the Haida massacred thousands. 5532, the Maggid of Mezerish died. 5542, Rabbi N. Adler and Chatam Sofer visited the Noda Yehuda. 5546, Rabbi Emerald of Lizansk died. 5551, the Pale Settlement was established in Russia. 5553, Jews suffered in the military French Revolution. 5558, the Rome of Rome died. 5559, the Baal Altania was released from first imprisonment. 5559, Napoleon led an expedition to the land of Israel. 5566 Tahida Rab Chaim Yosef David Azulai died. 5566 Achadam Sofer became rabbi in Pressburg. 5570 Rabbi Levi Isaac of ROTHSCHILD died. 5571 Rabbi Nachman of 5574 Rabbi Akiva Eger became rabbi in Posen. 5575 Kohitz Badid and Yehudi of Hashishcha both died. 5575 Jose of Reuben and Rabbi Mendel Raimanoff both died. 5579 anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 5587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children into the army. 5600 Rabbi Yisrael of Rushden was released from imprisonment. 5602 Yosef Zev which was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 5606 Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews. 5609 Rabbi Israel Selman to death penalty. 5611 Rabbi Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became rabbi in Frankfurt on Main. 5619 Rabbi Menachem Mendel Cox died. 5624 the Mabim was imprisoned and expelled from Romania. 5626 Kedusha Hananim, Kefir Shlomo, and Sinema Zedek died. 5633 the Chafetz Chaim was published. 5634 the Minchas Chanuk died. 5638 Peta Tikva agricultural settlement was established. 5641 many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pogroms. 5646 Rabbi Shlomo Ganzfried, author of Kitzer Shonruk died. 5652 Rabbi Chaim Brisker became rabbi in Brisk. 5665 the Spot Emmett died. 5665 many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 5671 Chazan issue was published. 5674 over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 5678 160,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 5684 the Daf Hayomi study sacred sites. 5687 the sixth Lubavitcher Rebbe was released from Soviet prison. 5699 the Jews were attacked in the Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. 5699 Germany started World War II and mass killing of Jews. 5701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 5701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar in Hungary. 5702 400,000 Jews of Warsaw were sent to death camp. 5703 experienced massive losses in Battle Stalingrad. 5703 the remaining Jews in Russia staged a massive uprising. 5703 Jewish uprisings at Treblinka, Sobibor, and Balastok. 5703 the Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 5704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 5705 uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 5705 Nazi Germany was conquered and World War II ended. 5705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. 5707 publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 5708 the United Nations divided Israel. 5708 Arab attacked Israel to gain territory. 5708 the state of Israel was established. 5708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 5709 the war of independence of Israel ended. 5710 all Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 5710 almost all Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 5711 the Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the natural leadership. 5717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 5727 Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Tefillin campaign. 5727 Jerusalem reunited under the Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 5734 2,400 soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 5734 the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat camp campaign. 5742 massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 5746 the first international College of Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 5753 secret agreement signed in Oslo. I was like, that was interesting. 5754 the Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. Notice it didn't say died. 5767 deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad house in Rabbi, India, kills 6. Well, So you're sure? Okay, well that's all cool, but what's a Jew? Like, it's anyone who says that they're Jewish. Like, because you can't take Judaism away from somebody. But, I mean, its most um, at its broadest sense, I define a Jew as biological Jew, someone who can trace their DNA back to women in the Bible. But generally, you would get different answers from different people. There isn't one perfect answer. Though I want there to be, and that's a biological Jew. You'll get people who it's a spectrum of what people will say a Jew is. On one street here, not I could almost hit a golf club there, a golf ball there. On one street, you'll get 4 different answers if you ask the 4 different rabbis. And really, they're 4 different, perhaps arguably 4 different religions. Other religions would consider themselves different. Like, what is this? There's this one thing. I mean, basically, you've got differences within different, what we consider different religions. Like Seventh Day Adventists and Methodists and Roman Catholics and Eastern Orthodox. Those are all different religions. If defined, honestly, people would say the same about Orthodox Judaism. They'd say the same about Chabad, Orthodox Judaism, Conservative Judaism, Reform Judaism, Reconstructionist Judaism, Humanitarian Judaism. We don't as Jews, and it's very political why that's not done. But in the same way, you could say that all of Judaism. And people would say, well, we're all Jews. Well, that's fine, but it doesn't mean we practice the same religion. And somebody, we need a leader line us, like our shepherd with sheep. So I want it to be that all Jews are the same DNA. That's what I'm going to define a Jew as, but it's not currently that way. So how do you define a Jew? A Jew is anyone who says they're Jewish and they're the people and at a base level. From there, you can get into practice, but really, it's only evidence that you're Jewish if you light candles, or if you've had a bris, or you had a bar mitzvah, or that's only evidence. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are. Particularly, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're a biological Jew. So what is a Jew? It's a complicated question. A Jew is someone who says they're Jewish. Go fuck yourself.
My kid's life is
I gotta take a piss. Hey, I don't give a shit if you're a Jew or I'm a Jew. All I want is some of that DNA in this poop.
So I was really, really proud from a bar perspective, but we have a long way to go. So today, John and I have decided we're going to give you a frozen blended spicy mango margarita. We are going to start
mango puree. Finish it off with a hint of sweetness, 1 ounce of agave nectar. Going to do just a little bit of hot sauce, top of it off. Here is our frozen spicy mango margarita. It's perfect, said Victor.
Look at this move. Yoshi.
Last night I saw the employees really step up and really try. Victor was the issue. He's not fighting for his family like he needs to. So I want to talk to Victor. Then I want to talk to the family and start to put this back together. I want to talk to fathers who have been undercover. We left Texas 6 years ago. I'm frustrated. It's hard. Everything challenging. So I'm trying to absorb as much as I can to job. I can be my family, my kids, and I don't want to forget. We're gonna make it happen.
There's nothing that single day. So it's 24/7, 24/7, over and over. So thanks, Don. I'm really looking forward to spa days. I don't know the last time that we had a break for him. My grandfather really deserved it.